create a service to get the tags. Before that, just a small change in schema that I wanted to associate this tag to workspace rather than to the task. So for that, what are the changes we are going to do here? This can have multiple or tags on the workspace, and now we need to link that accordingly. So to update that, the task table also the updated by and updated by user ID. Let's just make this one as the optional, and the workspace whatever we made, I'm going to make this one as mandate values. Okay, and emoji also, let's make this one as optional, even this content as the optional. So okay, and now this tag component is active also. Let me just remove this one, and instead that we have this tasks, which it's going to be task array, and also instead of this task ID, I'm going to change this one to workspace ID, and let's not make this as optional, and this it's going to be the workspace, and link it to workspace table, and the fields here, the workspace ID and references ID, and here let me change this one to workspace ID. Okay, so basically I'm just linking it to workspace, and this tag can belong to multiple tasks. Okay, that's this thing. Okay, so that's this small change of linking to the workspace. Now we can just migrate this schema and update our db. So npm parexma migrate dev, and here updated tag to workspace. Okay, the schema is changed, and now I wanted to create an endpoint which gives us the workspace related tags. Okay, this one let's create inside the API folder, create a new folder called tags, and again inside this I'm going to create a new folder, and inside this let's create here get workspace tags, and for this we are going to create a route. Okay, this should be a simple one. The error handling and all those things I'm going to take care of it at the end. So the request of type request, so here we are going to get this URL, the request dot URL, and here this workspace ID. So I'm just going to search this params and get this workspace ID. So once we get this workspace ID, and here just the check if there's no workspace ID, let's return saying that errors dot wrong data, and the status code let's just send in the 404. And if we have this workspace ID, let's try in this try catch block, and here all we are going to do is get this tags. So here await db dot tag dot find many, and here let's use this workspace ID and get these tags. And if we don't have these tags, we are going to return this empty array, else whatever we get, I'm just going to return that. The status code, it's going to be 200, and here let's return the tags, and the status code, let's send this to 200. Okay, if there is any error, let me just handle that in the catch block. So here this is going to be db error. Okay, so this one we need to get call this endpoint to get the list of the tags for us. So this one, let's try to handle this endpoint, getting the tags inside the editor component. Okay, so basically the editor here inside this one. So here I'm going to receive workspace ID and initially active tags as a props for this component, and here I'm going to get the tags by making the call to the endpoint which we just created. So I can first, let's just prepare a lot of refactoring, and whatever with the components that we created, the command container, tag item, new tag, and all those things was to just to see the skeleton your UI. Now actual data flow, props, and all things we are going to change. Due to that, we are going to change the definition of the components also. So here this props, it's going to be workspace ID, which it's going to be string, and here and also the initial active tags we are going to receive. This is going to be a list of the tags, and here I'm just going to add in this props, the workspace ID, and here this initial active tags. Okay, and now inside this the current active tags, let's just maintain the state variable for that. Current active tags, set current active tag tags to update that. So initially let's just take whatever we are receiving as a props, and also okay, this one let's make it's as a client side component. Okay, and also I wanted to know whether this component is mounted or not. So that for that also let's have this local variable, and here use state, initially it's going to be false, and reference to our title things. You'll understand why I'm adding all of these things. So this one, the title reference, so this is, we are going to use this use ref hook. So this is going to be for text area element. So for text area element, I'm just going to install the React text area auto size component library. So let me just add in that. Okay, fine. And here this editor, this is again going to be a form where we will select the icon, the title of it, then the content and the data associated to this, related to this editor and all. So for this also we need a schema. So let's just create the schema for this. Inside the schema folder, task schema.ts. okay, so over here the task schema, so this one it's going to be object, the icon of type string, and the title again this is going to be of type string, and I'm going to have this as optional. Data, this let's assign for now any, and even this content let's for now assign of type any. Let's export this type, task schema, so jet.infer this type of task schema. Okay, fine. Now we have this. So just going back to our editor component here, let's create in the form and use the schema which we just created. Use form and pass in this task schema, the resolver, which it's going to be this job resolver, and pass in this task schema. Default values let's assign here this icon, so the default or the brain, whatever the icon that we have, I'm just going to add in that. And the title, let's keep this as the empty string, content to be null, and this date should be so it's not data, it's going to be date, sorry guys. Okay, so yep, fine. And like I said, the call to get this tags, so I'm just adding this use query call. Use query using this one, and here we can create an new function in our lib API file, but for now let's call it directly here, this asynchronous, and here let's enable this one if it's mounted, and the query key let's have this as get workspace tags. Okay, and here just for quicker thing, I'm not going to use the Axios, let's just use this fetch and this API tags get workspace tags is our endpoint, and here we are going to pass in workspace ID as the query param. Okay, and after this we are going to just check if this result is okay or not. If not okay, let's return this as empty array, or else let's collect this data, await response.json, and I'm just going to return this data as the tag array. Okay, so this is the endpoint which is going to give us the list of the tags belonging to this particular workspace, and the logic to toggle is mounted or not. So as soon as it mounted, I'm going to set this one to true. So this is the thing. Okay, and the form, let's have this reference here. So this form dot register this title. So I'm just going to get this reference and attach it to the title reference, and remaining just let's have this as it is. Okay, fine. Now the UI thing, the editor part completely, let's for now comment this one. Like I said, we are going to replace this one completely with the form, and inside this okay, in this one would be, okay, let's just undo this. So this one let's just comment for now, and here let's have this form, and here we'll have this card content. Let's create in a div, and here I'll have this logo component, and here, okay, this logo component also, as of now, we are not sending in the value that the user selects to this, the parent component, that is this component. So I'm going to change this one, and also let's move this one to the editor folder rather than in the header folder. And here the props, I'm just going to add in the props for this. The interface, let's just name. So this is a lot of, again, data flow, guys. Okay, so the emoji, which it's going to be of type string, and here now after setting this, let's just get this props on form select. Then I'm just going to pass in this emoji value to the parent component. So here I need to add in this prop for that. So on form select, let's just create here a simple function on form select handler, and here we are going to receive here the emoji, and I can just set the value of this icon as this emoji, and I need to attach in here on form select handler. Okay, so even let's even if I just test this now, so if I just select something, okay, fine, that's the thing. We're just sending the data back to the parent, the selection. After this logo, let's have this div, and this is the text area. Auto size component is what we are going to import from this React text area auto size library, which we just installed. So this, it's going to be text area auto size from this library. Okay, and now here let's just attach in here the auto size, the reference. Now this is where we are using, which we created at the beginning, the title one. So the title reference here, and also the current, let me just set this one to this event, And also let me just close this. Let me just ignore this error. On key down we are supposed to so if this key is equals to enter, I'm just going to prevent this default event, and whatever the other props that we have, the rest, let's just pass it. The placeholder, let's say the editor content something blah blah. Okay, so add in this one, and styling for this, let's make this one to be width full and resize to be none, and appearance to be none, and also overflow, let's hide it. Background, let's make this one to be transparent. Placeholder, let's make this one text muted foreground. Text size to be 2 times extra large. Font type to be semi bold, and focus, I don't want any outline. And this is the styling for this text area. Auto size component, okay. Oh, this is the thing. So if I just type in something, this is what we are adding in here. Okay. After this div, let's add in one more div where we'll have this task calendar component, and even here the date that we are selecting there, we should send that value to this component. So let me just go to, okay, let me just comment this for now. This task handler, this also let me just move to this editor itself, because this is directly we are using an editor file. Here we need to create the props interface. I'm going to name this as on update form. This, it's going to be of type date range, or it can be of undefined. So let me just add in this one, and additionally let me just along with this I'm going to add in these props and destructure this on update form. So here let me just create here the simple on select date change callback function. The date, which is going to be of type date range or undefined, and inside this let's set this date whatever we have, and on update form I'm going to send this date back to the function. Okay, and now here on select, and this one also whatever we added for this one I'm just going to remove if there is no date and all. Okay, and now here on select, instead of this set date, let me pass in this on select date change component which we added. Okay, this is the small change in here, and now going to this, whichever we just commented, I can just use this. And also, like we just created here the form select handler, I'm going to create in here on update form handler, and this one it's going to be the date range or undefined, and here form dot set value of this date value, we are going to set this date. Okay, so let me just add in this component now. Task calendar on update form. I'm just going to pass in this on update form handler. Okay, so that's the thing. So that's how we are adding in this task calendar. And after this, the tag selector component which we had, and for this we need to send in the tags, the endpoint. And for this tag selector, we need to send in the list of the tags, the endpoint which we are calling in here. This list of the tags value should be passed down to this component, and along with that the active tags and also the callback function to update the active tag handler and all those things. So we need to refactor the tag selector as well. So in here the props for this, that will be sending in is this tags, and I'm going to make this one as optional, and the current active tag, this is again going to be a list of tag arrays, and on select active tag, where we are going to send in this id back to parent component, and this is the thing. And now in here this props tags current active tags on select active tag. Okay, so this one we need to pass down to this command container again. And here let me just remove this text muted foreground. Okay, so here if we have this tags, I'm going to pass down this to a command container. Okay, if not, let's add in a div with the loading state component. Okay, so this is the thing, and this command container also we need to add in the props for this. So this is the thing. So let me just copy this props, this one, and also let's just copy this one as well as a props for this. And we need to import this tag from this Prisma client. Okay, that's fine. And now all the way we need to iterate through the list of the tags that we have and pass on those prospective tag id, tag item, and or to this component. So here these tags that we get, iterate through this and get this each tag. And now we need to add in props for this command tag item. So, and for this we need to pass in respective tag id, tag item, and all of those things. So we need to add in a props for this tag item as well. So whatever it is, let's just prepare this interface, this tag. We already have this tag icon, so let's first whatever we need from this Prisma client, let's just import. One is the custom colors and this tag as a tag type. Okay, so this is going to be of tag type, and the current active tags, it's going to be tag type array, and finally the callback function on select active tag on this id, and this we are going to send it to parent. So here let me just destructure this props and tag. Inside this let me get this color, id, name, and workspace id, and after this the current active tags and on select active tag. Okay, to know whether this is active or not, we are going to write in a simple function here. So is active or not, let's try to wrap this one inside this use memo, and this one it's going to depend on this current active tags and the id. So here it's going to be simple logic. So whatever the current active tags that we have, we are going to first check whether we have some values inside that. If we have, we are going to find the active tag by matching this one to the id that we have. Okay, fine. And also the tag color, so wherever we have this one, let me just copy this function and go back to this tag item. Yep, and here this is the tag color, and this one now we will use to replace this text blue with the dynamic color. So I can just pass in here, let's make this one as a dynamic, and now instead of this let's replace with our tag color. Okay, and for this tag color let's wrap this one also inside use memo. Use memo, and here let's not have any props. Okay, and here this is going to depend on this color value. Okay, and this one let's switch based upon this color. Okay, that's the thing, we added in here this tag color for this, and here instead of adding in here this critical, we are going to add in this proper name, and also below this p tag let me based upon this is active, let's add in this check icon, and size of this it's going to be 16. Okay, fine, this is the change in here, and also now on click I need to trigger this callback function. On click let's pass in this id to this callback function. Okay, and also yep, this is the maker of this component. So we just changed, we added in the props, and now in here I need to add in the props whichever we just added. So here this key, it's going to be this tag.id, we need to pass in this tag, and the current active tags, the props whatever we have, and on select active tag let me add in this on select active tag. Okay, so this is the thing. that we changed here in the component of this container. And just going to this thing, tag selector, so I can just add in the props for this tags. Let's just pass in this tags, current active tags, and on select active tag. Okay, and yep, so that's the makeover. And also this link tag, also whatever this we outcoded the name and the color. Let's make this one also the dynamic, the props, this tag. Let me import this tag as a tag type. From Prisma client, and here let me specify this is of tag type, and here I'm going to add in this props and this tag. Let me again destructure from here this color, ID, name, and workspace ID, and whatever we just added for this the color. Let me just copy this one and use it the same on this one. Let me just import the custom colors as well, and also use memo. Okay, so we have this tag color, and now I can just pass in and just remove this text muted, and let's make this one dynamic thing. So let's remove this one and pass in here this tag color. Okay, that's the styling, and also the name. I'm going to pass in this name. This is the link tag makeover. Okay, fine. So now we have an error in this thing, so we need to attach in this tag selector component and props to that tags, attach in this current active tags. So let me just attach in this on select active tag. This one, like we have the update things. Let's create an handler for this also. So on select active tag handler, we are going to receive in here this tag ID, which is going to be of type string. So whatever we have this list, let's get this previous active tags, and this one first. Let's identify the tag index. This one we can use this previous active tags, find index, use this ID that we receive as the props by matching it to the ID of this, matching it to this. So now we found the index. Once we found the index, I'm just going to check here. So if this index is not -1, that is we found the index, then the updated active tags, it's going to be whatever we have here in this previous active tags, and of this I'm just going to splice from this tag index by 1, and then we are going to return this updated active tags. Else what we are going to do is, let's find this selector tag, that is if for tags, finding this tag with the ID. Okay, and if we found this selected tag, then I'm just going to add this one to the list of the active tags, the selected tag, and finally we are going to return the previous active tags. Okay, so this is the function, so I can add in this onSelect active tag handler. Okay, so that is the tag selector, and after this the current active tags, let's iterate through that and collect this tag, and I'm going to use this link tag component and pass in this tag for this tag.id, and tag we are going to pass in this. So let's just remove this one, close this. Okay, fine, this is the thing. Okay, the current active tags we don't have, that's fine, that's expected. Okay, after this, after everything, all of this, divs, so basically where we have this logo, so and text area, and after that let me add in this inside this text area itself, this div. So okay, and after this I'm just going to add in this container, whatever the component that we have in here, and finally after this I'm just going to add in this button for now, just as a placeholder. Later we're going to change something. I'm going to say this is the button, and the place where we are consuming this editor component, we need to change this. So that's basically it's in new task component. So here, so we need to pass in the props for this. So here let me just add in this interface workspace ID, and here let me just pass in the workspace ID for this. Okay, fine. What's wrong with this again? Okay, and initial active tags, let's send this empty list. Okay, and in the page where we have, and here this workspace ID, let's attach in this workspace ID. Okay, so this is the thing that we have. So I can select this date, and here this tags we don't have any. The tags we don't have any, and this we have this one endpoint. So when we have this the things and all, a lot of styling is still pending. So the editor component needs to be styled because it's not looking great. Okay, let me just remove this one, and here let's add in this ID for this as task form, and on submit we need to handle this callback function. So let me just add in here simple on submit function on submit the data that it's going to be of a task schema, and inside this I can just console this data. Okay, and attach in this one for now the on submit function for this form. And what's okay here, the styling for this, I'm just going to add in some padding in the y direction, and even in this padding in the y direction. The div of this one, the first div, let's make this width to be full, and the flex items I want it to be at the start, and let's have this gap of 2, and this small if it's a small screen, more gap. Okay, that's the thing. And after this, the area where we have this text area, so this one again, make this width full, flex and direction to be column, and have this gap of 2, and that's this text area thing. And the div where we have this calendars and all of these things, again let's make this width full, have this gap of 1, flex. I'm going to apply this flex wrap and the flex row. Okay, so back to as it was. So this is the component, and the containers and all those things needs to be, and this header, and I'm just going to delete this one. So we just moved everything to editor, and this, let me just completely delete this header. Okay, where are we using? So we're not using anything, so let's just remove this imports. Okay, fine. And also where is this form? Okay, the use form. Fine. So that's the change that we did. So basically we completely refactored the components related to task creation, tag selector, and picking the tag and all those things. They added the text area auto size and all of those things. Now we don't have any tags because we don't have any data in the endpoint. Once we have the data, then we are going to get the data and showcase, and also this loading state. Let's just add in some padding, make this flex and justify center, and items I'm just going to center this. Okay, just a small change. Yep. Then after this, the endpoint, which is really important for us to create a tag so that we'll see something on our screen. So that is what we need to prioritize now. So I'm just going to create an endpoint for that. like we did create an endpoint to get the tags associated to the workspace. So for that, let's just go to this tags folder. In here, let me just create new folder called new tag, and inside this I'm going to create this route.ts, and whatever we have for editing or creating, I'm just going to copy this one for this, and we'll just edit this. So as usual, the post endpoint session, checking that the body, this one, let's again prepare the schema for this inside our tag schema. So let's move this one to completely separate variable called tag name. Okay, and I can just replace this one, this tag name, and also id. Let's just add in this id as well. So these things, now I can easily create the API tag schema that we want. So const API tag schema, this is going to be object, and we have this id, and workspace id, again this is going to be of type the id, and here this tag name and the color. Okay, and I'm just going to export its type API tag schema. So jet.infer this type of API tag schema. Okay, so now we have this. So let's go to our endpoint. Where is this? Yep, new tag. So I can just import this one to API tag schema. So we are just going to again parse this. If it's not success, we are going to return, else. Here let's get this id, color, the tag name, and the workspace id. So once we get what happened, where is this route? Okay, so yep, so here once we get this thing, let's again here pass in here this workspace id and select this one and check if there is no user, and if there is no the role, we are going to check. If it's this, we are going to return this. After this, we are going to again find the workspace. So the details, so workspace await db.workspace find unique using the id where we have this workspace id. So here this is the workspace id. So let me just remove this, and again here we are going to check. If we don't find workspace, I'm just going to return the next response.json, this one as the errors no workspace, and the status code I'm going to send this one as the 404. Okay, so if we meet all of these checks that we have, now we are going to create a new tag. So we can do it this way, new tag, just use this db.tag.create, and inside this the data, the color we are going to pass in, the name it's going to be this tag name, the id, and the workspace id. Okay, fine. So this is how we are going to create this, and finally here I'm just going to return the data, this new tag. Okay, So this is the endpoint to help us create the new tag, and let's just remove whichever we are not using in this endpoint file. Okay, so we have this endpoint. Now we can create this inside our new tag component. So just here let's also pass in workspace ID here, because we need to pass into the endpoint. Here this workspace ID, let's add in this workspace ID as well. So the component where we are using this, I need to change this one, the command container. So even this one, let me just add in the new prop for this workspace ID. This is going to be a string, so let's add in this workspace ID for this new tag. Wherever we have, let's pass in this workspace ID as well. Okay, this is the small correction, and also now we need to change in this tag selector, where we are passing in this workspace ID to this container as well. Workspace ID, so here I need to pass in this. Okay, and also in this editor component, I can just pass in this workspace ID to this tag selector. Let's add in this workspace ID which we have here. Okay, fine. Now just going to this new tag component, let's get this query client. So I'm just going to get this query client, use this query client from the stack react query, and use this. Now we can create so just below here, use this mutation, and inside this let's name this one as edit workspace data, something like that. Okay, so workspace data or create new tag, whatever, we can just name this one. And inside this mutation function, we need to first collect in here this data which is of type the tag schema, and here I'm just going to use this axios and make the call to the endpoint /API tags new tag, and here this data whatever we have alongside the workspace ID, I am going to pass in here. Okay, and after this on mutate, so once we are done changing it, so we are going to cancel the whatever the queries that are related to get workspace tags. Okay, the name that we gave for getting the list of the tags, so basically tag selector, where is that component? The editor component. Okay, so here the name, this one, the get workspace tabs. So I am cancelling all the queries related to that workspace or tab, so you can just cross check the name and just cancel that queries and get this previous tags using this query client get query data of a type. This is going to be tag array, and here we are going to get all of this workspace tags. Okay, and we are going to check the previous tags. Here it's going to be previous tags, and previous tags length is greater than 0, then we'll have this previous tags, else this empty array. And now let's get this the IDs from this form, the ID and the name, which it's going to be again get values of the tag name, and the color form dot get values of this color. Okay, and once we have this, I'm going to set the query data for this get workspace or tags. Here let me just pass in this check the previous tags. Along with this, let me pass in here the name, color and workspace ID. So it's going to update only the specifics which I'm passing in along with this the existing previous tags. Okay, and after this let's set this tab to list of the tags that we have, and finally I'm just going to return the checked previous tags. Okay, so this is the onMutate callback function we're handling, and if there is any error, so this which is of type the Axios error, and the thing context. So let me just take this, and here we can just set the query data of workspace tags to whatever we had the previous tags. So I can do it this way. So set the query data to this get workspace tags, and attach in this context dot check previous tags. Okay, and if there is any error, this is the pretty much the same error dot response dot data, then we are going to show this, or else the errors dot default message. Okay, and we can add in this toast. So let me just create in this use toast, and the messages also, so use translations, and this one it's going to be the messages. So we can just here show this toast message title, it's going to be of this error, and the variant, let's make this one destructive. Fine, this is the thing. Okay, this has to be fine. This is the thing, and after this one, and here the onSettled callback function, let's just invalidate the queries of get workspace tags. and in onSuccess callback function, I'm going to show this title as success updated workspace, which we are going to add it later. And for this, the mutation key, it's going to be new tag. Okay, fine. So this is the workspace tabs. Okay, fine. So this is the function which is going to help us to edit the tags, and now the onSubmit function which we have here. Let me just call in the function instead of this empty thing and pass in this data. Okay, and here why is this string is not type invalid query. That's fine. We can just check this. Okay, so that's how we can add in a new tag, and we can just test this now. So, and also this link tag, and I'm just going to pass in the additional prop, whether this is disabled or not, which is going to be boolean. Okay, so disabled. So if this is disabled, so wherever we have here, if it's disabled, I'm going to add in this pointer events none, else this empty string. Okay, and also here this one, the area disabled, I'm going to pass in this disabled value. Okay, fine. And now the place where we are referring this one, inside the editor component, I'm going to pass in here, this is disabled. Okay, so that's the thing. So let's just test this one. So as of now, if you see in our tags, let me just refresh this one. So let me just start this studio again. Okay, so now let me just refresh this. Okay, we don't have any entries into this tags. Now if I try to create a new tag, so add a tag, this one, let's add in this as priority, and the color I'm going to choose the red. So clicking on this, okay, the endpoint failed. Okay, that's fine. That's because here it has not found this one, and also 405 here. API tags new. Okay, let me just check this one. So once we fix this API calls to this, we should be good to create a tag. I just restarted the application, so now let's just check creating this new tag, and let's name this as a priority, and color go for this green. So creating this, now you can see this is updated workspace, and it has created that. And for this, if I select this one, we should be able to see this as the selected one. Okay, so this tag, if I refresh, okay, this is what we have. And here the color of this, the link badge component, link tag, so here, okay, this needs to change. Let's so this is green color, so it should be text color, not bg color. So okay, now it's looking good. So we need to change, so first let's remove all of this border colors. So the border colors, even here, so I'm just going to remove all of this border colors, and we need to replace the bg one with the text color. Okay, so that one, okay, so here also let's just change. So here let me just select this bg text, and I'm going to change this one to text. Okay, so if I create now a new tag with red color, hi, just hi is that label. Okay, this is the thing, and now if I select this, we should have this. Okay, the labels thing, it's working. And what is the issue here? Okay, that's fine. I can just add in here, ignore this type thing, and even here let me just add in here and here. Okay, fine. And okay, so this is the thing. So we are able to now create a new tag and see that list of the tags, and whenever we have this list of the tags for this workspace, we will be getting that related details. So here if you just see info related to tag, you can see for this page we have these two tags, and that's the thing. Okay, and after this let's add in the endpoint to make the tag editable. So just inside the same tags folder itself, so here I'm just going to create a new folder called edit tag, and here let me just create route.ts, and whatever we have for this, let me just copy here, and for this one the endpoint, so it's going to be pretty much the same. Safely pass this result and take this color, tag name, workspace ID, and just instead of this create, it is going to be update thing, the workspace. Okay, so once we just check this user related details, after this role check, now here the workspace, while we are trying to find, I'm going to include here this tags as well, where we are going to match this workspace ID. and here let me just select this name. So once I get this workspace details, we can just find this tag. So let's find this tag, await db tag dot find a unique, and here I'm just going to find this by id. So once we find this tag, and here I'm just going to add in this again check. So if we don't find this tag, let's just return this next response.json, and here we are going to add in this error messages, no tag, and the status, it's going to be a 404. Okay, so that's the thing. So once we don't find the tag, after this we need to update this tag. So here instead of this one, I can just add in this as updated tag, and here let me change this one to update thing, and where we need to find based upon this where id, and here I'm just going to update the color, along with that the name of the tag. After that we can just return here this updated tag. Okay, so this is the way for us to update or edit a tag. Now we have this endpoint. So this one I need to what, and also the new route also just now it's triggered. So basically if he's trying to create the same tag again and again, so we need to handle that checks. So to handle that, while we are trying to get here this workspace, let's try to get this tags as well, same with the workspace id, and I'm going to include select what happened, include, okay, this needs to be object workspace id, and after this let's, and after this let's select this name true. Okay, so this once we get this workspace details, let's check whether this tag already exists for this workspace or not. So tag exist workspace dot tags. I'm going to find this one, iterate to this list. If this tag dot name, this just convert this to single case, and check this tag name or dot lowercase, it's matching to it or not. So if we found anything related to the same tag exist, we are going to return with the message saying that errors dot the same tag. Okay, and here the status, let me just return here the status as 405. So that's the thing. Else whatever we had, the logic just stays the same. And now we need to handle this edit functionality. So this the editing endpoint thing, we need to handle this whenever the user wanted to update the value of the tag. So that one, let me just in this new tag, so basically the component where we have, so let me rename this to we can either update as well. So I'll just rename this component to create new tag, or the edit tag component. Now it makes sense because we are going to update as well inside this component. So in here again a lot of props we need to update. is it the edit or create and all those things we need to handle. So let me add in the props properties for this component, and then we'll consume the endpoint which we just created. The props for this, first the boolean, is it the edit or create, okay, and then the tag name, which again it's going to be optional, a string, the color, which it's going to be of type the custom colors, the ID, again this is going to be a string, and on update active tags. So here this tag ID, which it's going to be string, and then the color, which is of type custom colors, the name, this is going to be a string, so this is the callback function. So these are the props. So let's just destructure them. Edit, color, ID, tag name, on update active args. Okay, so now this one, the default values in our form. So let me just minimize this one. Here this tag name, we will check if this edit and we have the tag name, then I'm going to assign this as the value, else this is going to be a empty string. And this one again, edit, and we have this color value, then I'm going to add in this one, or else let's just set this one default as a red, and this one also, let's say this edit, and we have this ID, then I'm going to assign this ID, or else this unique ID. Okay, and now the function where we have this one, so instead of this, let's rename this one to new tag. So this is the function to update the thing, and here this mutation. And now same thing, I'm just going to change here, this is going to be edit, what's the function name, the new tag, so new tag, and let me just copy this one, and we will change this to handle the editing functionality of the tag. So here the name of this, I'm going to change this to edit tag, and the endpoint, instead of this new tag, it's going to be edit tag. And after this, in our on mutate, we are going to get these previous tags and check these previous tags, the name, so I don't think I need now this ID, the name and color. And after this, we are going to find the updated tags. So this we can find using this check previous tags, and here I'm just going to check this, if this is matching to this ID, then with this I'm going to attach return this, the new name and color, else the whole tag value. So that's the updated tags. And after this, the query data, here let's just pass in the updated tags as the new data to this key. And afterwards, so here on update active tags, then I'm just going to pass on the ID and this color and the name for this one. Okay, so this is the pretty much the thing. And now in error handling, so first thing, let's try to get this previous tag, context dot check previous tags. I'm going to find this tag using this ID. So here if there is any error, and we will set this query client dot set query data of this get workspace tags to the context dot check the previous tags. Okay, fine. And here again on update tags, let's just update this one back to whatever it was, the ID, and here this previous tag dot color, the previous tag dot name. Okay, and make sure this is not null. Okay, that's the thing. And let's just remove this one, and as usual, so here the error, it's going to be this, and on settled we are going to invalidate this one, and mutation key, it's going to be edit tag, and on success I'm not going to do anything, so let me just remove this one. Okay, so that's the way to edit. So now here if this edit is true, then I'm going to call in this edit tag data, else we are going to call this new tag of this data. Okay, what is this error? That's fine. So that's the change. And here the text of this, instead of just create, let's change this one. If this is edit, I'm going to add in this update, else this is going to be create. So these are the props that we added for this new tag. And now the component also, let's just change the name also accordingly, so it makes better sense. Create new tag or edit tag. Okay, so this is the thing. Edit color, ID, tag name, and on set tab, on update active thing. Okay, and now the place wherever we are consuming this, we need to change this one. So basically in the container, so we have this lot of issues. First let's add in this additional props here for this. On update active tags, here we are going to receive the tag ID, then the color, which is going to be of type custom colors, name, this is going to be a string, and this is void. Okay, and here I'm just going to add in this on update active tags, and here there will be error. Okay, fine. So now let's maintain here the edited the tag info as the state variable. Edited tag info, set edited tag info. So by default, let me just set this one to this is going to be of type null, or this tag. So by default I'm going to set this to null, and just the callback function to handle this on edit thing. On edit tag info handler, this we are going to update this tag info. So set edited tag info to this tag, and the tab I'm going to set this one to edit tag. Okay, so now if it's the edit tag, we need to add in here. So this new tag is also no So this one, it's create new tag or edit tag, and now I need to change this. And for tag item to edit, I need to pass in this on edit tag info component, which we are yet to add for that component. On edit tag info handler. Okay, so now here this a new tag, I need to rechange this one to create a new tag or edit tag, and we'll just keep this as it is. And now here in place of this edit tag, this it's going to be this create or new tag or edit tag. Pass in this edit and workspace id. I need to pass in this workspace id. The color, this it's going to be the edited tag info dot color, and let me just close this. Okay, and after this the id, so this is going to be id, the tag name, this one again use this edit tag info, pass in the name, and on set tab we are going to pass in this on set tab callback function, and on update active args I'm going to pass in here on update active tags. Okay, fine. And now this tag item, I need to add in this the extra prop which we just added on edit tag info. So here let's just add in this tag type, and return type is going to be void, and on edit tag info. So now let's again have this local state, whether it's hovered or not. When it's hovered, we are going to show kind of like pencil icon or something that it can be edited or something like that. So is hovered, initially let's set this one to false, and here this command item on mouse enter, I'm going to set this is hovered to true, and on mouse leave let me set this set is hovered to false. Okay, and let's also make this one as relative, and after this button so basically if its hover is true, I'm going to show the button where user can edit this kind of the pencil button. So here inside this I'm going to add in this pencil icon. The size of this, it's going to be 16. Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, now styling of this. So first let's add in this on click. In this on click, on edit tag info, pass in this id, the color, the name, and the workspace id. The styling of this, just we need to make this one as absolute, and the top off and right, let's say 6, and translate this in the y direction by minus 50 degree, 50%, and height, let's make this fit rounded to be none, and z index let's apply 20, background let's make this one to be transparent, hover let's make this one to be transparent, and text to be muted foreground. Okay, that's the styling of this button and the change of this component that we handle the pencil icon and editing of the things. And now just going to this here the tag selector, I need to add in here again the prop, So here this on update active tags, this again the tag ID, which is going to be string, color, custom colors, the name, which is of type string, and this is going to be void. Fine. And now I need to destructure here this on update active tags and pass in to this component. Okay, fine. And now inside this editor we need to add in that prop to this. So the functionality here, let me just create in here this on update active active tags handler. We are going to send in this tag ID, the color, which is going to be of custom colors, the name of the tag, and inside this whatever the current active tags we have, let's get this previous active tags and let's update these tags, updated tags. Okay, so here previous active tags, map this one and get this each tag, and here I'm going to find this one using this tag ID. And so if we found that, so we are going to update the name and color, else we are going to return that as the tag. And finally I'm just going to return here this updated tags. Okay, so this is going to be the previous tags. That's how we are going to update. So now we have this handler. So what is the issue on update this? Okay, fine. Now it just took the loading time, and now for this component I just need to pass in here on update active tags, on update active tags handler. Okay, so almost the updating tags we handled, and now so if I just here, what is the error? Okay, this is with respect to type. So let me just create a new tag here. So let's select this one here. You can see now we have an option to update it. So if I updated this one, let me change this one as I updated, and when I click on this update, it's updated. Okay, and in here inside this tag thing, this record is updated. Okay, so this is how, so on hovering we are adding in this pencil icon to update the icons, the tag of these things. Okay, so creating of the tag, it's done, and the updating of the tag is also done now. And next is we have the endpoint that we need to create to delete the tag. Okay, so that's the thing. And don't worry about the messages that we missed inside that en.json. And if we miss, you can just go and add it that, or else I'll add it at the end of the this project or something like that, or I'll attach in the GitHub description. You can just refer that. That's not a big concern for us. So after this, let's focus on the deleting. So same way, let's create the endpoint to delete the tag. So let's create in here this new folder called delete tag, and create in here this route.ts, and same like we have here this the edit tag. Let me just copy this one for deleting this tag. This should be pretty straightforward. And here let me just prepare the schema to delete like we have for edit and all. So inside this tag schema, let me export the const API delete tag schema. So this is going to be again the object with the ID and the workspace ID. I'm going to attach in this ID. Okay, and let's just export this type API delete tag schema. Okay, so this one, let's infer this is going to be a type of API delete tag schema. Okay, so now we have the schema. So just going to this delete tag, and here the schema whatever just we created, I'm going to use this. So API delete tag schema, and we are going to first check this one. So same thing, so here instead of all of this we will just destructure this ID and workspace ID, and here we'll check the role of this whether he can delete or not, and after this the workspace details, let's again select this and find this unique tag, and if you don't find this tag we are just going to return this. And here instead of this let me just delete this instead of this update tag dot delete, and let's just remove this one, and using that ID we are going to delete, and here finally I'm just going to return this deleted tag. Okay, fine. So this is the endpoint to delete the tag. Now we have this delete tag, and this option needs to be added to our container again. So again the function, let's try to pass on from the editor thing. So in this editor component, let me add in same way like we added in here the functionality const on delete active tag handler. So here this tag ID is what will be passing into this function, and here this set current active tags, we just need to remove the whatever we are maintaining the active tags. This here inside this one the updated tags, we just need to remove this that one from this list. So let's just filter this leaving aside this ID. So tag.id is not equals to tag ID, so we are just removing that, and finally let's return this updated tags. Okay, so this is the thing, and now we need to pass this one to the tag selector component that we have. So here the on delete, I'm just going to add in this also props on delete active tag, and here I'm going to attach in this on delete active tag handler, and also the query where we have the fetching the tags. So basically here let me just get this is loading, and I'm just going to send in this prop as well for this. Just we are trying to fetch this tags list, so here let me just pass in this his loading value. And now going back to tag selector component, I just need to add in this props. So let me just add in here is loading, which is going to be a boolean, and on delete active tag. So this one the tag ID, it's going to be of a type of string, and here this is going to be callback function again. So let's just destructure this on delete active tag. So once we get that, so basically here where we are trying to show these tags, so here if it's loading, let me show in so basically, so if it's loading, I'm going to show this loading state icon. So this is the thing. So as usual. So I'm just going to add in here the styling for this, the padding of 3 and flex justify. I'm going to center this, and items, let me just center this. Okay, and here we are going to show if this is not loading and we have this tags, only then we'll be showcasing this component that we have here. And I need to pass in for this one the component on delete active tag. So here let me just pass in this on delete active tag. Okay, fine. And now I can just remove this loading state here, and I'm just going to add in some placeholder div with some text. We can just use that one to have some button and text. Okay, fine. So now here I can add in, remove this completely whatever we had here, and instead of that let me pass in some text kind of saying that something went wrong. Okay, so let's say oops, something went wrong message. Okay, and this one, let's make this text to be smaller, and flex justify center, item center, and make this one as a column, have this gap of 4. Below this I'm just going to have this button here. On click I'm just going to refresh this router. So this router dot refresh, so this one I can just add in here, this router, use router from this next intl, and in here I'm just going to call this refresh. Okay, and the text of this it's going to be kind of like refresh or something like this, and we can change this later as well. So the styling of this, let's make this one to be width full, and the size of this should be small, and variant, let's make this one to be default. And yeah, I think for now this is the thing. And now let's move back to this component, the command container. Again, for this we need to add in this props on delete active tag. So I'm just going to add in here on delete active tag. So here we're going to pass in this id. So here let's just destructure that, and this one all we have to do is basically, and this command group we can be more cautious here and show here only if tags dot length is greater than 0, and only then I can show this command group, or else I'm not going to show. So let's have this mode here. Okay, fine. And here to create new or tag or edit things, so I need to pass in here the on delete active tag. So here I need to pass in this on delete active tag, and also let me just pass in the other things like current active tags. Okay, so here let me pass in this one, and also on select active tags. So I'm just going to pass in this one also. So now we need to update this inside our this component. So again here this props current active tags, this one the optional. Okay, this is going to be tags list, and on delete active tag, this is also going to be optional. Send in this a tag id, and here this void thing, and finally the on select active tag. And here let me add in this id, which is going to be a string. This is going to be void. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to destructure here this current active tags, on delete active tag, on select active tag, and this one now the endpoint that we created. So like this, I'm just going to copy this one and create for deleting the tag. So let me just rename this one to delete the tag. So the endpoint which we just created here, I'm just going to pass in this one, the delete tag, and id here no data, so the id should be enough, the id data. And after this, in on mutate, we're going to cancel this query, get this previous tags and check previous tags. So we are going to have, and along with that, let's have this previous active tags. Okay, so the current active tags, so I'm going to add collect this values into this variable else empty array. And now we don't want any of this. Okay, so fine. After this updated tags, this we are going to filter, leaving aside this id. So I can just filter this one, the tag dot id is not equals to this one. So let me just change this thing, and after this we are going to set this to updated thing. And here, instead of this update, on delete active tag, I'm going to pass on to this on delete active tag, and for this the only id is needed. So I'm just going to pass in the id, and on set tab we are going to set this to list. Here, along with this checked previous tags, I'm going to send in this previous active tags as well. Okay, so that's the thing. And here now, in this on error callback function, let's collect the previous active tag like we are collecting this tag. So previous active tag, here this context, I'm going to use this previous active tags and find this one by this tag id. So here this tag.id, I'm just going to check with this id. So now we get this previous active tag, and now I can set this here whatever we have. I'm just going to set this query data of this key get workspace tags to this context dot check the previous tags. And after that, let's here so basically let's remove this one, the previous active tag, and the on select active tag. Then I'm going to pass on for this the previous active tag dot the id for this one. And let's just remove this on update thing. And here error, it's going to be pretty much the same, error and destructive. And on settled, I'm just going to invalidate this query, and now the name of this, it's going to be delete tag. And in the on submit thing, so let's just make this one simple. So if this edit, it's going to be edit tag of this data, else it's going to be new tag of this data. And now we have this delete thing. So the button that we have here, the cancel thing. So basically here, let's say I'm going to change here. So basically if the edit is true, let's call this one the delete tag, or else on set tab to list. Okay, and here this text, instead of this cancel, if this edit is true, I'm going to add in this delete, else it's going to be cancel. Okay, so that's the change inside this component. And now we should be okay, it's syntax selector, it should be, I think we misspelled this, is loading. Okay, yep, now we should be good to test the deleting functionality. So I can just check this now. So if I try to select this, so click on this thing, and now let me click on this delete, and this is deleted. And here if I just check this, yep, okay, so the deleting also it's working. What is this error? Okay, this is this type, let's ignore this one, and inside this, okay, let's add in this tags thing. Okay, fine. So creating, editing and deleting of the tags, it's working. And the next thing that I wanted to shift the focus on is our editor. So the editor, it's basically, I will try to include or add in a Tiptap editor, where we'll try to make basic editor and add in the styles, the bubble menu with basic styling options and hyperlinks and all that stuff. So let's do that now. To add in an editor, first let me install the dependencies that I need from the Tiptap thing. So npm install Tiptap. So you can, if you wanted to know more info, you can just Google this Tiptap thing. This is the thing, so you can just install this one. Here we can just add in the dependencies like this, Tiptap, React and all of that things. I'm just going to install these starters, React, PM, starter kit, and also extension bubble menu, and extension link, and then extension underline, okay, fine. So this should be good for now. So to know more info about this, you can just refer to this docs, and let's wait for us to install our dependencies. So they're installing. Okay, it's done. And also the tailwinds typography, I'm just going to install that as a dev dependency. typography, and now we need to add this one as a plugin. In here, let me just require this Tailwind CSS typography. Okay, fine. Yep. Now we added in the dependencies. Now I need to create the component. So to create the components inside this tasks folder, I'm going to create a new folder called editor, and in here let's create the editor file, editor.tsx, and make this one as the client thing. And here let's simply create this bare minimum component, the editor. So first let me return here this empty fragment, and inside this we are going to prepare the editor object first, and we are going to use this use editor from this Tiptap React. So I'm just going to import React, and I can use this editor thing. So in here let me configure this editor props, the attribute, the class things. So it's just going to be normal styling, so I'm just going to add in those things. You can refer here. So the focus, outline, none, prose, headings, text, secondary, foreground, prose, paragraph, text, secondary, foreground, and prose, strong, text, secondary, foreground, anchor tag, the color. So basically for underline, cursor pointer, width, full, and maximum width, none. So this is the thing. And after this, the extensions. So here are the extensions. We are going to use this starter kit, from this Tiptap starter kit, and here I'm just going to specify this one and configure the history to be false, and the heading, let's add in this levels 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and here the underline, let's import this from the extension which we just installed, the underline from Tiptap extension underline, and link also let me just add in. Extension link. Okay, fine. So now this one I'm just going to add in here the underline thing. Along with that, let me just add in this link. So this should be 3 and 4. Okay, and after this, the content, let's add in here this text 4 times XL. Let's add in here this is first level heading. So I'm just going to add in here. So same thing we can just add in for header h1, h2, h3, and p tag. So I'm just going to change here. Okay, so let's change this to thing 3xl, and I'm going to add in this is second level heading, and this one to third level heading. So can change this one to third level heading, and finally here let's add in this text. For this, no styling, so I'm just going to leave this, and this is a paragraph, so let's add in some text. Okay, so now once we have this, inside this, if we have this editor, then I'm going to use this bubble menu component, and here I'm just going to configure the editor for this. This is the editor, and then this. So bubble menu, not from this but from this React or Tiptap React, and here let's configure here this TP options with the Z index, let's say 20. Okay, so these all details you can just find here, how to style and all those things, the classes and all those things you can just add in here, this prose mirror and all those things. Okay, fine. And after this, the styling will just take care of this, and now here I need to have the children. Now let's say this is going to be empty fragment. Why is this the error? Okay, fine. And after this we are going to have the editor content, and all for that we need to create the components which we don't have, so or else let's use this editor content, and here after this one let me just use this editor content, the spell check, let's send this one to be false, and this editor I'm going to pass in this editor. Okay, so to just see this in action, let's add this one as part of so let me just add in so as of now we have this one in there, so I'm just going to add in here the editor component, so I just need to rename that. Let's do one thing, so I'm just going to editor task something. Okay, so now I can just add in just for testing purpose, and later we'll change that. So this is going to be editor task. Okay, so we just added here, you should see. So let me just refresh this one. Yep, so this is the editor. I can just edit as much as I want. So this is the editor, so we need to do a lot of work on this. Fine. So for this, let's just style a bit. Let me just go to okay, fine. I'm going to create a tools folder here where we'll add in these options in a bubble menu. kind of like adding the link and options that we can show as part of the bubble menu. So inside this one for option button, so just a placeholder for now. Later let's try to refactor again, and one more is to the add a link. So here in this option button, so it's just going to be button wrapper. So the props for this, it's going to be on click void, and icon, this is going to be react node, and this is styling for the class, which is the string, again optional. So here this export const option button, and in here let's just destructure the props. Okay, and here I'm just going to use this button, and inside this let's just show this icon on click in this class name, and in here I'm just going to add in this icon, and this type it's going to be of a button, the size it's going to be icon, and the variant this should be of type ghost, and on click let's call this on click function. Okay, and the styling for this one, so let's use this thing and add in this item bit to be 7, make this flex, justify center items, I'm just going to center, rounded, make this one smaller, text to be muted foreground. Okay, and other class I'm just going to add in the whatever the things that we receive. So this is the simple option button component. Now in this editor I can just add in this component. So basically in place of this empty fragment, let's use this option button component. The icon, the first icon that I'm going to pass in is the bold icon, and the size of this, let's say 16. Okay, and on click here we are going to do this editor dot chain dot focus dot call this toggle bold function, and I'm just going to run this. So this is how we are going to change this one to bold, and here on the styling for this, so if this editor dot is active bold, then the background, let's add in this accent, and text to be a secondary foreground. So just to test this one, what happened, okay, this should be question mark. Okay, fine. So now here this is the bubble, so we just selected, and if I select this bold, so that's what we have. So it's just going to toggle from the paragraph thing, and the styling of this bubble menu, let's make this one better. Okay, we already have this one, so here let me just make this one to be medium, shadow small, and have this border, and background, let's apply this popover padding of 1, and text, apply this popover foreground, make this flex items, so let's center this and have this gap of 2. So like this, I'm going to add in few more buttons to just see how it's going to look. So if you just select this, now we have this border and all. So let me add in this more options like this. Okay, so first one we made this as a bold, and second one let's change this one to be italic, and here instead of this toggle bold, I'm going to call in the italic. Okay, and here it's active should be instead of this italic. Okay, so now if I just select this one, the second thing, so it should make this italic. Okay, fine. The afterwards this one, let's add in here the strike through component, and here instead of toggle bold, toggle strike, and here the text it's going to be a strike, and after that here I'm going to add in this the underline icon. So here instead of this toggle thing, let me call this underline, and here let me change this one to underline. Okay, so not a you, fine. Okay, so this is the thing. So now we should have all of those options. This should strike this, and this should underline it. Okay, fine. And after this, I'm just going to have in here the separator component, and let's just have this height of 6, and orientation let's add in this vertical, and after this we are going to add in this new component, the add link. So let me just remove this one. So here the component that we had, so here I'm just going to create a simple component, so we'll try to wrap that one inside the dialog component, and make the props for this. It's going to be of editor. So from this Tiptap React. Okay, so this is going to be, okay, did I not import? Okay, and now let's create this component, add link, and here let me just wrap everything inside this dialog component. The props here, the editor. Okay, fine. So now here in this editor, just let me add in the add link component, and I'm going to pass in here this editor. Okay, and let's focus on this one. So here as usual I'm going to add in this dialog trigger, and inside this will have this button, and this will have some link icon. Size I'm restricting it to 16. Okay, so this is the thing that we are adding now, the link icon. So after this trigger, the content, and here the header, inside this the dialog title. I'm going to say this one as the insert link. Okay, So this is the thing. So the insert link, and after this I'm just going to have a form. So for that, the schema, let's just prepare it as a link schema inside our schemas folder. Let's just create this new file, naming this as link schema.ts, and here I'm just going to have this link schema, which again this is going to be of object with the property link, and this one I'm just going to make this one as a string, and this should be of URL. Okay, and here I'm just adding the schema.link, which we don't have, and let's export this type, which it's going to be link schema z.info type of link schema. Okay, so now going to this, here let's create a form. Use a form from this React hook. Okay, and here I'm going to attach in this link schema, and here this resolver, resolver, and attach here this link schema default values. So let's just pass in the empty string for this. Okay, so that is the thing, and here the content after this header, let's add in this form thing and attach in here this form, and inside this we are going to have this normal form, and here this div. So let me just take from the first step or third step. So okay, so I'm just going to copy this one, and then we will edit this, add link. Okay, and we need to import all of those things: form control, form description, form field, form item, form label, form message. Okay, so here let me just remove this on submit thing. The first thing, here this name, it's going to be link, and here the label, let me just remove this, and in this control we'll have this thing placeholder. For now, let's say this is going to be link. Okay, and the field, I'm just going to have this one needs to be imported. Import from this component, and after this let's just remove the other fields. We just have one field, and here let's just remove this whatever we have. Let me add in this div, and I'm going to add in the buttons inside this div. So let me just, okay, in here this button is to remove links, so let me just remove this icon, and one more button is to add link. Okay, so this is the component. So if I just add in here, try to add in this link, so this is the thing, and now we need to style this properly so that it starts to look better. And also to open this dialog or not, let's just maintain one state variable. Let's just name this as isOpen, set isOpen, and by default let's set this one to false. Okay, and now I'm just going to attach in here open to isOpen value, and on open change let pass in this set isOpen callback function. Okay, and here this button, the trigger, it's going to be as a child, and the styling of this thing, first of all let's make this one the type to be button, and the size of this I want it to be of icon, and variant let's make this one to be ghost. The styling for this width and height, it's going to be 7. Make this flex, justify, center, and items I'm just going to center this. Rounded, let's make this one to be smaller, and text this is going to be muted foreground. Okay, so this needs to be client component. Okay, fine. So, and I did not import this one. Let me import this use state. Okay, so now if I just add in, check this one here now. This is the link that we styled the button now, and now we need to style this content, the form where we have adding this space, and also let's add in some margin in the y direction, and also here let's say if 1.5 should be fine, and the buttons div where we have, let's make this one to be flex and justify to be end, and width it should occupy full items. Let's just center this and gap of 2. Okay, and now this variance and all, I'm just going to change this one. The variant, let's have this one to be secondary, and this type, it's going to be button. Okay, and whatever the stylings we have, I'm just removing this from both of these buttons, and here this type also it's going to be button, and the text color, let's make this one to be white. Now on clicking of this, what are we supposed to do? That functionalities we need to add in. One is to remove the link, another is to save or set the link and all those things. So here I'm just going to create those functions. First, to remove this link, remove link, let's wrap in this inside this use callback, and here this one depends upon this editor prop, and inside this if editor, then the editor dot chain, call this focus and extend mark range, add in this link, unset this link, and run this. This is to remove the link, and after this I'm just going to set this open to false. The dialog, we are going to close this, and to set also, so let's say the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this and create one more function. This is for setting the link, And first here if we have this editor, this one, let's do it in the opposite way. If you don't have the editor, I'm just going to return else whatever the previous the URL that we have. So this one, editor dot get attributes of link dot href. Okay, and then I'm just going to set this value to our link field, the previous URL. Then we are going to set this else empty string, and here this is going to depend upon this editor and form. And next, one more function to save the link. So this is again, let's try to wrap inside this, use callback, and this one also depending upon this editor state change. Here this data which is link schema, and let's try to destructure the link from this. So once I get this link, I'm going to check this editor and call this focus function on it, extend mark range of this link, and we are going to call this set link function and set in this href to be the value that we have, and run this. Okay, so this is to save, and now these things we need to trigger basically the buttons that we have. So here I'm just going here first for the remove on click, call this remove link component, and this would be disabled if the editor get attributes the href value. Okay, fine. If you don't have this, okay, fine. And the add link on click, let me call in here this form dot handle submit, and this save link function is what I'm going to call. So that is to add the link. Okay, and the link component, the button where we have here, and this one on click, let me call this the function set link. Okay, and now let's just give a try. So if I add in this, adding link, add this link, okay, this one we are calling this save link. After this, did I forgot to set this to, okay, after this one let me set this open to false. Okay, so here if I just click on, let me close this, refresh this once. Okay, so let's just test this again. So this one, the paragraph, let's add in this. Okay, I'm just calling this one. Okay, this one isn't working. I'm just triggering this save link function. here. Okay, fine. Anyhow, on this component, though we are attaching the editor to this, I'm not able to copy this link. Okay, that's fine. So there is some issue with that component. So now let's try to create the container where we can wrap in all of this editor component. For us to have a container, so whatever the editor file that we have here, let me move this one to container folder for task thing. So because it's related to container so task, so in here I'm just going to create a new folder inside this task folder, and let's name this as container. And now inside this the file that we have, the editor, this one. So I'm just going to copy whatever we have here and use into this file. Let's name this one as task container. Okay, so here let's just have this, and I'm just copying pasting this one, and let's rename this one to task container. Okay, and here this import, so let's just change it, and now whatever we have here, in place of this container, I'm going to add in the editor. So let me just remove here both of things, and this editor component which we just added, so this one. So I'm just going to the editor tasks, okay, so here let me just add in this editor task component. Okay, the thing which we just add, okay, where is this editor task? Fine. Okay, and whatever the import issues, let me just remove all of this, and we will change this path again. This container. Okay, now we can just import this one, card content, and this logo. So let's just import this one, and calendar, and selector as well, this link tag, and this editor tasks. Okay, fine, just a small change, and the content of this, let's make this one as a flex, direction to be column, and have some gap of 10. So this one needs to be used. So let me for now to just see this in action inside our tasks page. Let me just comment this one for now, and add in this task container which we just added. So pass in this workspace ID, the workspace ID and initial active tags. Let's set this one as the empty thing. So let me just refresh. Yep, so this is the thing, the component which we have here, the task container. Okay, fine, and whatever the container that we have inside this editor folder, we can delete that, this one. So I'm not going to need this, so let me just delete this one. Okay, yep, and in the other places, so the copying link of it, let's leave, that one will handle it. And also the tag related components which we have inside this common folder. Okay, here this tag selector components, so let's also move this one, to tasks folder, because this is all related to tasks. So I'm just moving this one into task folder, and let's just update the imports for it. And what is the error in here? Okay, this one, let's just, for now we don't have, so anyhow we're not using this as well, so let's just delete this, or else let's just keep, I'll delete it later. Okay, so fine, at least now we added this task container wrapping in, and just we are moving in these files where we can properly structure our folders. And after this, let's try to make a colors and redo and undo options for our editor. So for us to make that one, the undo and redo of options, inside this tools folder, let me create a new component called the tools container.tsx. okay, so here let's just make this one as a client side component, and here I'll just have the bare minimum skeleton components, tools container, and this one, okay, let's just return here this fragment for now. This is the tools container, and this one we have to import into our editor component here. So for now, let me just add in here this tools container that I'm going to create, and for this we are going to pass in the editor. Okay, so let me just add in those props. Okay, so here this props, interface props, so this is going to be a simple editor props, which it's going to be of type the editor from our Tiptap React. And in this, what is it that I'm going to have? So basically the options that we have, like the component name itself says, the tools container, we will move in the option buttons that we added for bold and all of that things, and additionally I'm going to add in for the colors things. So let me just, whatever we have here, copy this complete option buttons. So I'm just collapsing this. Okay, so let me just take this one and remove this, and into this let's wrap everything inside this div. So I'm just moving in here so that we'll have all of the options in a single component. Okay, so now I need to import all of this option button, and this one bold icon, the editor. Let's just get this props. Okay, fine. So why is it? Yep. And here I'm just going to just import this icon so that we don't see the errors on the right hand side, and this one underline icon. Okay, so this is the tools container, and this one it should be of props. Okay, fine. Now we just added in this bold and all those things. So additionally, let's add in the options for the bullet list and the ordered list and all those things. And the icon also, I'm just going to just refactor this a bit. The option button, the props, let's just extend the buttons element thing rather than adding on all of these things. So let's change this props definition completely to accommodate the additional options that we are adding in. So I'm just changing this. Extends this React button HTML attributes of HTML button element. Okay, and now here the icon, so I'm just going to remove this one, and the other on click class name, the children, and the rest of the props. So let's just add in here. So now here we have the issue with respect to icon. So instead of this, let's just rename this one to children. Okay, and also I'm just going to pass in here this other props, and now we should be good. Okay, what's the issue? Okay, this one, fine. So just the props we extended from the button element rather than adding in our own custom props. Okay, now we need to refactor all of these things. So let's just do one by one. For the bold thing, so instead of this icons, I can just add this as a children. So let's just remove this bold thing, and let's copy this one, and this has to be children of this. Okay, so like this, I'm just going to add in this one as the children's. The option button, and inside this the icons, and we are going to remove this one. So same thing, let's just quickly do this for the other two things. Option button, and here I'm just removing this icon, and we have this one, the underline icon, removing this, make this again as the children. Fine, so I'm just going to remove this, and now okay, so now we shouldn't see any issues, so it should be same as before. Okay, this needs to be styled, so let's just make this one as flex, just items center, and add in some border, the rounded, let's make this one to be medium, and add some small shadow effect. Background, add in this popover, padding of 1, and text popover foreground, and let's have this gap of 1. And now I think it should look better. Yep. Okay, so this is the thing, and now here after this, let me just here itself add in the I'm just going to copy this one and replace this one with the other things. So here now I'm going to add in this bullet list, toggle bullet list, and this one, the class is active, it's going to be a bullet list, and the icon, let me add in the list icon from this Lucid React. And so if I just select this one, okay, so this is what we have here, this bullet list. Same way, let's add in for ordered list. So this one, instead of bold, we are going to change this one to ordered list. And also the text also, let's change this to ordered list. And the icon, it's going to be list ordered. So I'm just going to change this to list ordered icon, and that's what we should see. Okay, so this one. Okay, so after this, let's add in some separator to separate the below options which we have. And let's add in some height for this, height of 6. And orientation, let's say I want it to be vertical rather than this horizontal. So now we'll have this separator. Yep, this is the thing. And after this, the bold, the italic, whatever the strike and the underline that we have, we'll just keep that as it is. Then after this one, I'm going to add in the components for code and colors and all other things. So let me just copy these things. Instead of this underline, it's going to be code. And the active is also going to be code. The icon of this, we are going to use this code icon from this Lucid React. So let me just quickly add in the other things, and then we'll see this one in action. So even after this, let's add in some separator, the same component. So let's have this height of 6. Orientation, it's going to be this vertical. Okay, fine. And after this one, let me add in the link component. Here I'm just going to add in this add link component. The editor, we're going to pass in this editor, though it's not working, that's fine. And same thing after this, I'm just going to add in this separator. And here then this now I'm going to add in this color things, set color. So okay, what is the issue? Okay, this set color, it is the editor focus. Okay, this looks like some issue. Let's just check this one. So the color code, I'm just going to assign now 8B5CF6 this thing, and this instead of this underline, let's change this one to text style. And here this data test ID, attach in this set purple. In the inside this one, I'm going to add in this pan rather than this icons. For this one, let's add in this height and width set to 4, and this rounded like kind of circle. And background, I'm going to add in this violet, which is for 500. Okay, so this is the span. And after this one, let's add in the other option buttons. Okay, so here the again the colors that I wanted to. So why is this error? So if I just check this, okay, we have this one. So if I just select this one and add in, okay, there is an issue with respect to colors. Why? Let me just check this once. To ignore this type error, let's do one thing. So I'm just going to add in this into this include section, this components, the location of this task editor tools container.tsx. Okay, now here if I just restart this server. Okay, let's just see this. Okay, fine. I still having this issue. Okay, that's fine. So now to add in here these tiles. So in here we need to add in okay now for to include the text style and all, we need to add in the additional dependencies, the extensions from this Tiptap. So let me just install one for the color. So we need to add in this extension of this color, and only then we will see that error disappearing. Okay, and then the extension for history, and the one more thing which is for the list item. And finally this one for text style. Extension or text style. Okay, so let's install all of these dependencies. So once these are installed, we need to add into this extensions list here in our the user editor hook. So this and also this styling for code and the list that we are adding, I'm just going to add in here, so you can just refer from here. So basically for code, I just added this secondary foreground, bj muted for ordered list, same thing, secondary foreground for list marker, secondary foreground, and a font to be bold. Okay, that's I just added for styling. And after this link, let's add in this color. So we need to import this one from the extensions which we just installed. Color from this Tiptap extension color, and the text style. So yep, this is from extension thing style, and the history from this extension history. Okay, fine. And now these three things I'm just going to add in now: the color and the text style and the history. Okay, and also here let me just add in the other things for the code or unordered list and other things. So I'm just going to add in those examples here. Okay, so let me just add in this text that we can see on the screen. So let's just refresh. Okay, what is the issue here? Okay, this tag selector and all, why do we have this issue now? Okay, Fine, okay, fine, let me just move this to task folder, and everything should be sorted now. In this container, what is the issue now? Okay, this link tag, so let's just import this one. Fine, and here also this things. Okay, fine, I just did undo. I think due to that the files moved back to its original folder. Okay, fine, so I just fixed this now. Yep, this is the thing and this is the code. Now I just wanted to test for the container that we have here. The thing I just wanted to test now. Yep, now it's working after we added the extensions, and then to avoid this type issue when we added in the ts config, everything is sorted. Okay, so here as well, let me just copy this here. Instead of this one, we need to change the colors. For now, we added one color as the violet, and another one, let's add in the accent color. So let me change here this code to F59E0B. okay, fine, and here as well, let's just change. You can add in whichever color you want, so I'm just adding this as the placeholders. Okay, fine, and after this, so instead of this ID to be purple, let's change this one to orange, and the background, I'm going to change this one to amber. Okay, now we should see that. Yeah, fine, and likewise we can just add in 2 more colors, so I'm just going to add in here. After this, this is the color code. Let's add in the yellow now, so let me change here this orange to yellow, and the color code, it's going to be 38 BDF8. okay, no, this is let's add in this as a next color, that's blue color, so I'm just going to add in for this. So the yellow code is 10B981. okay, even this is not okay, fine, I'm just keeping this one, let it be whatever the green color. So let me add in this as the set green, and this one, let me change the background to emerald. Okay, and after this the blue color, so let's just change this one to blue. Okay, here I just added in the extra quotes here as well. Okay, and this one, let me change this to sky. Now we shouldn't see, yeah, I thought of adding the blue. Okay, now we have this green, blue and all. You can add in the other colors that you want, and that's fine. And now the option, we added the options to set the color. The same way, let's add in the option to remove this color, so kind of like unset the color. So here, let me add in the option. Instead of this set color, let's call the unset color function, and now here we don't have to pass in any string, so this is going to be just function call, and the data test id, let's change this one to unset color. Okay, and here inside this one, this styling, let me just remove. This is just for the unsetting, and the background color of this also, let's change this one and add in this secondary foreground thing. So if I just show you this, so this is the thing. So just back to what it was original. So if I wanted to change this, so I'm just setting that back to the black or the background or secondary foreground color which we had. And after this, let's add in the separator, and just same add in this height. The orientation, let me just set this to vertical. Okay, and finally the option to undo and redo. So here I'm just going to add in the on click. Here I'm just going to call in this editor.commands undo function, and inside this let's add in this undo icon from this Lucid React. The size of it, let's just set this to 16. This is to undo, and the same way I'm just going to add in the one more option for redo. So this is going to be redo thing, and instead of this undo I'm going to call this redo. Okay, so I can just check this one now. So here we have these things. So now if I just thing, let me undo this one. So whatever we typed, so it's gone. The same thing applies for redo. So now if I want that one back, so I can just click this. There we have this redo functionality. So this is the few options for now which I just added, and which I just added, and they're working fine. So yep, the next thing that we will have our focus on, to have a proper editor, and also we'll have the translations for on all of those things. So to make a proper editor and all of those things, the thing that we need to do is the editor component that we have. We are going to do the makeover, just add in the other things normally that we have, the h1 header, h2, h4, and the paragraph styling, heading styling, and all those things. So for us to have, we need to again add in all of those extensions. So whatever I just added here, let's just rename this whatever I want. So I need the floating menu component. So this is one, and to add in the images to our editor, so let's add in this image dependency, and now the another thing, the character count. So let's add in this one, and the placeholder component. Okay, after this let's add in the task item, task list. Okay, I think for now those are things that I'm going to add. Later again we will add in whichever we need. So extension, task item, and then this extension task list. Okay, fine. So these are all the things that I need. So I'm just installing this one, the character count, floating menu, image, placeholder, task item, and task list. So once we install this, we are going to use this. And also I wanted to add in the localizer for this. So this is going to be inside this messages thing. Let's create the new object for this. I'm just going to create after in here. Let me just add in the task things. So this is going to be pretty much the straightforward thing. So let's add in here. So let me just add in the task related things here. So this one I'm not going to type in, so let's just add in. So you can take this reference. So this is going to be a pretty standard list of buttons and other options that we are supporting, the editor, header, and all of those things. So let me just copy paste here. So I can just add in here. We added this header, placeholder, and this date, info, the tag where we have this filter, new tag, and all of those things buttons. Editor, the placeholder, words, image, upload tab, and hover, the headers, the other things, bold, italic, and all these things we are going to add. Image, color default, and button. Okay, so this is the translations. So same thing here. Let me add in the task. Okay, and I'm just going to add into this also. You can just take this reference, so this is not a much big deal. So now since we wanted to add in this image and other things, so we need some tooltip kind of text once the user tries to hover on it. So let's say here what this signifies and all those things. So to achieve that, what we need to do, the option button component that we have here, I'm going to wrap this one inside the hover card component, like we have the tooltip text. So let me add in here this hover text as the prop. Okay, and now I'm just going to wrap this one inside this forward ref. So let's name this as, I know a lot of refactoring this one, but that's fine. The forward ref, in this one we are going to HTML button element and the props, and in here let's pass in this reference. In here this component, let's use this hover card and this open delay of 250, close delay of 250 milliseconds, and inside this we need to create the thing. So the button whichever I have, I'm just going to copy this one. Let's copy this, and we'll have this as the trigger in this section. Add in this as child, and we are going to use this button. So it's going to be pretty much the same. And now I need to get this, the on click, and the children, the whatever we have, this class name, our text, and the other prompts. I'm just going to spread this one, and let's yep, this is going to be of this types thing. Okay, what is this issue? The button attributes. Okay, we should be let's just comment this thing. Okay, fine. Let's ignore that issue for now, this props related thing. Okay, I added in this additional dot. This type button icon variant goes click, it's going to be pretty much same. The children, that's the trigger thing. And only thing, the change that we are going to do is add in this content, which it's going to be the new prop which we added, the hover text, and the size of this text, let's make to be smaller and align it to be at the start thing. Okay, and this side, let me add in here this to be top. Now we need to change this and also need to export this one, so let's just remove this one, and for this, the option button display name, this is going to be this option button. Fine, and I'm just going to export this component, export option button. Now here are the things that we are referring, needs to change the thing. Let's use this translation which we just added, use translations of this task dot editor dot hover. Okay, fine, and now inside this we need to attach in the hover text. The first thing I'm going to add in this is going to be a bullet list which is of unordered list, so this should be small case. Okay, fine, so we need to add in like this to all of the components. So let me just add in by default so that we don't see the issues for all of this component. And here the our text, and here as well, to ignore the errors and all, we can add in and also, okay, I just this should be data test ID. Even here, even there is a typo for this, so if there is any typo, just correct this one. Okay, and even here, let's add in this as the text, and for this one the hover text. Okay, now hopefully we shouldn't see issues. So now if we just check this one, something on hover, yep, now we have this content. Now we need to change for each of the option button the respective text. So the first thing, here I'm going to change this to be redo. Okay, and also let's add in the delete section. So just let me just copy this one below this. Instead of this redo, we need to call this delete selection, and this text of this, it's going to be delete, and the icon, let's use this eraser icon. Okay, fine. What's the issue? Okay, so now if I just, yep, we have this one. So if I wanted to delete this, if I select this, yep, and the text also should be delete, and this one to be redo. And now we need to change the other things. Here let's change this one to undo. Okay, and after here, this one, it's going to be the color default text, and this one, it's going to be the color. The same thing, even here it's going to be color. This one as well, it's going to be color. So whatever we have the colors thing, the text is color, and now the code thing, again that's going to be a code. So let me add in here this text as code, and this one it's going to be underline, and here this one it's going to be a strike through. This is going to be italic, and this one it's going to be bold. Okay, and we are almost done. This is going to be ordered list. Okay, fine. So this is the way to localize our tools container thing. So if I just select something, this is ordered list, this is unordered list, bold, italic, strike through, underline, code, this link, that component we are going to do, this is going to be highlight text, that's the thing. And here I need to change this one, undo, redo and delete. So where is this? Unset color, the color default. Let's just check our messages. Okay, it's misspelled. Okay, now we should have this default. Okay, this one should be default color. Okay, fine. We just localized this thing, and the other components also, all of the tag related things we are going to do. And now the focus is on to add in the additional extensions which we just added inside this. Let me import those things first. The image from this Tiptap extension image, and the character count. We are going to import this one from this extension character count, and the floating container. So this again, it's going to be from this floating menu, not from this. So let's just create a standalone component for this, which we are going to import. And the other thing is the placeholder component from this Tiptap extension placeholder. Okay, fine. Now for floating thing, let me just create a separate component inside these tools, and I'm just going to name this one as the floating container.tsx. So in here again, the interface for this, it's going to be the editor that we are going to pass in, which is of type the editor from this Tiptap React. So let me just import this one, and let's just export this component floating container, and here this props. Let's just destructure this editor from this props. Okay, fine. And now in here I'm going to use the floating menu from our Tiptap React. So I can just import that one, floating menu from this React, and inside this we are going to add in the options to toggle the heading level 1, level 2, level 3, level 5 and the 6, and also the bullet list and ordered list. So this I wanted to be as part of this floating menu. and here we have this issue because we need to attach in this editor, and also the children's. So let's suggest whatever the option button that we have. Let me copy one of these things and add in this as the children of this component, and we need to import this option button component. So let's just import this one. So for the first thing, I'm going to add in here this toggle heading, and we need to pass in this level. This is going to be 1, and here need to change this one to heading and add in this level, which it's going to be of type 1, and this is going to be the title of this should be h1, and the icon I'm going to add in the heading icon from this Lucid React, and we need to have this translations thing, use translations, and this is going to be the task dot editor dot hour section. Okay, so this is the thing. So let's add in the other sections. Before that, I just wanted to add in to our editor section so that we see that in our UI section. So let's just import this floating container which we just added, and even here this needs to be localized. So I'm going to import this translations as well. So this one, it's going to be this task, and now into this extensions we need to add in this, and also the stylings for our headers and all those things. So it's just we are going to make the text size bigger based on the levels and all. So I'm just going to add in this. You can just take it from here. The for header I just made this text size to be 5 times extra large, 4 times extra for level 2 and all. So it's just the size of the text, and that's the styling here. We need to add into these attributes accordingly, and after this the configure, I can just remove this one completely and add in here this drop cursor. The color of this, let's make this one as primary, and here let me just add in the image thing and the character count. Let's configure here this one, the limit, and the placeholder. Let's configure here this empty node class as this text muted to be foreground. Okay, and the placeholder text I'm just going to add in here, which it's going to be editor dot placeholder, and this limit, let me add in this character limit for now. Here I'm just going to maintain here this constant value, let's say 600. Okay, that's the thing. And also let me for now remove this history, and here the content I'm just going to remove all of this, the whatever the placeholders that we want, and let's make this as the empty string. In this main thing in the editor, and let's wrap this one inside this div, and if this we have the editor, and here inside this one let's have this bubble menu mode up. Along with that we are going to add in the component which we just added, the floating container, and we are going to pass in this editor for this. Okay, so it's loading, so let's see this one, and also here the the max width, let me set this one to 10,000. okay, and this styling and all of this thing, let me just make this one background to be transparent. Okay, oh, it's loading. Let's okay, fine. So now here we can see the header and all those things, and this is the title one. If I just hover, we added this one as the thing. So if you that selection and all, it's still, so this is the floating thing. And now if you see, once I select that, this is like floating menu, and now this is going to be of that size. Okay, so this is like a floating container which we just added, and other things I'm just going to leave that as it is. And inside this, let's just move everything, the add link, separator and all. Let's add in just the tools container. We are going to change this one, and after this, editor content. So I'm going to again check if we have this editor instance, and inside this we will have a button to save the task, and the editor words count that we are trying to show, and the limit that we have, and all those things. So let's try to show this one inside this div. So let me close this one, and here having this button, here this text of this, I'm going to say it's going to be button dot save task. Okay, and this is to save thing, that is the thing, add task. And after this, I'm going to have a div to show the character count and the limit that the user has, and all those things. So let's showcase in this p tag. Here this editor dot words, and we can get this count here using editor dot storage dot character count dot words. So we are going to show these things here. Yep, the number of words that we have is 4, and after this one, the characters I can show in here, editor dot storage dot character count, the characters. I'm going to show this one, and the limit count. Here we have this as a constant variable, and the text of this, it's going to be this editor dot chars. Okay, so yep, so we have this one. So if I just add in this one, I'm going to, you can see how many words that we have and all those things, and this is the limit that we are restricting. So we cannot go behind this limit that we have set, and we need to style this a bit better. So styling this, let's add in some margin thing and make this one flex, justify, let's make this one to be between, and items, let me center this, and text, let's make this muted or small size, and some padding in the y direction. Okay, fine, it's looking better now on this button. Let's add in this width fit, and self to be a start, and variant, let's make this one to be secondary. Yep, and this type, it's going to be of submit. That is the thing, and the text that we have in the div, let's make this one as a flex, and direction to be column, and items, let's add in this end, and this thing, I think now it's looking better. And yep, So this is the change inside this editor component. Now we added in this empty content, and whatever you're typing, we're just showcasing that, the placeholder and all of those things. And also in this editor props, let me add this handle drop thing. So here let me just inside this return here this. So it's very good documentation is present for this Tiptap editor, and how to add in the the extensions and all, so you can just refer that. So we added this the thing, and now the link component, the thing what I wanted to do. So we need an option to add in the other floating containers. So first let's complete this one, the levels that we have here. This level is going to be 2, and let me just change here, this one should be 2. So now we should get 2 levels here. Okay, and this thing needs to be properly styled, so let's just make this one as a flex. Items, let me center them and have this rounded medium, shadow to be smaller shadow, and add in some border. And background, let's add in this popover, padding of 1, text popover foreground, and let's add in this gap of 1. So now let's check this one. Yep, so they're look better now. We added this level to heading, and this one, let me change the icon to heading 1, and this is going to be heading 2 icon. Okay, fine, let's just import this one, heading 2. Same way we need to add in for other levels, so let's just copy this one. This is going to be level 3, so I'm just changing this to h3, and here let's add in the heading 3 icon, and after this the heading 4, so level it's going to be 4, and here let's change this one to 4. This is going to be 4 again, this one should be 4. So if you just see, yep, h1, h2, h3, h4, that is what we added. And after this, the h5 header, the level 5, so I'm just adding this level 5 heading, and this text it's going to be h5, and this one it's going to be heading 5. Same way till heading 6 we are going to add in, change this level to 6, this one to 6, and this one change this to 6, and here change this to 6 icon. Okay, fine. After this, let me add in this separator, and we are going to add in the toggle bullet list and all those components. So here this height is 6, orientation, let's add in this vertical separator, and after this the bullet thing, so whatever we had in this tools container, let me just copy this one, so take this one and add it as part of this floating thing as well. So it's going to be pretty much the same, and we are going to import this list icon, and after this the ordered list as well. So let me just copy this, go back to this floating container and add in this ordered list, and we need to import this list ordered icon. Okay, these are the things, and after this I wanted to add in the image option. So basically, so as of now this is what we have here. Let's say I wanted to add in this way, and if it's the thing, so let me just add in, and now we can have in this. After this, let me add in the separator, and I wanted to add in this option to insert an image. So for that we need to create a component. Let me create a new component inside this tools itself, and inside this folder I'm just going to create this add image, and let's create this new component named addImage.tsx, and here again this props, it's going to be pretty much the editor. So let me just add in this editor import. Okay, this one, let's just import this from the editor, and the placeholder component I'm just going to name this as add image. Let's just destructure the props, which is of type props, and add in this editor. Okay, so this is nothing but we are going to wrap everything inside this dialog component, and let me just add in as part of this one here the add image component, and we'll pass in this editor for this. Okay, fine. Now in here this add image, the trigger point will add in this icon, image icon, the dialog trigger component, make this one as a child, and here inside this it's going to be, again we are going to wrap inside our option button the hover text. It's going to be, again let's use this translations thing, const t use translations, and this is going to be task dot editor, and the text of this, it's going to be hover image. So let's add in this hover dot image, and inside this one I'm going to add in this image icon from this Lucid React. Size of this, let's say it's going to be 16. So I think now we should be able to see this. Yep, this is the icon, and we don't have anything content and all. And also let's add in this local state variable to show the dialog content or not. So set is open. Let me set this by default to false. Okay, fine. And here after this trigger we'll have this content. Inside this obviously we'll have this header, which will have the title and description. So here let's add in this title, the text of this, it's going to be image dot title. Okay, so if you just see this one now, so dialog, so this is the thing, add image. So let me just add in the description. So this is going to be image dot description. So yep, so we should see the description, that is you can add a photo by providing a link to it, or you can import it from your device. So that is the header. Okay, after this I'm going to add in the links or tabs for link and option to, add in a link or an option to upload from a system. So this one we can add in this the tabs component, default value, let's say by link, and the width, let's say it's going to be full. We'll have this tabs list. Okay, and we'll have in here this tabs trigger value, it's going to be first this by link. The text of this, it's going to be image dot link. Okay, this is one thing. Yep, add via the link. And one more, the tabs trigger, the value it's going to be upload image from the system. So let's just keep this as simple. In the text of this, it's going to be image dot upload. Okay, fine. So that's the thing. And after this list, let me add in the tabs content. So for each this thing, for this one, if value is this by link, we need to have in this component where we can take the link of the thing and showcase as part of our the editor thing. And here let me for now add in this by link component which we need to create. Okay, and after this we'll have the tabs content for upload image. And here I'm going to add in this upload content. So this is the thing. Okay, and let's just style this tabs list. I'm just going to have more gap and make this one as a flex items. Let's center this and justify to be start. Okay, yep. So this is the thing, adding via the link and import from our device. So now the components that are needed for this specific values we need to add in. So first let's try to add in the component to add by link. So let's name this one as add image by link.tsx. So this component, so basically this is going to be a form field where we try to collect the link as an input and the button, the standard thing that we normally add in our form component. And let's make this one as the client side thing. And for us to take this one as the link as the input, whatever the schema that we have inside the schemas folder, the link schema. So I'm just going to add in the image link schema for inside this. So let me just export here the image link schema. So this is going to be again the object and the file. Let's use the file thing. So whatever we have in here, let me just copy these things, okay, to this link schema. It's going to be any, and I'm going to refine this one, the max file size. Let's just import this one, and here this accepted image types, and this is not optional, so I'm just removing this. And also let's add in one more check, that is the file it's required. So I'm just going to add in here schema.image required, so we can add this one as the message later. Required. Okay, here it should be all caps, and needs to close this. Okay, fine. So this is image link schema. So let's just export this type, image link schema, this, which it's going to be again jet.info type of this image link schema. So now we have this schema, so we can just go to this add image by link component, and here the props for this, it's going to be the callback function that we need to do once we receive the image, and this needs to be sent to the parent component, that is nothing but add image component. So let me just add in this interface props on add image where we are going to send this link to this parent component. The component name, let's have this component name as add image by link, and here inside this let's add in this the props, and let's just destructure this on add image. And here obviously we'll have this local state thing, whether we are loading it or not, the image thing, and this is going to be by default false. And let's have this translations that we need to show as a text inside our form, and this is going to be this task dot editor dot image dot link tab. And now this form object, so let's use this use form from this react root form, and this is going to be of type the link schema. And here let's use this resolver jod resolver, and I'm going to attach in here this link schema, and default values link, let's set this to empty string. Okay, so this is the form, and now we need to focus on adding this thing, this form component, and attaching this form. And inside this let's have this form component, and now the placeholder whatever we have inside this image, I'm just going to replace that with this component so that we'll see. And I need to add in the callback function to add in. For now let's keep that as the placeholder, so I can just wrap that inside this use callback. And this would be, we are going to call only if the editor state is changed. Okay, that's the thing. Here this is going to be okay, we are going to receive in here this URL. Let's just console that for now, else I'm just going to leave this one. And this link component, let me just add in this add in image by link, and on add image we are going to pass on this add image callback function. Okay, so if I just add in, now we don't have anything, so let's create a form fields inside this. So it's going to be simple form input, so let's again wrap this one inside a div. Okay, and I can just take this one from one of the forms that we have. Here I'm just going to copy let me just copy this form field. Okay, that's fine. So now let's go to this, and inside this one I'm just going to copy this one, the form field. The name of this, it's going to be the link, and of field, the form control, the input, and the placeholder, let's change this one to t of the placeholder as the input thing, and this control the form message. Fine, so this is the thing, the component, and we need to import here this form field component, the form control, form item, form message, and I think yeah, and also the input component. import from this. Yep, so this is the input component. Why, what else the problem? Okay, fine. So let me just check this one, opening this one. Yeah, now we have this link thing, and just let me add in some space in the y direction 6, and in the margin in the y direction to be 6, and here for this div as well I'm just going to add in space in the y direction 1.5, and after this div I'm going to add in a div which will have this button which says like add image or whatever that the text of this, and here based upon this loading will add in this loading state component that will show the loading text. Let's say this is going to be button pending. Okay, and here now the if not will just add in this text button add. So this is the button that we have, add image, and this would be disabled if this form state is invalid, so is not valid or it's loading. Okay, and this text, let's make this one to be white, and on click what are we supposed to do? So here on click I need to add in a function kind of which handles this image, and also so for that let's just create a function here called add image by link handler, and this is going to be asynchronous, and the data it's going to be of type the link schema, and inside this first I'm going to set this loading to true, and after this let's try to write in a helper function just to make sure whether this is image or not. So we can do it in this way, the URL string, and this in the try catch block. So in here I'm just going to return boolean from this function, let's return false, and here let me just remove this one. Okay, in this try block let's get this data. I can just use this fetch and whatever the URL that we have, and method it's going to be head, and if this data it's not okay I'm just going to return false in here, else let's try to get this result. So that is data.headers dot get the content type. So I'm just going to get this content type and check this, it starts with image. Okay, so if we get this result, so if result, then I'm going to return this as a true. Okay, if not, again we are going to return this as a false, making check that this data is of not of an image, it's of something else. Okay, this is just the helper function which is going to help us validate the type of the data that we are receiving in. And now inside this try catch block, so here for error, for now let's not do anything, and inside this try block let's get this link from this data. Once we get this link I'm going to check whether this is valid a link or not, by making use of the above function is image or not, I'm going to pass in this link. And if this is not a valid link, then we are going to set the error to the form saying that this is not a valid link. Okay, something like that. I'm just going to add in here this errors dot wrong image link. Okay, fine. And here let's set this is loading to false, and we are going to return from here. If it's fine, so we are going to send the link to this callback function which we have. And now I can just add in here this add image by link handler to this button, and I need to call this one. Okay, fine. What is the issue? Form dot handle submit. Okay, now we need to, okay, the error, fine. So this is the thing to add a link. So let's say if I wanted to just check here this github.com/shatcn.png, and if we just check okay, the data of this should be link. We are trying to fetch okay, I just wanted to see what is this data. So let's console this data here. Let's inspect this one. So inspecting, and let's try again. Okay, okay, it's a course issue, so fine. So it's just the course issue. I think we should be good. That's not an issue. So this is the adding image by link component, and now we need to create in the component which helps us by importing from our local system. So let me just create in here this new file. Let's name this one add image by import.tsx, and again let me make this one as a client side component. And here again this props, it's going to be the callback function on add image. Here this is going to be link of type string, and this is going to be void. Okay, and here this component name would be add image by import, and let's just destructure this prop, so it should be pretty much the same. Okay, it should be the on add image, and inside this then let's use the form upload file component that we have, so that we can reuse here, and just the translations, which it's going to be task.editor.image image.upload tab. Okay, fine. And here this messages also I need to show the error messages. So here this is going to be this message, and the toast also. So let me add in this toast. So we need to upload the image to our upload thing. So I'm just going to go to this new tag wherever we have this start upload. So I'm just going to copy this one. So let me just copy this, and we will try to add into this component. So here let's just import this, and the title, it's going to be errors dot image to editor. I don't think we have that, so later we can just add in that destructive. And here I'm just going to remove this one, sending this thing. And here, if no data, we will try to show this toast message. Else what are we going to do? We just need to pass on this to on add image callback function, date of 0 dot url. Okay, this is the function to add the image. Now this form and also the form thing, so this is going to be simple, which we created this image schema. I'm just going to use this. It's going to be image link schema, and in here this resolver, let's attach in this job resolver the image link schema. Fine, so now let's focus on this rendering of the form, this form component. From this, let's attach in this form. Okay, fine, and inside this let's add in this form thing and the upload file component. I'm just going to add in here and just give this container class name stylings, the label class name, this going to be just text. I'm just going to make this one muted foreground and have the margin bottom of 1.5 and self, let's make this one as a start. Let me just close this one. Yep, we are going to receive errors. The type description, it's going to be this t of types, and this form, let me attach in this schema form that we have, and the schema also we need to attach the image link schema, and input accept, this is going to be image type. So this is upload file component, so we can check this one. So this is the now I need to replace this one with yep, so here add image by import on add image. Let's add in this image function call. Okay, fine, so let's see. Yep, we have this upload component here, and after this component let's have a button to handle this one. So it's going to be pretty much the same as this. So let me just take this thing and I'm going to use and also here for this button, let's just make this one as flex and justify to be at the end. So I'm just trying to add it at the end section. So, and width, make this full items. So let's center this and a gap of 2. Okay, and I'm just going to copy this thing and use this, the same div inside this. So here inside this, now I need to import this one the button component, import button. Okay, and also the loading state. Yep, yeah, mostly, yep. So if I just select this one, import from, okay, what else is loading? Okay, again I need to maintain a simple loading state variable. Let me just copy from here and use this loading, and here, and this add image, the thing, the function. So it's going to be just the function called to start upload function. So let me just create this add image by import handler. This is going to be asynchronous and data of type image link schema, and inside this the image, which it's going to be of type data.file, and here let's call this start upload, and I'm going to pass in this image for this. Okay, yep, and yeah, now I think the error shouldn't be there. So let me just close this inspect thing, and this one add in this import. Okay, and the use state is not imported. And what else? Okay, fine. So this is the thing. Add image by import handler. Okay, fine. This is the component to add an image, and now once we have this the image inside of this, what are we supposed to do? So we are going to take this URL and check if this editor instance is there, and now I need to call the set image function and set in the source as the URL that we send for this, and I'm going to set this one back to false. Okay, this should be function set image focus of this set image. Okay, so this is how and now I'm going to attach this open for this, which is going to be is open, and on open change, this is going to be set is open callback thing. Okay, yeah, now we can just test this thing. So let's say I wanted to upload an image here from this device. So let's take the same image that we are using. This is the thing. Okay, why is this not button? There is something problem with this form state. That's fine. So even here I'm just going to remove this validation. Okay, fine. So we have this. Let me just okay, yep. So this is the image that's added, and the loading in this thing, we are setting it to true. No, not this one. Yeah, So here by import, we can add in loading again, add in here, that's fine. So whatever, so this is how the functionality to add in the image and all we added to our the tools container. Fine, so I'm able to add an image, at least it's looking better. And we need to translate other things, and also let me just add in some styling for this editor related thing. So this errors, I'll just come back inside this local, we have this global file. So I'm just going to add in this prose mirror styling, so for the p tag. So is editor empty, so the first child I wanted to set in this before styling, this content, the attribute of this data placeholder, and the float left, height let's say 0, and pointer events none. Okay, fine. So just the styling for that, and now we need to localize the components. Okay, first inside this thing, the tag related things. Okay, so and also now here this link, instead of this one we can redirect this to, let's say, the dashboard workspace, and pass in this workspace ID and the tasks page, and check on the attach in this task ID, so which we need to handle inside our route, which we are going to handle eventually. But this is the link that we need to redirect the user once he clicks on this tag of this workspace ID, the tag task page, by sending in this tag ID. Okay, fine. And also this upload file component in this common section where we are using, I just wanted to in here call this trigger thing. Okay, so that's why we are not able to validate the form using the state of that. Even here in this remove file, let me just add in this trigger file, then now we should be good thing. And also additionally I wanted to add in the variant and all those props for this alongside the other props that we have. So the button size and also the button variant. Okay, this one, let's add in here this button size, again going to be optional. This we are going to add in this default, or the small, or this large, or it's going to be icon, and this null. The button variant, this pretty much this default or whatever we have for our buttons. Destructive, outline, or the secondary, ghost or link or null. Okay, so this is the thing, and I just again attach to this button here where we have this button. So let me just pass in the size thing, whatever the button size is, and variant this button variant prop. Okay, and so let's just fine. So that's the thing, and now here this text, we can make this as a dynamic where we have this upload cloud icon, and here if we have in the button text, I can show this one or else this upload text. Okay, fine. So that's the small change inside our the thing, and also the tasks thing. Now the components that we have inside this, we need to localize these things, the task calendar and other things. Okay, where is this task calendar component? Yep, here. And also here the better name would be emoji, so I'm going to rename this one to emoji so that we don't have to get confused with our logo icon of our application. So I'm going to change this one also to emoji, and in here the place that we are referring, this one I need to change it to emoji, and here as well let me just change this one to emoji. Okay, and now this task calendar, let's localize this one. So let's get this translations, use translations, and this is going to be task dot header dot date, and let me just get this language also using our use local, and also now this current locally, let's set if this language is equals to TE. I'm going to return here the TE, else let's return English US. Okay, and I'm going to trigger this based upon this language change, and we need to import this use memo. It's imported. What is the issue? Okay, that's fine, it's just the loading issue. And now here this component, what is the issue here? Okay, I'm just going to refresh this. Now let's see this. The task calendar, task container, okay, here what is the issue? Okay, this is going to be emoji. thing, and here as well. So I just need to change this one to be emoji. Okay, I think now we should be good. Yep. Now here going to this the thing, just what is this again? Okay, so this is the thing. Now we are trying to localize this thing. First is I just wanted to add in the info text for this one. So the div where we have let's make this one to be flex, and items, let's center this and have just gap of 1. And now in here I'll use this our card component, this open delay of 250 and close delay. Let me add in this 250. Okay, fine. And here this our card trigger. Let me just add in this info icon of size 16, and the width and height, let me just set this to 4. The content of this, it's going to be the info text that we have as part of our messages thing. And the align, let's set this on to start, and I'm just going to use this t of info text. Okay, and now wherever we just hard coded this one, I can change this to current local. Even this one, let me just change this to thing. And also now here, instead of this pick a date hard coded thing, I'm going to change this one to t of pick value. So this is the thing, that icon we just added. So on hovering, if you select a date, the task will be added to your calendar. Okay, this one, the component again, the important thing, the calendar page and all we are going to create, but that is for this the pop-over content. And also here this locally, let's change this to current local. Okay, fine. So we just so this one also, let me just move to this container of the task thing. Here I'm just going to move to this container. Okay, let me move this one to this container. Even this emoji thing, and let's update this imports, and even this emoji thing I wanted to move to this container of this task folder. Okay, this one, the editor, we can delete it, we are no longer using, but still let me just keep it that way. And now here in this task container, I need to change this one to task container and this emoji. Okay, fine. And now this one needs to be localized. Let's use this translations, use translations, and this is going to be of task. And now here the text, the first thing is the placeholder. So this one, instead of this whatever I had it, we are going to add in this the header dot placeholder text, and that's what it's going to be. And whatever the button that I added here, I'm just going to remove this. thing. Okay, fine. So that's just the change, the localizing this thing. And what else we have here? That's fine. The editor and all, this is also localized, so no issues here. So we just added the new components and all those stuff. And now this add link component, so this needs to be localized. So use translations, and here this is going to be task dot editor dot our text, and this thing here instead of this button that I have, I can just completely replace with this option button. So I'm just going to replace this one with this option button component. On click, let me just pass in this set link function, and our text, it's going to be the t of link component, and here this thing, it's going to be of the same icon of size 16. Okay, so basically here, what let's say if I type in something on this, so this is the thing which we just changed, add hyperlink, and which this one, the component that we are just localizing this. Fine. And also the option button, let me move this to new component, a new folder, to just better organize, like we are organizing add image and all those things. Let me just create here this button, and I'm just moving this option button into this new folder. Yeah, there might be a lot of refactoring and redoing of the things, but that's how it works when we are developing a product. That's fine. So we just moved here and just updated the imports. Okay. And now this tags related things needs to be localized. Here also, let's just import this translations, use translations, and here this task dot header dot tag, wherever we just added in here these placeholders things. So this one we need to replace this to filter. Okay, and no results found. This thing, let me change this one to not found. Okay, so this is the thing, and also here this heading, let me change this to tags heading, and even this new thing should be changed to new heading, and the add tag also needs to be localized, and this is going to be t of add tag. Okay, I think that's all in here. Yep, so we just localize this one, and now this tag item. So here again, let me just import this use translations, and this one, this task dot header dot tag, and here also, so this one, the tag name, in the form okay. Okay, fine. Now here in this create new tag or edit tag, and this also needs to be localized. So let's add in this translations, use translations of task dot header dot tag, and here the form fields that we have, this placeholders and all those things needs to be localized. Let's change this one to t of tag name, and the other things, the colors and all those things needs to be this title, it's going to be colors, and also the delete and all those things. Okay, there is some issue here. Let's the text of this needs to be changed, and here instead of this one, t of buttons dot delete, and this one needs to be changed to, okay, it's already in brackets, so I can just remove this one, and here as well. So it's going to be buttons dot cancel. Okay, same thing here. Let me just copy this, and I'm just going to change the text of the title. Here it's going to be update, and this one it's going to be create. Okay, fine. So here this delete thing, why is this, what is this problem? This delete tag, okay, here I'm just going to remove this, we're not using this. I think that's the issue here, to delete. And let me just, okay, it's taking time to refresh, so I'm just restarting this server. That should be a problem. Okay, yep. And also now the edit tag, we are not using this, so I'm just going to delete this one. So let me just delete this, and this one, yeah, fine. So we are almost localized all of these things, tags related thing, and added in this the options and also the floating menu thing and all those things. If you just missed any localizing and in any other things, we can just change that. And now let's try to create a button where we can use the option to create a new task, and also we'll try to add in the save for date picker and those things. So let me add the endpoint to update the date and other details related things. To update task related things, let's just create a schema for that. Inside this schema, let me just create a new thing, and I'm just going to name this as update task schema. And here the things that we need it to be part of this object, it's going to be workspace id, task id, and the date of it. So here let me just add in this update task schema, and this is going to be of type object, the workspace id, and this is going to be of type string, and this task id, which it's again going to be of the type string. And here let's name this the date as debounced date. So this is going to be of an object where we will have the from. Again, this is going to be a string, and I'm just going to make this, it's going to be a nullable, and it can be optional as well. Same way that two thing, jet dot string, let's make this one to be nullable and also the optional. Okay, and fine. And after this, let's make this totally nullable and also the optional. So this is the update workspace schema. So let me just have this update workspace schema. So fine, and now the endpoints I'm going to create for a few things here. First, to update the date. So to update the date, let's create in here this new folder called this task, and here inside this update, and again the new folder for date, and I'm going to create the route for this. So I can just take in here this thing, and let's just update this file, the session user, and we are going to collect, and this one, the schema, it's going to be the update task schema, and we are going to check this one. And after this, the things that we are going to collect is the debounced date, the task id, and the workspace id. Fine, and after this we are going to here remove this thing and include the subscriptions where matching in the workspace id, and we are going to select the user role, the normal way of checking. Okay, and if we don't find the user not find, and also just here these things, I'm just going to copy this one. Let's, if this user is edit and read only, this is no permission we are going to send in. And after this, let me completely remove all of these things, and here we are going to first find the task. Using the table for this task, and find the unique, and here the id, it's going to be this task id, and let's include this date. Okay, which we don't have as part of the task table, so that we need to update this one. So going to this, let me first create a model for date, which it's going to be id of string, and the default, let's have this one, it's going to have this from to, then this, it should be associated with our task. So let me just it can have the list of the tasks to particular date. Now I need to map this to our task thing. So here this date, I'm going to add in this relation, the fields. We are going to add in this date ID, and it references the ID of the table. Let's add in this date ID. So this, it's going to be string. Okay, fine. And also here this emoji default, let me assign this the brain emoji. Okay, fine. And title, let's not make this as an optional. And also this one, by default we are assigning this thing default thing. So that's the change, and let me just migrate this. And the name for this, I'm going to say this added date to task table. Okay, fine. We just updated, and now this error of getting this date, it's gone. So now I can just update this first. Let me find this task, and if we don't find this task, as usual we are going to return the error message that errors dot no task found. Okay, and in here this status code, it's going to be 404, and if we found the task, we are going to call this date model and update this one by using this ID, the task dot date dot ID, and here this the data, the from, it's going to be from this debounced date dot from. So debounced date dot from, if not it's going to be null value, and this is to 2. So this debounced date dot 2, if not let's just assign this to null value. Okay, so we are going to update this one, and once we update this I need to have this track of updated task also. So here let me update this task table also. So where ID, it's going to be this task dot ID, and here this data updated user ID, it's going to be session dot user dot ID. Okay, and finally here in place of this I'm going to send in this updated task. So this is the endpoint to update the date thing. Okay, and now we need to have an endpoint to create a new task. So that one inside, so all the endpoints related to task I'm just going to create, and then we will consume in our components. Okay, so here inside this task folder, let's just create a new folder, and here let's have this route.ts. Okay, so let me just copy this whatever we have here, and we're going to tweak this session and all those things, and a new task schema. Let me just prepare here itself. Okay, so new task schema, this it's going to be job object with the workspace ID, and this is going to be of type string. Okay, fine, and then we are going to use this schema, new task schema, and pass this if not, and we are just going to get this workspace ID, and after this it's going to be pretty much the same. Check this user and role and after that I need to create the entry in this db table, db.date.create this data from, let's add in this undefined to be undefined. Okay, and now this task, let's call this create, and I'm just going to pass in here this data. The title, it's going to be just empty, creator ID, it's going to be in the user.id, and pass in this workspace ID. The date ID, let me pass in this date.id. Okay, so this is how we are going to create this. And let me just remove all of this things which we don't need in this endpoint. So I'm just going to remove this thing. Okay, and here we are going to return this task and status code as 200. So this is the endpoint to create the new task. So it's just creating an entry in our date thing, and then associating that AID to our task while we are trying to create, and just normal checks. So that was to create a thing. And now if you wanted to get the details of a particular task, so that one, let me just create a new folder for that, get, and here again this new folder details, and I will have this dynamic task ID and create a route inside this route.ts. okay, so for get things or whatever I just had here, let me just copy this one, and inside this, instead of this workspace ID, this is going to be the task ID. So I'm just going to change this one also to task ID, and let's get this user ID. If we don't have this, we're going to throw this, and after this, instead of the workspace, let's query this task, the ID matching it to the task ID, and here after this, let me just include this tags alongside the date. So here I'm just going to set this to true, and after this, if we don't have this task, so I'm just going to say this task not found. Okay, and this needs to be changed to task. And finally, we are going to return this task with this data score 200. Okay, this is the endpoint to get the details of a specific route, and also I am going to create an endpoint to get the workspace shortcuts. So that one, inside this workspace folder, inside this get, let's create a new folder called workspace shortcuts, and inside this, let me create a new route.ts, and let me just use this one. We are not going to send in any param, so let me just remove this one, and here instead of the user ID, I'm going to send in this workspace ID. So we are going to use this workspace ID. So let me just change this to workspace ID, and here instead of this user IP, I'm going to say this as no workspace. And now while we are trying to, let's rename this one to workspace shortcuts, and use in here this workspace ID, and I'm going to include the task related thing and select the emoji value and the title and the ID. Okay, so fine. So this is the thing, and here this is going to be workspace shortcut. So basically it's to get the details of the task that are belonging to workspace, kind of like shortcut to navigate to that particular tasks page. Okay, so here I can just say workspace shortcuts not found, and this one it's going to be workspace shortcuts. Okay, now we have almost all of the endpoints that we need related to task. And to create a new task, and first let me just expose that as the function inside our library API folder. In here for the task, so I'm just going to create in here, let me rename this to get task, and we are going to have in here this task ID and user ID. The endpoint, it's going to be API slash task get, and this one it's going to be details, and after that I'm going to attach in this the task ID and then the user ID and method. If not, we can say it as not found, and this one it's going to be of the type let's say extended task. So I'm just going to create all of those types related to task inside this extended related to task now. So first for the short task, so that will have the ID, emoji and title. This it's going to be of type ID, and emoji, this is of type string, and then this title which is of type string. Okay, and now the task, the extended task, it's going to be extended task, which we extend the task from the Prisma, and additionally add in here this tags, along with that the date. So this is going to be optional with the ID and the from, which is going to be of type date or undefined, and then the to section, so this is again going to be date or undefined, and also we'll have the type for workspace shortcuts. So this is also like extended version of our workspace. So workspace shortcuts, so let's just extend the workspace edit thing, and here this task, it's going to be the list of the short task array. Okay, so now we have these types, and here now I can just use this extended task. Okay, fine. Now we have the endpoint to get the details, and also the page needs to be created to get those details. So inside this dashboard, workspace ID, inside this task, let me just create a new folder for task, and here we'll have this dynamic ID for the task, and here this is going to be the route for that, and whatever the thing that I have here, let me just move this into this task ID, and even this one I'm just moving this to task ID, individual task ID. So let me just update this imports, and now we are not having anything this route, so that's fine. So I'm just going to go to this dashboard and we'll just get into the workspace page. Okay, so this is where we are now, and in this page alongside the workspace ID, I'm going to add in here the task ID as the param, and we need to use this and collect here alongside this workspace ID the task ID, and we are going to check this thing and the current path that we are in. It's going to be this task/task and the task ID. This is the current thing, and after this, to this task container, I'm going to pass in this task ID also, so that I'll get the details of respective task. So we need to tweak this one. Let me pass in here this task ID, and this one, instead of this tasks, it's going to be just the task, because it's just a page of a particular task. So now we need to edit what is the error again. Yeah, so going to this component, the task container, I need to add in these props for this alongside whatever we had related to task. So the task ID, which it's going to be string, and this title, I'm going to make this as the optional for now, so this string, and the content of it also I'm going to make this is going to be of type JSON. Let's make this all or optional except the task ID. You will understand why we are adding this one eventually. And the from date, this it's going to be of type date, and then to section, this is also going to be an optional. Okay, these are the props. Now let me just get this task ID, title, content, emoji, from date, and to date. Okay, so now once we get this as a props, we need to use these values to send it to the components that we're using, the task calendar and the editor and all those things which we are using. So basically here, this editor, I'm going to add in this content as the prop for this. As of now, by default we kept that as the empty string, so this needs to be changed. And also this task calendar, alongside this one, I'm going to pass in here this workspace ID and the task ID. So here, this task ID, the from details, and also the to details. Okay, fine. That we need to add, and also, so this will be passing on the props, and also the title thing. Let me just create in here the default values that we have in here for the form. I'm just going to remove all of this, except that we'll have the icon and the title, so icon. So if we have this emoji, I'm going to send this emoji, or else this default value. Same applies to title. If we have this title, let's have this title, or else the empty strings. And okay, fine. And when we are deleting this one, let's just check if this previous active tags length it's equals to 0. So we are not going to do anything, so I'm just going to return this, or else we'll have this error thrown. Okay. And regarding this title, I'm going to create let's use debounce here, so we need to update that. So I'm going to use this library debounce, and I'm going to import use debounce from this library. Okay, now this one, what I'm going to do is basically let's maintain active state for the debounced current active tags. So debounced current active tags, and inside this I'm just going to show this in a while. This is all the logic of the better handling and the API calls. There's nothing to show on the UI. Okay, so debounced current active tags, and this one I'm going to update using the use effects thing. So I can just create in here the reference. I have this title, reference, and the rest of the thing from this form dot register the title. Okay, okay, where is this? Okay, fine, we already have this one here. Now let's inside this use effect, if it's not mounted, which we are maintaining is not mounted, I'm not going to do anything, so return. Just to check, we can console this debounce title. So that one, let me just get this here. Use debounce form dot watch the title for every let's say 2 seconds, and here I'm going to get this debounced title, and we are going to get this thing. You'll understand why we need this one to update our autosave things. Okay, feature which we are going to add in a while, and this it's going to depend upon this unmounted. Okay, same way we need to update this debounced current active tags. Use this use effect, and here on again we will just check if it's not mounted. We are not going to do anything else. Let's get this tags IDs using this debounced current active tags, and we are going to map this one, get this IDs, and we can now this one we are going to trigger based upon the values that are going to change in here, and let's see whether this is mounted or not. So this eventually you'll understand why we are adding that. and now we need to tweak in the props of these components. First, the calendar. So inside this calendar, the props that we added is the from, which it's going to be of type date or undefined. So this again, it's going to be to its date of undefined. The workspace ID, which is going to be the string, and then this task ID, which is going to be a string. Okay, let's collect this here from to workspace ID and task ID. Now the date where we have initially set this to undefined. Now I'm going to use the props and set these values from. If we have this, I'm going to create in this date object from that, or else the undefined. And to same thing, if we have a to, let's create this date object by passing this to value, else it's going to be undefined to this thing. Okay, this is how we are just setting this date that we get. And aside from that, this debounced date also, like we just tried for our title, I'm just going to capture this, use debounce from this thing and the date that we have for every 2 seconds. So let's have this debounced date. Okay, fine. And now when we are trying to update, what are we supposed to do is basically, let me just create this endpoint so that you'll understand. So use mutation. Let me here mutate. This is going to be update task date and is pending. Okay, and this mutation function, this is going to be asynchronous, and here let's use this axios and make a call to the endpoint which we created, API task slash update date. And for this, I'm going to pass in this workspace ID, the debounced date, and the task ID. Okay, and here after this, just the callbacks on success, we can just show some toast messages or something like that. And in here on error, we'll add in this toggle things and all eventually. So let's just check this one. We should see an entries in the task when we do this, and this needs to be called. So I'm going to trigger this one in this use effect block. This will be called based upon this the debounced date thing. Okay, so here I can just call this function update task date. So this is task calendar update. So now we shouldn't see any issues here. Okay, fine. And now in this container, I need to correct this editor task component. So this one, we need to add in these props, which we don't have anything now. So the interface, the props, the content, which it's going to be optional, and this is going to be of type JSON. So let's get this content inside this props, the contents which is going to be of type props. And now instead of this the empty string that we are passing, we are just going to check if we have this content. I'm going to pass in this, else it's going to be empty string. And here also let's just create this debounced editor thing. So I'm going to use this debounce and pass in here this editor. dot state dot doc for every 2 seconds. So let's name this as debounced editor, use effect, and here if this debounced editor, the JSON, I'm going to update this to debounced editor dot to JSON. Okay, this would be triggered after whenever the value is changing. Okay, this usages and all, you'll understand why we are doing it eventually. Okay, that's the change. And even while we are trying to here the error, that's fine. And even this form thing, while we are trying to create, I'm just going to move this on submit to our button which we have here. The edit or this thing which the delete and here the update and all those things. So let me just attach in here for this thing. Instead of this on submit, this is going to be on click, and we are going to trigger this form thing, and the remaining it's just going to be the same. Okay, I just removed that, and this is the type error. That's the small change. Okay, fine. Now if I just go on to this tasks, we don't have the page. So to navigate to specific thing, so let me just go back here and go to this DB and go to this thing. We don't have anything here, so let's just try to create the new task, and for that we need a component. For that, to create in the options, why is this error again? Okay, let me just remove this. Okay, so to have an option where we can create a new task, the best place for us to add in is the options sidebar things. So here in here the workspace options, let me create a new folder to perform the action. So in our case it is the new adding a new task, so accordingly I'm just going to name this as new task.tsx. okay, fine. Just in a while we'll see this the new task adding and the getting the details of the task and all. Okay, fine. So this the props for this, it's going to be the workspace ID, which it's going to be of type string, and this new component new task. Okay, so in here let me just get this workspace ID. So this one, it's going to be just the button where we are going to so for now let's just add in this plus icon. Okay, and give this size of 16. The actual functionality and call to endpoint we are going to create. So where are we supposed to add this button? Okay, so that one inside our workspace options. So for now let me add in here, let me just create some div. and here let me just create this titles as actions. This inside this div I'm going to pass in this new task component. I'm passing this workspace id. This is workspace id. So let's just close this one. So going to this let me just refresh. Yeah, so this is the thing, actions that we can do in this workspace, and here a lot of styling we need to do here. Okay, so for that let's try to have a single component for particular option into the workspace. So I'm just going to create in here the new file. Let's just name this one as workspace option.tsx, and it's going to be a pretty much a simple thing where we'll have a button to create a to create an action and all those things. So the props for this, let's create in here first thing the workspace id. It's going to be of type string, and the children that I wanted to wrap inside this, it's going to be of React node, and this default name which is string, and the link to redirect or navigate to, so this is going to be again a string. The fields, the title, this is going to be array of this object id. So you now might have understood these things which we added as the shortcut of workspace and all those things. Okay, so this is for this, and this is going to be an object array of this kind. Now this component workspace option, and in here let's just get this props, and inside this thing let's get this workspace id, children, the fields, the href, default name. Okay, fine. And now here let's just have this local variable whether these fields are open or not, which will have this list of objects. When this is true we're going to show that, or else we're going to hide that. Okay, so this by default let's say it's a false, and let me just minimize this thing, and here everything let's wrap inside this button, and let's have this button whatever this I have here, this active link. Let's just have this button which is going to trigger the active links list which we added there. So the button component, and inside this one let me add in a div, and here I'm going to wrap in this children, and the icon which says the chevron down icon, and the styling for this for now let's add in this transition all, duration of 200, and this one if it's open we are going to rotate this by 180, if not nothing. Okay, fine. So this is the icon just indicating whether this is opened or not. And after this button inside this div, if we have these fields and is open is true, then I'm going to iterate through those. Basically let me just copy this one, and here let me just use this the fields. I'm just going to map and here I need to import the active link component. Okay, and we are going to, okay, this bracket, let me just remove this one. Iterate through these fields, get this field, active link, attach in this, and this link now it's going to be dashboard, the workspace, and the workspace ID, and pass in this the reference alongside the field ID. Okay, this is what it's going to be, and size and all. Let's just have it the same, justify, and also just make the font type to be normal, and inside this one, instead of this one, it's going to be emoji. So if we have that, I'm going to show in here this field dot emoji, and even here this one also. Let's check first if we have this or not. The field dot title, I'm going to show this field dot title, else this default name that we have. Okay, fine. To toggle this on open or not, so this div button is going to help us. Styling, I'm just we will first see this in UI and then we will style this accordingly. Preview, I'm just going to toggle whatever the previous value it was. And this in workspace options, let's completely remove all of these things and render the component which we just created. So basically I'm just going to remove this completely, and inside this let's create one more div, and this p whatever we had, I'm just going to keep that as shortcuts. And here if okay, workspace, shortcuts. Okay, so this data I need to get using the endpoint which we got. So depending upon that we are going to show this option. So for now let's just leave this as it is. So the endpoints that we have, and this new task, we need to complete that so that we'll have some details in a task to get that. Okay, so displaying, we'll just see this in this new task. Let's try to create the use mutation hook, and let's get this the translations to show if there's any errors that we see while we are trying to make a call to our endpoint. And this toast, use toast. Okay, and this router to redirect accordingly. Okay, now this mutation, use mutation, and inside this first this mutate, let's rename this to new task, and is pending. Inside this thing the mutation function. This is going to be asynchronous, and let's collect this data, and we are going to make a call. Let's import this Axios, the post endpoint, and in here the endpoint is going to be API task slash new. Okay, so this is the endpoint, and here we need to pass in the workspace ID, and we are going to return in here this data. And just the callbacks thing, I'm in the on success. In on success callback function, so if it is successful, so this is going to be of type the task, and here we are just going to show in the toast message with the title, let's say the task has been created, something like that. So this is what will be show in the toast message, and once we successfully created this one, we will redirect this user to this page, dashboard, workspace, and pass in this workspace ID, then this tasks, the task page which we just created, and the data that we get, the data.id, and the edit page which we are yet to create. Okay, so once we create, we will redirect the user to that respective task page so that he can edit the content or whatever that part of that task. Okay, so in here on error callback function, so again it's going to be pretty much straightforward. Let's collect this one, the error dot response dot data, then I'm going to collect this error dot response data, or else the default error. Let's collect this into variable, and we'll just show as part of the toast thing. The title of this, it's going to be the M of error, and variant, let's make this one to be destructive. Okay, and yeah, this is the on error thing. Now we have this endpoint, and here this mutation key, let's name this as the new task, and in this button we are going to trigger that. So this would be disabled if it's pending to create it, and on click I'm going to trigger this thing, new task function with the mutation function, and the styling of this, let's have this justify to start, and items, let's just center this and have this gap of 2, and the variant, it's going to be of type the ghost, and size, let's keep this one to be smaller size, and here I'll have the plus icon alongside. If it's pending, we are going to have this loading state component rendered, loading state. Okay, else the text of it, it's going to be the add task. Okay, so this is the thing. So now so yeah, that is the button to add a task. So let me just create the edit page. So inside this task ID that we have, I'm just going to create in here this new folder called this edit, and here let me just create here page.tsx. So this is where we will redirect the user once the user creates the task. Okay, so for me, let me just copy whatever we have as part of this component, and let's just change this accordingly. So we are going to receive this workspace ID, task ID, and this check, it's going to be pretty much common, and the component name, let's rename this to edit task, and here also I'm just going to change this to edit task, and here alongside the workspace user role, let's get the task details also, which we just prepared. That get task in our libraries and pass in here this task id. The user id, it's going to be session.user id. So we'll get this task details also here, and once we get those details, this dashboard header, it's going to be pretty much the same. And in the task container, now whatever we got, the props, I'm going to, from the task, we are going to add in here. This is going to be task.tags, and the other things, the title, it's going to be the task.title. The content of it, it's going to be task.content as unknown as JSON. So I'm just going to convert this so that we don't receive any type issues. The emoji, again, this is going to be a task.emoji thing, and from thing task.date.from value, and even this two things, so task.date.to. okay, the fine. So this is how we updated to send the details that we want. So let me just try to create a new task, and we should see the entry in our table. So as of now, you can see we don't have any task, and let's say I'm just going to create in here this new task. So it's creating, and now once it is successful, okay, there is a problem. Okay, let me just restart this application. API task new 405. Okay, so let me just go to the endpoint that we have here, this new. Okay, it's the DB error. So let me just restart this. I just lost the network, so I'm just going to restart this, and we'll try it again. If not, I'm just going to add in a console statements into our endpoint. Let's first test this once again. Session, the workspace ID is what we are sending in. Okay, fine. So here, it's compiled. So let's try creating this one task. Okay, yep, now we can see the task has been created, and we should be redirected to edit page, which we just created, and also we should see the entry in our task table. Okay, it's compiling. So for the first time it takes time, and depending upon our network speed. Fine, meanwhile it will redirect. That should be not a problem. So if I just refresh here, we should see one entry. Yep, in the task table we have this one entry, and this is what the default values and the tags and all those things that we have. And now we are redirected to this particular task edit page, and you can see in the console also, it's in the terminal also, it's compiling. So once it loads, we should see the task page. Okay, the problem is with respect to task get details thing inside this thing. Okay, again, did I mess up with the endpoint while configuring in our API? So in this API thing, get details. Okay, this should be a question mark. Okay, fine. So let's refresh this now, because it's the query param, we don't have multi things. Now we should be, yep. So now we are in this thing place. So let's say the date, the task calendar where we added the endpoint. So basically here the endpoint, let's say I pick up some date here, let's say October 22. This one should be saved in our DB. Okay, so to just check this one, so in this you can we should see in here the date record, not this one. Okay, let me restart this Prisma Studio. Okay, so I just restarted that. Let me refresh that once again. So I'm just refreshing this. Okay, here you can see now we have this entry. This is 10th October 21st. Okay, it's the range. Fine, it's the range, right? So let me just add in, this is the starting and this is the, okay, let me just, this is starting and this is 21 to 24. Okay, so now let's see this one. Yep, 22 23, that's what we have in our DB. So the calls that we added for this, it's working. And even this one, let's say I wanted to add in here this priority tag for this, we should see the tags inside this thing. We should be associating this one. Let me just okay, the tags thing, we will check that, and also for updating and all those things. Now as of now we just checking for creating a task and updating a date and the getting the workspace details and all. So now let me just open the new dashboard section and let's see the workspace section. And here I just wanted to see so let's go to this workspace. Okay, and here we added in the condition to depending upon the values that we get from the endpoint to get the workspace, which we added here the workspace shortcuts. Okay, so this one in our workspace option here, not in here, inside this one, in this workspace option, let's create an just a query to that. So this data, let's name this one to workspace shortcuts and is pending from our the use query from this stack react query, and here it should be is loading. So now in here this query function, asynchronous, and we are going to call to the endpoint which we created, the await fetch a/API workspace get the workspace shortcuts, and in here this workspace ID, let me pass in here the workspace ID for this. And okay, API workspace get workspace shortcuts workspace ID, and here we're going to check if this result is not okay. So I'm just going to return here this null. If not, let's collect this data, await response.json, and we are going to return this data as workspace shortcuts. Okay, and this query key for this, it's going to be get workspace shortcuts. Okay, this is a query function. Okay, fine. So now we have this, and this data we can now, instead of this, after shortcuts, I can just check that if it's not loading and we have any data in this shortcuts, and here inside this div I can render this each workspace option. So in here let me use this workspace option component, and here we need to pass in the values for this. So basically the workspace ID, so let me pass in here this workspace ID, the href, it's going to be the task/task. Okay, and the fields, let's pass in this workspace shortcut dot tasks, and inside this thing let me add in this icon, the pencil icon. So let's say the pencil ruler, and the size of this, it's going to be 16, and the text of this, it's going to be a T of the tasks. Okay, and here we have here missing things. Okay, default name, I'm just going to say test for now. Let's see this thing. Okay, so we have this values here, that's why this we are able to see. So if I just see this one, so this is what we have, the test task as part of this one. So that's exactly what we have inside this thing. So that's the name that I have. So the things that we are, so if I just click on this one, it's going to take us to the task page which we just created. Okay, so now going to this workspace thing, I just need to style a little bit better the button and all those things. So let's make this variant to be ghost, and the size of this, let's make this one to be smaller, and let's have this width to be full, justify between, and inside this and this would be disabled if there are no fields. Okay, and the children, whatever we are getting inside this, it's going to be flex, and let's just center this items and have this gap of 2. Okay, fine. Yeah, now it's looking better in this chevron styling which we already have. In this field, let's have some margin left and text to be smaller, and margin in the y direction. Fine. So this is the thing that we are doing. So now if I just click on this one, let me just open this in the new tab. So ultimately it should take us to the task page, the task page of this, the ID that we have, so CM31 and all that thing. Okay, this the details of fetching and all we need to pass on as of now. Okay, ideally we should see the date here. Okay, let me just refresh this again. Okay, the date related thing inside this edit page. Let's just console this and check what is it that we are getting. The task details. Okay, so I'm just going to refresh this. Okay, I understood. So we are not in this edit page, so it should go to task. I think we are in edit page. Just a second. Yep, we are in this edit page. So let me just refresh and check what is it that we are getting the data. Okay, from and 2 is null. Okay, so this one to which it is associated this date. Okay, it's back to null again. So if I just update this, now it did update, so I think we should see this date. And if I just refresh this again, okay, yep, now in here also we should, if I just refresh, we should see that date. Why is it? Okay, is this the other task? We just have only one task. Even here the date is again null. Okay, we'll just check this, but the endpoint that we have created to see that it's working, and even the workspace options, we are showcasing this tasks, the things, the list of the tasks that belongs to this workspace and all those things. There's still a lot of corrections needed to us, and also so let me just go to this workspace options. So inside this, the icon size, let me just change this one to 16 so that it looks a little bit smaller. Okay, this one also, let me just change this to smaller. So refresh. Yeah, so we have one task inside that. That's fine. So let me just try to create one more task. Okay, the task is created. Should be two tasks. Okay, so in here, I'm just going in here, we should see two things. Okay, this name and all those things needs to be changed and all. By now, for now, it's just the test that we hard coded. Fine. So just to summarize here, we are able to create a new task and showcase the list of the tasks inside our shortcuts section, where clicking on that it redirects to the particular edit page of a task, and also the endpoint where we created to get the details. That's the thing, it's working fine. And now just few more changes that I wanted to make as part of options sidebar here. So basically here, whatever we are adding here, this task, let me just remove that, and just in here let me just add in this check if this path name is equals to dashboard, or this path name includes this dashboard workspace, the workspace ID, and this task slash task. For now I'm just going to return this null. Okay, just the check, condition check, since we just removed that. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to improve the dashboard header component. Inside our header I will add in the additional prop in here to hide this breadcrumb or not. So let's create here this hide breadcrumb, and this is going to be optional and it's going to be boolean. So let's add in this one, and here we will show this breadcrumb only if this hide breadcrumb is not true, and then we are going to render this component. And now the component where we are consuming this needs to be this editor. Anyhow, we're not handling, so I'm just going to comment this. Okay, anyhow, that was just the optional the prop, so we can just pass in whether to show that or not. So in our case, in this the edit page, I'm just going to pass in for this dashboard header component. So let me just pass in here this hide breadcrumb. So when we are in this thing, so we are completely the breadcrumb and also no option bar, and this is where in the edit section of your task. Now it looks good. Okay, so that's the just a small change inside this edit page. Okay, fine. Now the major next thing I wanted to add in the option to auto save the content of the editor that we are typing in here. Okay, so here let's say we are typing or something like this. I wanted to add in a functionality where we can save in the content whatever we are typing in this editor. So let's do it. To save the content, like we created the endpoint for date and all, let's create for this also inside this API task folder. I'm going to create for a content. So in this update folder, let's create a new folder called this content, and route for that. Let's just copy whatever we had here for this, and inside this okay, again we need a schema for this. So for us to create a schema, let's create for this content update task schema. We are going to create what and all we need for emoji, for task title, and active tags and also the contents. So let's just create quickly for all of those things. Update task content schema, which it's going to be an object. This workspace ID, this is going to be a string, and the task ID, again this is going to be a string. The content, I'm going to have this one as any. Okay, so like this we need to create for active tags now. So active tags schema, workspace ID, task ID, and this it's going to have the tags ID, and this one it's going to be array of the strings. So I'm specifying it like this. And now for the title, so update task title schema. So instead of content, it's going to be this title, so this is going to be a string. Fine, and finally we are left with emoji. So here update task emoji schema, so workspace ID, task ID, and here this selected emoji, this one it's going to be string. Okay, fine. So these are the schema that we need, and this one, let me just be particular here. This is for date, so I'm just going to change this one. Update task date schema. Okay, so like this we need to create for rest of the things. So this is going to be for emoji. So okay, and here for this title, here also let me just change this one to title, and here then for this content, this task content schema, and finally for one more, the active tags task active tags schema. So this one let me just change to active tags schema. Okay, so now we have all of the things that we want, and I think we need to change in multiple rows. That's fine. So okay, here this is going to be task date schema. Okay, and here also let me just change this to task date. And now here we need to update this, so let me just remove this, and instead of this it's going to be task content schema, and here we are going to validate that same, just instead of this one it's going to be content. Check this and get this user role. If not, this is all going to be pretty much same. And the ask task, we are going to find this date. If no task, we are going to return. And we are while we are updating this one, now it needs to be not the date but just the task. I can just remove this one. Along with this, the content is what we are going to pass in. Okay, so this is the thing, and the updated task, and let's just remove whichever we are not using, even this one. Okay, fine, that was for content. Likewise, let's just create for the title. So here I'm just going to create new route. Okay, so whatever we have for content, let me just copy this one, and this is going to be for title. So everything, it's going to be pretty much the same except this, it's going to be task title schema, and instead of this content it's going to be title. And in here let's update the title. So this is for the title, and after this for emoji, so let me just create a new folder for emoji. Okay, and in here I'm just going to create this route.ts. let's just copy, and here instead of this content schema, this needs to be task emoji schema. So I'm just going to remove this, and here it needs to be selected emoji. And for this emoji, everything again it's going to be same. Inside this, instead of your content, we need to pass in this selected emoji. Okay, and finally I need to create one more route for active tags. Let's name this one as active tags, and here this route, and now this schema, this is going to be task active tags schema. So let's just remove this one, and in place of this it should be the tags IDs. And I need to update this one. So basically this check, it's going to be pretty much same here. Along with this date, I'm going to get this tags also, and once I get this tags in this updated task, instead of here this content, this is going to be tags. And here let me just connect this tags IDs that we receive, map this one the tag ID, and update this tag ID, and here disconnect this task.tags, filter the existing tag, and I'm just going to use this the tag IDs and check. If it doesn't include, we are going to disconnect that one. So existing tag.id. Okay, what is the issue here? tags. Okay, what is the issue? Data and tags, they connect tag IDs. We're just mapping this ID. Okay, okay, fine. So this is the thing. Okay, yep, and finally we return this updated task. And okay, these are the endpoints to update the things. And what is the error in this new thing? Okay, let's just remove the things which we are not using. Okay, now we have the endpoint, and also I'm just going to prepare a simple component just to indicate to the user whether we are saving whatever the content is typing or not. So that one, let's just create inside this header. Let's name this as the saving status.tsx. Okay, let's make this again a client side component. So this should be a simple component. Export const saving status, and here for now let's just keep this as a placeholder. So I'm just going to wrap everything inside this hover card. So open delay 250 milliseconds and close delay 250 milliseconds. So this one I'll come back. So for now this is the thing. And to maintain the state of the saving and all those things, let's create a simple one context inside our context folder. In here I'm just going to create the save task state.tsx. okay, fine. So let's make this one as the client side component. The props, okay, so this is going to have this children react node, and also the interface for our save or task context. So let's name this as save task state context, and this is going to have this status, which it's going to be unsaved or saving, or let's say saved or pending or saving, whatever. Okay, and then the callback function to update that on set status. Again, this is going to be of this type. So let me just copy this. Okay, fine. This is the thing. And now let's just prepare this context. Export const save task save context. Use this create context API, and this one it's going to be of type save task context or null. By default, let's assign this values to null, and we'll export this provider save task state provider, and here we are going to wrap the children's inside this, the props. So that's why we prepared the props here. And in here let's maintain a local status variable set status, and this one it's going to be of type the unsaved or all of this. By default, let's say this is going to be saved, and the callback function to update that value on set status. This status it's going to be of this type, and here let's just update this one to the whatever value we receive as a param, and next this context dot provider values, let's attach in here the status, on set status, and inside this we are going to wrap in the children. That's fine. So this is the simple provider where we'll have any access to the status things, the children, whichever we wrap. And here now use save task state hook to consume the values, and here the context, use context hook and pass in the save task state context. If no context, we are going to throw in error. So basically we are trying to access in a component where we did not wrap this provider or the children in. So that is for that, else we are going to return this context. Okay, so now we have this state thing. So where are we supposed to wrap this one? So this needs to be wrapped inside our the edit page, the edit task section. So this is where I need to wrap in basically. And let me use save task state provider, and all of the children here I'm just going to wrap inside this provider. Okay, this is where I need an access to that status indicator. Okay, and where do we want to show that saving status? And that needs to be included in our dashboard header. Okay, so just going to this saving status, now we have this. I can just access the status value, so we can just get the status, use save task state, and let's keep track of whether we are mounted or not. So set is mounted, have this by default the value set to false, and in the use effect I'm just going to add in this is mounted to true. Okay, fine. So if it's not mounted, we are not going to render the component which we are having below the hover card and all. So here I'm just going to return null. If not, so let's have in here the card trigger as a child, and inside this I'm going to have in a div, and inside this based upon the status. So if status is saved, then I'm going to show this text. So the icon, save icon, the size of it, let's say 18, and the text we are going to say it as saved. Okay, this is for saved. Same thing we need to do for other 3 states. So if we are pending, so we are pending the saving thing, so I can just show in here this loading state icon, and the text of this, it's going to be saving. Okay, fine. And here unsaved, this icon, let's say I'm going to show this file warning and size, let's say it's going to be I18, and that text I'm going to show here it has not saved, something like this. For now, later we'll change. Okay, fine. And after this, the hover card content, So in this one, so let's just add in some content for now. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in some text like we save your files automatically, something like this. That's fine. And now this one needs to be included in this dashboard header, and so I'm going to add in here this again optional prop, like should we show this saving status or not, which it's going to be of type boolean. Let's get that show saving status. If that is true here, so I'm just going to show saving status, and in here we are going to show this component. I think the styling of this will just do that in a while. So but that's the thing, the header and the main place all things needs to happen. Updating task content and all those things. Let's go to the editor inside our tasks. This component, I need to call here the endpoint to update the content which we just created. For us to make a call to it, I need workspace ID and content ID. So let's try to get this from parent. So I'm just going to add in here the props, the task ID and the workspace ID, which it's going to be of type string. And here let's just destructure that task ID and workspace ID. Okay, fine. And also now I want the saving status values, so we can use this use save task state, and here I'm going to get this value on the callback function to update it. And this one we can call basically the function that I need to call first. Let's create now you will know where exactly we are using this debounce editor and all that stuff. So let me just create in here this endpoint, this use mutation. Okay, and in here this mutate, let's name this as update task content. Okay, fine. And here in this mutation function async, which it's going to be the content of type JSON, and we are going to pass in this one to our endpoint which we created, slash API slash task update slash content, and inside this pass in here the workspace ID, the content, and then the task ID. Okay, fine. And in on success callback function, I'm going to update the status of this as saved, so that we show that the saving status component. And on error, I'm going to set the status value to be unsaved. Okay, so this is the endpoint now, and where we need to exactly call in is basically here. Let me the debounced editor that we have. So let me just move down here, and also instead of this debounce, so let me use debounced callback, and I'm going to remove this and inside this callback, this again for every 5 seconds we are going to add in here on set status. Let's set this one to pending, and here let's get this JSON, which again using this editor state dot doc to JSON. I'm going to get this JSON thing, and let's typecast this one to JSON, and I'm going to pass on to this endpoint which we have and pass on this thing. And this one, let's debounced editor. Now we have this debounced editor, and where we need to call this exactly is in this use editor. We have in the callback function on update. So here let me just if the status is not equals to unsaved, then I'm going to set this one to unsaved, and we are going to call this debounced editor function, this one. Okay, so this is how we are going to save this thing, and whatever the content that we have now in the UI thing in here. After this, let me just so I can just remove this save button task completely. So whatever this div that we have, let me remove this, and this one I'm going to remove this completely, and here let's have this div, and let's add in some margin at the top, and this words whatever we have, we are going to be as it is. So this is the change for us to save the content in our DB. Now the place where we are using this task container, we need to pass in this props. So this props, so this needs to be here. Let me workspace ID, here workspace ID, the task ID, we are going to send in this task ID. Okay, so we can just test this one, and also the header. Where is this header? The saving status of this. Let me just the div which we have, let me style this properly. Use this, okay, and I'm going to add in this padding in x direction, height of 9, flex, justify center items. Let's center this one, rounded to be medium, font to be semi bold, gap of 2, and text to be smaller, background to be a primary, and text color I want it to be white. And here depending upon this, if the status is pending, so I want this background to be yellow color, else or nothing. Okay, and now if the status is saved, if status is saved, let's have this background, let's go for unsaved. Okay, so if status is unsaved, let's have this background color red, and else nothing. Okay, just that's the small styling to the div where we are wrapping on all of these things. And here this content, let me just align this to start. So now we can just test this one and see how it's going to look. So now if I say this is testing. Okay, the task container, the edit to page, where we have this. Here is where okay, fine. Here I need to, we should be able to see that now. This status indicator, even in the DB content, it's null. So let me just refresh this, and we'll just check this whether we are calling this endpoint or not in here. Okay, fine. So let me just test this now. Okay, yep, this endpoint is called here, the update. Now if you just see this one, okay, we have this content, but the indicator I got it. So basically in this thing I need to pass in here showing saving status. Okay, now we should be able to test this. Yeah, here not saved. And now if I just add in here this content, it is saved. Okay, how about the status? Okay, just let's improve that loading state and all those things eventually, but this is the status indicator whether this is saved or not. And if I just refresh this one, this is the content that we added here, and that's what we're storing. Fine. Okay, now same way we should try to handle for title, emoji and active tags. So let's try to handle one by one. For the emoji, so in the same container where we have, so I'm just going to delete this completely because we're not using that. And now going to this components in this task, emoji, yeah, container. Even for this we need the task ID, workspace ID and emoji. So let me just add in this props, emoji, task ID, and the workspace ID as a props for this. And let me just destructure this, emoji, task ID and workspace ID. Okay, now we have this thing in here. Let's again get this status, use save task state and get these values. status on set status, and again here I need to whatever I have in here, this one, let me just copy this thing to the emoji here, and let's import this thing, and instead of this update task date, it's going to be update task emoji, and let's import this Axios and pass in this workspace ID, and in place of this it's going to be the selected emoji value task ID, and on success we are going to update this the value to saved, and on error let's pass in this unsaved thing. Okay, and by default here instead of this hard-coded thing, I'm going to pass in the value that we get from our parent component. So this is the endpoint. Now same way, let me just create in here this debounced, use debounced callback, and in here let's set this status to pending, and here I'm just going to call this function update task emoji, and this one fine. Okay, and in this select emoji handler, if status is not equals to unsaved, then I'm going to send the text as the unsaved, and let's call this function here. Okay, this is a way for us to save, and now the component where we are using this task container, we need to update this thing. For the emoji component we need to pass in this props which we added, the emoji, let's pass in this emoji value. If not, the default the brain icon that we have, we are going to use that. So I'm just going to add in this, and the other things, task ID, let's pass in this task ID, and on form, I mean the workspace ID, okay, fine. So now we updated this, and hopefully so if I just, what happened to this, okay, let me just refresh this thing, the page. What happened to this component? We did wrap. Okay, we are not in this edit thing. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, fine. So now this is the emoji that we have. Let's say I'm just saving this, and it is saved. Okay, so if we just go in here, try to refresh this, the emoji is still the same. Okay, I did not change the endpoint. Emoji component, the endpoint needs to change. Okay, this one, it's going to be emoji, so that's the endpoint name for to update. Yep. So now let's test this here. So let me add in here this emoji. So the status, it's saving. The indicator, let's see. Okay, it's saved. Now we should see the different emoji. Yep, fine. The saving of emoji is working, and the calendar also, let's fix it. That was for just testing thing, we tried calling it this way. In here also, first let's get the status thing, and let me just remove this. We'll use the debounced callback. Use save task state, and here I'm going to get the status on set status. And once we get this, here this update task date, instead of this debounce date, let's pass in this date that we have. And in the on success, I'm going to call this on status saved, and in this on error, let's set this on set status to unsaved. Now let me just remove this one completely and create this debounce, use debounce callback, and in here let's set the status to pending, and I'm going to call this update task date, and the time, let's say 2.7 milliseconds. And in this on select date change, it's going to be pretty much the same. If status it's not equals to unsaved, let's set this status to unsaved, and we are going to update this and also the form, and we are going to call this debounce to function. Okay, fine. And now I'm just going here, so let me try with this date. Now we shouldn't see any problems. The range 724. Okay, so it's a saving the status. Now it's saved, so going to this, the date, let me just refresh. Okay, why is this? Okay, what is the data that we are getting? Let me just refresh this one. Okay, there is some issue in this date component. So yeah, I get it. So now instead of debounce to date, we are sending this date. So here let me change this one to date, and now just going to this endpoint. In here let me send in this date, and now we should change this debounced date to date. Okay, let's test this now. Hopefully we shouldn't face any issues. So I'm just changing in here first to 23rd, and now it's saving, and it's saved. And let's see our db. Okay, yep, now we have these values. So now if I refresh, we should see this as the values here in the terminal as well. Oh yep, now we have this, and that's the thing, the content that is loading. Okay, the calendar one is also fixed, and now the title of it in the stars container. So here we need to worry about this title now. So, and also the tag section. Okay, fine. So let's just remove this debounced thing. We'll use the callback, debounced callback, and let's get the status. Use save task state and get this status and onset status. Okay, now we need to create in here, and also let's just make sure this if status is not equals to unsaved, we are going to set this one to unsaved. And now I am same thing in the other sections as well. In on delete as well here, let's create this. Now let's just copy this mutation thing here, and into this let me just comment these things. So here let's import this mutation and the axios. Okay, so here this one it's going to be title, and the endpoint it's going to be this title workspace id, and this one should be title and send in this task id, and this is going to be same, and also the active tag. So let's change this one to active task, and here I don't need this, anyhow we are not using that. Okay, and now here this tag ids, which it's going to be a string array, and this one needs to be passed on to this active tags endpoint, and in place of this date it's going to be the tag ids. Okay, so this is the endpoint to update the active tags, and this is the endpoint to update a title. So now we have this both of these endpoints, and now we need to trigger this like we did trigger the thing. So const debounced title, let's use this callback, and inside this let me wrap inside this callback the value, which is going to be a string, and here let's set the status to pending, and we are going to call this function update task title and pass in this title. So here, and also the milliseconds delay. Okay, this is what it's going to be. ask title. Okay, here I need to pass in the value, so here it is going to be this title. Okay, fine. Where is this one more thing? So I'm just going to remove this as well. So let's remove these things as well. Okay, we have this debounced title. Same way, let's just create for active tags. So below here, this one, it's going to be current active tags, and here in this callback function, let's remove this one, and here let's set this status to pending and get this tag IDs. So the tags IDs you can get it using this current active tags map and get this ID, and we are going to call these things and pass in here this tags IDs. Okay, fine. So now we have the two calls that we wanted to trigger. So where exactly are we supposed to use this is basically in this on delete, on update, on select active handler things. So after this, here let me call in here debounced current active current tags, even in this on delete debounced current active tags. Okay, now this is where we are calling regarding to active tags. And now when it comes to title, this one first, let's go to this form section, and I don't want this remove this, the on submit thing, the text area thing. Here I'm going to first, let's pass this one at the top, and here let me just add in on change callback function, and here if the status is not equals to unsaved, then we are going to set this status as unsaved, and we are going to trigger this API call and pass in this whatever we have here, e.target.value. Okay, this is how we'll be calling it, this thing, and remaining I think should be good. Now let's just test it for the tags as well as the title. Okay, fine. So here let's say I'm going to enter this as a task title, and it's saving, and it's saved. And let's see in here the task section, the title. Yep, okay, fine. And now coming down to the active tags, so I wanted to assign this priority tag for this. Okay, it did not save. There is some issue. Let's just check this. .401. The endpoint for active tags. tags IDs. Okay, task ID, tags IDs, workspace ID. Okay, going to this task container. Okay, it's tags IDs. The schema update task active tags. Okay, it's tags IDs. This task container, so I'm just going to add in here this tag IDs. Okay, now let's just refresh this and try to call it again, and hopefully now we should be able to save this. And okay, now we have this thing. So now let's say I wanted to add in this priority thing, so it's a saving, and let's see here this endpoint. Yep, it is successful and it is saved. And in our DB now it should be associated with one tag. Yep. And let's say I wanted to create one more tag, check. Okay, it did create, and I wanted to assign this one as well. Okay, it did save. Let's just refresh. 2 tags. Okay, fine. So almost the auto saving that we wanted to accomplish. For the editor to save the content, title, emoji and active tags along with the date of the task, we are able to successfully save those things. And now the next thing that let's try to improve the breadcrumb. So for us to improve this breadcrumb component, in here let me just minimize this one. The props, instead of this one, let's make this is going to be an object of string, and here this name string, and this one the href. Use translate, just do we have the translation for this and all those things. Okay, so this is the thing. And now the path names, instead of checking for this, let's just remove this add manual routes. Pass dot split, and if it's not, so it's not workspace, keep that as it is. I'm going to do the check inside this one. So let's try to add this one in a fragment. So here let's check if this add manual routes do we have or not. Okay, if we have this, so let me for now add in this thing. If not, let me just add in this fragment. What is the issue? Okay, so here the change is basically instead of using this path names, we will use the add manual routes and all. So I'm just going to refactor this breadcrumb so that we handle it better. The workspace ID, task ID, which is dynamic page where we don't have a translation and all. Okay, there is an error here. Let me just undo this thing. Okay, so and let me just copy all of this thing that we have in this div and have this empty fragment for now. Okay, fine. So here now the additional check is the add manual routes. If this is present, we need to create the new div, and if not, whatever the existing that we have, I'm just going to add in the thing. So now the problem here is in this. Let me just add in the empty fragment here. Okay, and this. Okay, and the issue is here we don't have a div, and now we should be good. Yep, fine. So whatever it was before, we just showcasing in here, and now this part, if we have this add manual routes, let me just copy the same thing and we will just tweak that accordingly. So inside this, now instead of iterating through this path name, we will iterate through this add manual routes and get this route. Now once we get this route, and here let me just remove this the thing, and the flex whatever it is, let's just keep this one as it is, and here instead of this path names, this is going to be add manual routes, and here for this href, now it's going to be just the route.href. Okay, and also now here instead of this check we can use route.use translate, and if that is the case, I'm going to use this route.name in here, else this is going to be just the route.name. Okay, that's the thing, and same thing, let's just add in to this below thing also. Okay, fine. So that's the change we just added, and the other thing whatever we had, I'm just going to keep that as it is, and also here let's just make this one, remove this flex wrap and add in some gap. So if it's smaller, I'll just add in this one and make this text size to be smaller and text to be base. That's all, just adjusting this thing. And the main div that we have, fine, here I can just remove this. Now we added to below div. This is just a small change of the params that we are sending to this breadcrumb, and now we need to change this one in our dashboard header. That's where we have this issue. So this add manual routes, and this is going to be an object now, the things that we added. So this is going to be the name of string, and the href, this is going to be a string, and use translate, which is an optional, and this is going to be of type boolean. Okay, now we have this, and that's what we are sending it to the breadcrumb, and no, we don't have an issue. And now let's just change the pages wherever we are referring it. So first of all, in the settings page, inside this workspace ID, and the page where we have the manual routes, now we need to change this one. So this is going to be a list of objects. The first one, it's going to be pretty much the same, just the object definition, it's going to be changed. The dashboard, and use translate, it's going to be true. So let's just copy this and add in for other things. And this one name, it's going to be for settings, and this the href, it's going to be dashboard slash settings. And for this, use translate, I'm not going to pass anything. And here this name, it's going to be workspace.name. okay, and href, it's going to be just this one. And let me just, so this is the change in the settings page. Now same thing, let me just copy whatever we added here and change in our the workspace pages and all. So let's close this, and here I need to change this one. So the dashboard, it's going to remain same, and the workspace, and let's just remove this settings thing. And this URL, now it's going to be let's make this one dynamic dashboard, the workspace, and I'm going to pass in this workspace ID the comma. Fine, so this is the thing. And even in this tasks ID page that we have, need to change this one. So let me just replace this one, the name, so the object that we have, the dashboard, it's going to be pretty much same, and the workspace name instead of here, so let's just remove this one. And workspace name, the link of this, it's going to be the same, dashboard slash workspace, the workspace ID that we have. So let's change this one to backticks and add in this dynamic workspace ID. This is the thing. And afterwards, here let me change this one to task thing. Here this is going to be the task emoji, and the title, that is what I wanted to be name of the thing. So to get the task details, let me add in here this task get task function, and pass in here this task ID, along with this the session dot user dot id. Okay, and now here I can just pass in the emoji here, task dot emoji, and after this the name of it, so basically the title, task dot title. And this one, the URL, it's going to be slash. Fine. Yep, so this is just the update to whatever we added. And also just small change in our this options sidebar component. So just going in here, the let me try to get the URL task ID along with this workspace ID. So the URL ask ID, again this is going to be string or undefined. I'm just going to use this path name and split this and get the value that is present in the 6th index. Okay, and here instead of just path includes, I'm going to add in the additional check here. So let me just add in this URL task ID if we have that, and if this path instead of includes, I'm going to just check in using directly the thing dashboard workspace ID in tasks, and use this the ID which it's going to be URL task ID and this edit page. Okay, that's the small change. And even here along with this, then let me add in one more check. So here for this workspace options to show, I'm going to add in the same thing. So let me just copy this one. Okay, and here or the okay, fine. So what is the thing? Yep, and let me just change this one. Okay, path name. Okay, so path name is equal to this workspace ID or dashboard workspace ID task the ID. So let me just remove this thing. Okay, so let me just refresh this one. Fine. Okay, so just the refactoring of this dashboard in the breadcrumb navigation. There's not much to show the thing. Just rather than passing the string array, I'm just being very specific of passing the name href, and you should we do we have the translate it for that whatever we are showcasing the title and all, and that's the thing. And now the next focus is going to be on adding the core functionality related to all the tasks. So basically I wanted to display all of the task related content in this page. So in here, this task ID page, as of now we have this task container which is basically for us to create and all those things. So we need to create a new component for that, basically all the tasks related to things. So for that let's create a kind of like read-only components where we try to display the contents of all of those things. I'm going to create a new folder inside this task section. Let's create a new folder and name this as read-only, and inside this we will have basically all the components to whatever we have when we are trying to edit, like read-only content, read-only emoji, editor, and calendar, and all those things. So let me create first the read-only content component, and this is the thing. And in here, let's make this one as a client-side component. And the props for this, we are going to send in the task details, and also whether this is saved by this user or not, and the role of the user. Okay, fine. So let me just add in the props inside this one. It's going to be the task which it's going to be of type extended task, and is saved by user, which it's going to be boolean value. So I'm going to mention this as a boolean, and the user role, this it's going to be the user permission or null. Okay, so this is the thing. And now let's just create here this component, read only content, and here for now let's wrap everything inside this card. So this is going to be empty for now, and here let's destructure these props. The task is saved by user and user role. Okay, this one needs to be called in the tasks page section. So here inside the page where we have, so this is where I wanted to create for us to get if this task is saved by user or not. So whenever we are trying to get the details of a task, so I wanted to get those details. So to get that from DB, we need to change the schema. So inside the schema, I'm going to create a new model called saved task. So just below this, let me create in here this new model called saved task id, which is going to be of type id default. Let's pass in this auto generated id, the mapping, so user, the relation, the fields, let me add in the user id, we'll just add in this below, and it references id of that table. On delete cascade this. Okay, so here this user id, which is going to be of type string, and then mapping to our task table, again this one, the fields, let's attach and the task id from this, and it references the id of that table. On delete cascade this one, so I'm just going to add in here this task id, and let's add in the index on the user id and the index on the task id. Okay, we created this save task to keep track of whether this is saved by user or not, and now we need to have in a mapping for this, and also just a small change here in the workspace, we did not add on delete. So I'm just going to add in here this cascade, and this one in this user, all I'm going to do here after this, add in this saved task, and this is going to be saved of type. So let's just make this one as a small case, and this is going to be list of saved task. Okay, so now we don't have that issue, so that's the thing. And here wherever we did not add on delete, we are going to just cascade so that we don't have the unnecessary things. And here as well, let me just add in on delete cascade. Okay, fine. And also now we need to add in inside this users table, and we will not see that issue now. So here as well, let me just add in save task, the save task array, and let's migrate this one. So in here, let me just migrate npx prisma, migrate this dev, and here I'm just going to create added saved task model. Okay, we just created this, and now if we just go to this the endpoint, so I'm just going to get that the save task details also when we are trying to get the details of a particular task. So here let's just change where we are including tags and date. Along with this, I'm going to include the save task. Okay, now we'll get these details also. So this one we can just use inside our page of this task ID, where we have, I can just get this after we get this details. So we can just save this one in this variable is saved by user or not, and this task dot save task. Okay, and here let's find this one, the task that we were looking for. So this task dot user ID is matching to the session dot user ID, and this one, let me check if this is not equals to undefined. Okay, why is this use? Okay, I need to update our types also, the extended task. Okay, so just going to here in this extended, and where we have this tags and date, I'm going to add in this save task, which is going to be optional, and this is going to be of array of the save task. Okay, and now we shouldn't see any issues inside this page. Fine, so now we don't have an issue. And this one we need to pass on to the component below that we are using. So to our the read-only component, so I'm just going to remove this one completely because we don't need here. And here let me add in this read-only content component and pass in here this task details and is saved by user, which we just have. This is the details, and the user role, I'm going to send in this user role, and let's just not restrict this minimum height, and I'm just going to remove it. Okay, that's the thing. Okay, let me just refresh this one. Okay, let me just change this to dashboard page. Okay, fine, and we are in this tasks page. Let's say this is the task title. Okay, could not find requested resource. Why is this? Okay, there is an endpoint issue 405 when we are trying to get the details. Task get details. Okay, this is the one. Okay, it's a DB error again, so let me just restart this, and let me just refresh this one, and let's see if we are still facing this issue. So it is compiling. It did compile. Okay, fine. So this is the thing that we are in, and now we need to work on this read-only components so that we can show the details of a task inside this tasks page. Inside this card, now the content of this, let's add in the translations for this inside these messages, and then we'll develop this component. And this one, let me add in below this things. I'm just going to add in this text. You can just take from this link that I'll be sharing. So read-only thing, no date, not recorded in the calendar, and untitled task. If we don't have this task without content, then option to delete, edit, add to favorites, remove from favorites, and the dialog thing will have the delete task and all those things, pretty common. So now we'll go here, let's add in this use translations, and now this is going to be the task dot editor dot read only. Okay, fine. And now I can use this text show as part of this card content, and here first things we need to have the emoji. That is what we need. So I'm just going to quickly create a simple component here inside this read-only thing. Let's name this as read-only emoji or dot or tsx, and this one, the props, it's going to be pretty much the same selected emoji, which it's going to be optional, and the component name, this it's going to be the read-only emoji, and here let me just wrap the selected emoji inside this div. So this one we are going to get from this props, the selected emoji. So here it's what it's going to be. And now if I just use this component read only emoji, and we need to pass in here the selected emoji. So this one, it's going to be task.emoji, and let's just close this. Yep, so this is the emoji that we have. Okay, let's style this read only emoji component. So just I'm going to add in this width and height of this, it's going to be 16, and this rounded, let's make larger, background to be secondary, just whatever we had for before. So justify center items, let's center this one, and text size to be 3 times extra large, and have some padding in the x direction. Okay, fine. So that's the small styling of our emoji. And after this one, the emoji, let's have this div, and in here again I'm going to create a div, and here we'll have this title inside this p tag. So if this task dot title, if we have this, I'm going to show the title of our things, else this we are going to show this task of no title text, which we just added in our messages things. And even here whether this is saved or not, so to know whether this is saved or not, let me just maintain a simple local state variable. So is saved, and the callback function to update it, and use state, and by default I'm going to pass in this is saved by user, and the update function on set is saved or not. So here we are just going to toggle the value that we have in this set is saved. So on the previous whatever the value that we have, let's just toggle this. Okay, fine. And here I can just, based upon that, let me just show if it's saved. I'll show this the star icon. So this star icon, for now let me add in this from Lucid React. Okay, and eventually I'll just add in the own SVG. Okay, fine. And after this one we need to have in a options, so just below this div to show the task options below this div. So I'm just going to create a new component for that. So inside this itself, let's just create a new file called task options.tsx, and inside that we'll have the option to add it to favorite and change the title and all those things normally that we have. So for now let me just make a simple skeleton component, and eventually we will add in the endpoints needed to perform all of those things. And here this component name, let's keep this one as task options, and this is what the component rendering. For now let me wrap everything inside this dialog, and this is what we are going to have. So to toggle the saving the task and also an endpoint to delete the task and all, we need to create. So let's just create those endpoints and then we'll consume those endpoints in this component. So for us to consume or create the endpoints, I'm just going to add it inside this task folder. Inside this task folder, let's create a new folder for deleting the task, and here let me add in this new route.ts, and here we are going to delete the thing. So whatever we have here, I'm just going to copy this thing and let's just change this one accordingly. For deleting, just normal check a session, the schema, I'm just going to remove this. And for this deleting, let's create the new schema called the delete task schema, so which I'm just going to add in our the task schema. So this is the place, so let me just add in here this new schema called delete the task schema, and this is going to be an object of with the properties, the task ID which we wanted to delete and the workspace to which it belongs to. Okay, so here this workspace ID, so these are the two params that we need to delete. Now just going back to this endpoint where we are trying to delete this, so let me just import this one. So once we just validate if we are getting the params that we want or not, and if not, we are going to just return this, and get this workspace ID and task ID. And this one, it's going to be the standard check for the user role. And after this one, let me remove this date creation and all. And here instead of creating, we need to find this unique task. And let's just remove this one where the ID, it's going to be the task ID that we have as the input. And I'm going to include this date also here. Now once we are going to check here. If we don't get this task, let's just return this JSON error with the message that no task found. Okay, and here the status code, let's send this as a 404. And if we found this thing, so all we have to do is call in the delete call on this model, and where the ID it's matching to the task.id. Okay, fine. So that's to delete the task. And here now we can just send in the okay text. This is to delete the task. And now to toggle the task, the saved related things. So that one, what I can do, let me just create a new folder called saved, and inside this one, let's create, it's related to task. So I'm just going to create a subfolder for that. And this endpoint name, it's going to be the toggling the task. So I'm just naming that as it is. And over here, let's create a route. Okay, and I'm just going to copy whatever we have here for toggle task session. If not here, let me just create in here the schema here itself. Instead of this workspace ID, it's going to be the task ID. Okay, and this one, the schema, it's going to be the task schema. And let's just destructure this task ID. And all we need to do here, it's basically in include thing, I want this save task, and send this set this to true so that we get this. And if you don't find the user, this is what will be showcasing. And else if we found, first let's check if so this is the existed user task or not. So let's name this one as exist saved task. We can do this one using this the saved task list that we get, and I can just pass in the task ID that we have to get those details what we want, task.id against the task ID as the input. So if we found this thing, all I'm going to do is let me delete the entry inside this saved task, where the ID, it's going to be the exist save task.id. Okay, else we are going to create an entry into that table. So await db.savetask.create, and here this data, the user, let me just connect here this ID, it's going to be session.user.id, and the task, which it's going to be our task ID. Okay, this is the thing. And finally, let's just remove all of these things. So even this one, I'm just removing this, and here we'll just send this the status message as okay. Okay, so these are the endpoints now which we have to toggle the task and also to delete the task, and this needs to be consumed in the task options component which we are trying to create. And for this thing, let me just copy this mutations thing, and let's try to consume this one in this the component which we are trying to create, the task options. So here let me add in a prop so that it will be clear, and import this use mutation axios, and we are going to remove all of these things. The props that we are going to send for this component, it's going to be whether it is saved or not, which is going to be boolean, and then obviously the task ID, which it's going to be of type of string, the workspace ID, which is going to be of string, the user role, this is going to be of type user permission, or it can be null as well, and the callback function to update onset is saved. So this is going to be so these are the params for this props for this component. Let's just destructure them. Is saved, task ID, workspace ID, user role, and onset is saved thing. Okay, fine. And here we are using a dialog. So for this to just open or not, like we normally maintain a local state variable, so let me just create that. Set is open, and this one, let's by default set this to false, and we need the messages. Use translations of the messages, and then the translations. So here this is going to be use translations of task dot editor dot read only. Okay, so fine. And once we get that, and also we need the toast to show the toast message on success or on error callback function. So let me just import this one. Okay, fine. And the router to redirect once the user deletes the task. Okay, fine. So now we have almost all of these things, and here this name, let's change this to delete task and get this is pending thing, and there's not going to be any inputs mutations, and this it's going to be API / task.delete, and we are going to pass in here the workspace ID along with that the task ID, and in on success thing, so let's handle that one. In on error, the standard thing, let's catch the error if we receive any error dot, and this error it's going to be of type the axios error. So this error dot response dot data, let me just add in here this data, the normal thing which we added in other APIs consumptions. Okay, and after this we'll just show this as the toast message. The title of it, it's going to be this m of error. The variant, let's make this one to be destructive. Okay, and now in this on success callback function, we are going to show the toast message. The title, let's say it's going to be a success task deleted. Okay, which we don't have all of these things we in the messages thing for now, it's fine. Okay, and after this I wanted to invalidate whatever the results that we are showcasing in our task shortcuts input. So that is here the task that we are showcasing. So if we delete this, we need to update the results of this also. So to invalidate that, we need a query client. So let me just import the query client in here. Use this query client, and now I can use this after this toast message to invalidate the whatever the result that we have in get workspace shortcuts. Okay, and after this one I can just redirect the user to dashboard, the workspace, and the workspace ID. So this is going to be dynamic value. Okay, and let's just refresh this one so that we see updated result. Okay, that's the only thing. And for this, the mutation key, let's add in this as a delete task. Okay, same way, likewise let's create for toggling the task thing. So here let's remove this one, and this is going to be the toggle save task, and the endpoint, it's going to be saved slash tasks and the task. Okay, fine, and we need to just pass in this the task ID, and on mutate, let me just trigger this onSelectDateChange callback function. Okay, let me add in here this comma, and in error it's going to be pretty much the same, and here I'm just going to trigger this onSelectDateChange, and toast, it's going to be the same on all those things. And in success thing, let's not handle anything inside this. I think that's fine. We are triggering in on mutate, and the mutation key for this, it's going to be toggle save task. Okay, fine. So these are the two endpoints that we have. Now I can, what is the issue here? Okay, this one, let's, yeah, and even here let me just avoid this issue, and now and this one, let me remove, we deleted this component, so I'm just going to remove this, and for now let's have this the empty fragment. Now we have this one, so let's try to include this inside this our content, and then we'll develop this component. So here this task options, the onset is saved, I'm going to pass on this one is saved. Let's send this local state value, the task ID, it's going to be the task dot the ID, and workspace ID, let's pass in this task dot workspace ID, and the user role. So this is what we need to send in, user role. Okay, fine. So this is the thing. Now here we need to develop this one, the task options, and then we'll see something on our UI, and we are maintaining this variable. So for now let's set this one to true, and I'm going to change this on open change. Let's pass in here as the thing, and as usual we'll need to have a trigger. I'm going to add in here this drop down menu, and inside this one let's add the drop down menu trigger as the child, and I'm going to add in here this button. This one, it's going to be of icon, more horizontal thing, and size of this, let's set this one to 18. Okay, fine. So this is the thing. Don't worry about the styling. We are going to do that styling eventually. And after this, the drop down menu portal, and inside this the items. So one is to toggle, that is remove from favorite or add to favorite. That's the thing. Toggle save task. So here I can just wrap this one inside this menu content, align. Let's add in this one to be end, and the side offset of -8, and here the first drop down menu item, and inside this, so based upon the is saved, I'm going to have the different thing, if not the different text. So if it is saved, we are going to have in here the star of icon, the size, let's say 60, and some margin right, so that I can add some text next to this. So the text of this, it's going to be remove from favorite. Okay, and this one, the text here we'll have the star icon, and the size, let's say 16, and the margin 2, and the text of this, it's going to be add to favorite. Okay, so this is the thing, add to favorites and all. This I'm going to style, that's fine. And here in on click, we need to call in this toggle save task, which I'm going to add in eventually. And after this thing, the user role, if we have this value and user role, it's not equals to read only then we are going to show this part, the fragment. So I can just add in the one more drop down menu item, and let's make this cursor on hovering to be pointer and as a child. And inside this, I'm going to add in the link, the href. For this, it's going to be the page where we have the option to edit the task. So that is dashboard, workspace, pass in here the workspace id, and the task page, and here this task id, and then this edit thing. Okay, so after this, inside this one, I'm just going to add in here this pencil icon, the size, let's set this one to 16, and add in some margin right. And after this, the text of this, like we just added above, so it's going to be edit. So yeah, this is the thing. So clicking on it, it's going to redirect the user to task id, where we have the option to edit the title and all those the content and other things. Okay, fine. And then after this menu item, let me add in here this separator, drop down menu separator, and let me just make this width full. Okay, and let's just add in this separator. And after this, the dialog trigger. Okay, this one we are going to make this as a width full, and we are going to add in this item again, make this cursor pointer, and here the option to delete the trash icon, size, it's going to be 16, margin right, and here the text of this, it's going to be t of delete. Okay, fine. So this is the thing, the delete thing. After this, all of these things, the dialog trigger, once we click on it, let me wrap the content of that inside dialog portal and add in this dialog overlay, and now the actual content of this dialog. And inside this, let me add in this dialog header. The title, it's going to be the T of the dialog dot title. Okay, so if I just, yeah, that's the thing. So since I set this one to true, we can see that thing. After this header, let me just add in this warning component, and here the text of this, it's going to be this T of dialog dot descriptions. Okay, fine. And here then we'll have the button to delete this task. Okay, so here based upon this is pending, I'm going to show this loading state component and loading text. It's going to be this T of dialog dot button pending, and let me just close this component. Okay, if not, we'll just show this text, which here it's going to be dialog dot button delete. Okay, fine. So that is the thing. And this one, the size, let's make this to be a large thing, and also the variant, let's make this one to be destructive. Yep, the delete task. Okay, so overall this is the thing, and now let's just make this one. So let me just set this one to is open, so that now the dialog is not open. So let's try to style this better. The button that we have here, I'm going to add in this text primary color for this one, and on hover also let's add in this text primary. So let me just correct this spelling. Okay, and the variant, let's change this one to ghost so that we see the text on it. And the size of this, it should be of an icon. Okay, fine, it's looking better now. And the icons and all those things, whichever we had, I'm just going to keep in that way. So let's and add in the on click things that we just added. So in the first menu item on click, here we need to pass in this toggle save task. Okay, that's to add into favorite or removing from favorite. And in the other button, so I'm just going to add in here the on click functionality, where we are going to call this delete task thing. Okay, so this is the tasks option, which we should be able to perform this, but still it's not looking great. So that I can just fix that. All we need to do is style this one, the card content. So let me just add in the padding in the y direction, and if it's a smaller screen, let's make a more padding, and this one display to be flex, and it has to be a column and have this gap of 10. And after this one, let me wrap here inside this the all of this inside inside this div. So let me add in here the div for this. So let's make this also width full and direction to be a column and gap of 2. Okay, fine. And then this one as well, rather than making this as a column, let's make this as a row, and let's start this. Yep, now item start gap of 2, and if it's a small screen, let's have gap of 4. Okay, and now this div, I'm going to make this as a flex and column direction, and have this a gap of 2, and this div make again this flex and justify to be between, and let's just center the items. Yep, and this one, the width, I want it to take 5/6 of the width, the title. Okay, even if it's larger, it should be able to look better. The styling of this p tag, the text size, let's make this one to be 2 times extra large, and make this one font to be semi bold, and the flex, let's item center and have this gap of 2 for the icon and all those things. Okay, now it's looking better, and the task options also we do have, and we will mark this one as the favorite or removing from favorite and all. So the icon, that's fine, and after this div, let me add in the div for the calendar and the tags. So here we need to create the same way for calendar. So this, it's going to be read only calendar.tsx. Okay, this one also, it's going to be a simple component like we had when we are creating this. So the props for this, it's going to be the from and to date. So let's make this one as optional, and also this to, also I'm just going to make this one as optional. The component read only calendar, and here inside this, let's have add in the props, the from and to. Now inside this one, let's just quickly add in the batch component. So over here I'm going to use this batch component, and inside this, let's add in the calendar icon. Okay, and size of this, let's just set this to 16. Okay, for now let me just add in this, and eventually I'll just okay, where am I creating this? It has to be inside this read only. Okay, and now here in this content inside this div, let me add in this read only calendar. In this from thing, it's going to be the task dot date dot from, and to, it's going to be task dot date dot to. Okay, and fine. So now if I just refresh, we should start to see, yeah, the icon, the badge icon. And after this, if we have this from and if I have this to, let me show those values in here. If not, let me just add in here the simple thing, and here also let me just quickly create the formatting thing. So basically it should be simple. So whatever I have in this calendar, this one, let me just take this read only thing. Okay, the format, I just need to import this one from this date fns and the current locally. So let's use this language, use local hook. Okay, and here this translations, use translations. This is going to be the task dot editor dot read only, and the current locally, it's going to, we are going to decide and wrap this one inside this use memo. This is going to depend upon this language, and here if language, it's te, let's return this one te from date fns local. Okay, fine. So now instead of this date dot from, let's just create this new date object from the prop that we have, new date of even this one. Let me just change this to new date of 2. Okay, fine. So let's just copy this one, the same thing in here, the format of new date, and I can just remove this extra curly brackets. And if we don't have here, let me add in the simple span. The text of this, it's going to be no date. Fine, this is the thing. Let me just refresh this. We shouldn't see any issues now. So it's just loading. Okay, now we have that date. That's fine, and I just need to style this thing better so that it looks better. Okay, why is it again? Which one? Okay, fine. So we do have now, and here let's add in padding in the x direction, and in y direction let's make this one 0.5, and height of it, let's fit this one, and text to be extra small, and bg, let's apply this background. Okay, fine, it looks better. And this icon, let's add in some margin right, width and height. I'm going to set this to 3. Okay, and this one, if I just make the variant outline, we should see that text. Yep. So this is the calendar, and now just going to this content. After this, the only thing that we are left to show is the tags. So here that should be simple, the task dot tags, and get in here this task dot tags, and get this tag, and we are going to pass on this one to link tag a component. This key, it's going to be this tag dot id, and I'm going to pass in this tag details. And let me just close this one. What is the issue? Okay, fine, it's just going. Okay, we have this tags, so let's just style this one, making this widthful, gap of 1, and flex let's wrap this one and also okay, fine. So this is the thing I did, the disabled thing. So we need to change this one in our link tag. So I'm just going to make this one as optional, the disabled, and we should be good. And also here, instead of this to tasks, we need to send it to the workspace and the tag ID. Okay, so now we shouldn't see the issue in our read-only component here, this content. Okay, fine. So now it starts to looks better. Add to favorite. So if I just click this one, so now we have the star icon. Okay, the error 404 not found. Where did we create that endpoint? API saved. Okay, I think I did not update the endpoint for this. This toggle task thing, I just need to change the endpoint thing, and then we should be good. It is saved task and toggle task. Okay, and now if I just test this, should be good. So if I just try to add this one to favorite, yep, it's the thing, and that's why we have this star icon. Fine, this is working, and I can just delete this one as well. Deleting, we are going to have this dialog, and we can delete that. I'm not going to test that. I think that should be fine. And now let's create a new task, and I just wanted to, so let me just refresh here, go back to this workspace, and workspace ID, and let's just go to this tasks the page here. Okay, fine. So even if I go to this one, this is the thing, not recorded in the calendar, untitled task, and that we have, and clicking on this should take to this one. Okay, the read-only content, it's looking better. And now I'm just going to change few things. So like I said, I'm going to add in the star svg icon. So let me just add in inside this common folder, and let's name this as star svg dot tsx, and this is going to be a simple component. So the svg icon, the props for this, it's going to be just the optional styling. So this is going to be of type string, and here let's just return the svg icon. So just I have here, I'm just going to use this svg icon. You can just take this from description. Okay, and here let me just import this cn, and the class name, let me just destructure this. Fine, so this is the svg icon, and this one we are going to use in the component. So that's fine, I'm just going to add, and also in this header thing, so basically we should have an option to navigate back, kind of like going back and all those things. So let me add in so that we provide better options to navigate. So here I can just add in the text back button dot tsx. What is the error in here? Okay, fine. So in here, this back button, it's going to be a simple back button, and all we are going to do is use this router, and here add in this translations, which we are going to add this one in our common section. Okay, and here this, it's going to be a button component, and let me add in this chevron left icon, and the text of this, it's going to be let me just remove this one. The text of it, it's going to be back button. Okay, so this one, the text and all we did not add, so let me just add in inside the common section in this English thing. So basically, let me the common, yep. So below this, let me add in this back button. So this is going to be back, and also let's add in for saving status, which we just hard-coded there. So saving status for saved, the text, it's going to be saved. Saving, let's add in this saving. So I'm not showcasing the local version in this in between. At the end, I'm just going to show the localized version, because that's the not important thing here. I just showed you in the beginning, for one thing, how it changes based upon our local selector. So by now you should have understood how to add in this messages and all. Okay, just the adding the thing. Okay, so we added here. So now going back here, so this button, we should get the text that we have, and here now on click, we need to add in the functionality. On click, this one, we need to add in this router dot back function, and let's have this router dot refresh. The styling for that, let's have the gap of 1 on flex, because we have the icon and the text. Justify, let's center this, and even items I'm going to center. Variant, let's make this one to be secondary, and size of this, let's make this to be smaller. Fine, so now we have this back button and this needs to be integrated into our header. So inside this, let me add in the optional boolean value. Should we show this back button or not? This is going to be a boolean, and again let's destructure this show back button. So if this is true, whatever the component we just added here, I'm going to add in this show back button. So I'm just adding this back button, so the place wherever we are referring this the thing, I can just add in. So let's say in edit, so what happened again? Okay, I'm just refreshing. Let's say in our edit page, okay, I did not make that as the client side component. So let me just change this one to be client side component. Okay, fine. Now in this edit page, let's say we wanted to have in the back button, so I can just add in for this header show back button, and also let me just remove this restriction of minimum height. Okay, fine. And now let's just test this one. So if I wanted to go to this edit section, now it's going to the edit page, and there we should see the back button in our header. So it's compiling. So let's just wait, it's compiling. So after this, once it compiles, here, yep, this is the back button. So if we just change this, click this one, we should just go back to this whatever the thing that we have. Okay, so that's the thing. We just added the back button in our edit page, so that we'll come back to again the task ID page. Fine. And also in this breadcrumb component, let's add in the emoji as well, so it looks better in this use translate. Let me add in this emoji, which it's going to be of type string, and inside this p tag where we are showcasing this thing, if we have this emoji, I'm going to show this emoji so that it looks better. Okay, yep, just that thing. And also now this inside this header here as well, let's just change this to add in this emoji, which it's going to be of type string, and this one I just need to pass to the things which we already did. And let's try to localize the saving status which we just added in the text. So here let me just import use translations of this common. Okay, this it's going to be common dot saving status. Okay, and fine. And after this here, the text of this we are going to change, and also let me just add in the padding in the y direction 1.5. Now the text I'm just going to change it. This is saved to t of saved, and even this one, let's change this one to t of saving, and this one to t of not saved, that is the unsaved. Okay, and I'm just removing this. Fine, so we just localized this thing, and we can just remove this one, so I don't think we need this thing. So this mounted thing, okay, that's the change in the components that we have. And also in this what is the error now? This should be small case. Okay, and in our settings workspace member row, I'm just going to remove the dialog overlay and dialog content styling to the that we added. So just going to this components, settings, the workspace members row section, the more options. So here and this thing, so let me just remove this thing, dialog content, and the dialog overlay. That's just a small corrections to the components. And also the workspace option that we are, so if I just go to the settings page, settings the blue color, okay, the settings workspace option sidebar, setting option, setting workspace, yeah, this one needs to be changed to custom colors. Okay, now we shouldn't see any issues. Let's try to refresh this. We are going to settings page. It's reloading, so just checking the changes that we made and all, it's looking better or not. Okay, fine. So this is the settings related to the workspace things and options that we are going to have. And let's read, we are redirecting to the settings of this particular workspace. This is the component that we have. Okay, we are redirecting the fields. Okay, finally we have in here. Okay, fine. So here this one, let me just make this better. If I have more workspace, so let me just create new workspace test and create this one. It has created, and this one needs to be refreshed. So basically again I need to use query client to update and all. So let me just refresh for now to see the updated list. Okay, so we have here the workspace option component that we are showcasing the name of that. So let's say if it's too much big, let's try to handle that one better inside this thing. The div, the fields. Okay, let me inside this one. Let's change this to, let's remove this one, the active link that we have, and here I'm going to add in this, and let's return the component here, and this name I'm just going to add in kind of ellipsis. So field dot title, and this field dot title length, it's greater than 20. Then we are going to kind of get only the first 20 characters. So the substring 0 to 19. Okay, and the rest let's add in this ellipsis. Okay, else let's add in this field dot subtype, the title, whatever we have. Just the small changes that we are making so that it looks better. And also here let me make this one to be a flex column and have here this gap of 1. Okay, fine. To just test this one, I can add in here test for name of the workspace. Okay, so let's see this one. So this workspace is created, and let me just refresh. Fine, that's the thing. Okay, now this name needs to be used. So here in field dot title, I'm going to show this name. Fine, that's the small change inside this thing. And also going to this workspace options, this we are not using it anymore. So let me just remove this thing. So I'm just trying to clean few of the things which we don't which we are not using related to our task, because whatever we have almost related to task functionality, we are in a good shape for that. Fine, and also here let's try to localize this one, the actions text also in the place where we have these things. So let me change this to T of actions, and also the text of this I'm just going to make text to be extra small, and if it's a smaller screen, make this to be uppercase. I mean smaller screen in the sense from this width onwards. Okay, so that's the meaning of this, and uppercase, and this applies to less than this SM width. This text should be extra small. Okay, the uppercase, and here this text muted foreground. Yep, and this new task, let's try to have this inside this flex column and gap of 2 width margin thing. Okay, this one we can just see better if we are in particular things. So we add task. Okay, it looks better. And this workspace actions we are going to add, and after that we'll see the title start to look better. Okay, and just going to this new tasks as well. Let me just try to localize these things as well. So here I'm going to add in this use translations, the sidebar dot workspace options, which we need to add this thing as well. So the task, instead of this one, this it's going to be success dot task added, and the task, instead of this add task, this is going to be t of add task. Okay, so this is how we are just trying to localize this thing, and even this one needs to be added, or else this is looking ugly. So let's just add in these things. So we need to add this one to our messages. So I'm just going in here, so the place where we had this files, the workspace options. Below this, let me just add in here this default name, which it's going to be untitled for the task, and the actions, which it's going to be actions. Okay, for other things I'm just going to add that eventually. And then the settings. Okay, so let's let me just refresh this. Okay, it is looking better now, and the add task and all needs to be added. So for that, let me add inside the settings section. Okay, here let's try to create for the theme. And here I'm going to add in this add a task. This it's going to be add task. Okay, and the add a task pending. This is going to be create task text, and this one needs to be in the, let's just go to our new task. I just need to change the message, I mean the import that we have. New task, yep, here is the thing, the workspace options. The actions. Okay, okay, let's just add inside this workspace options. Let's select here the workspace options, and here for add a task. Yep, now it should yep, fine. That's fine. So like this, we are missing many things which we can adjust eventually, and for other things as well. The inside this tasks, we need to localize a lot of these things, the emoji and all those things. So here as well, this thing, where is this? Fine. And the things which we are editing, so basically the container, the editor, and also the tag related stuff, let's try to put inside this new folder so that it will be better reference for us, like these are editable. Okay, so first let me just move in this container into this editable. Okay, and we are going to update the imports as well. So here just updating the imports, and after this let me move in this editor as well, which is again editable component. So this one also, let's update the imports wherever we are referring that component, and also this are the tag folder. So let's just move into this editable. So I'm just we created read-only component, so it will be better if you try to organize into editable folder. Okay, that's the only intent. Okay, fine. I think now we shouldn't see any errors or something like that. Okay, so now we at least now the task functionality of displaying and all those things here. Okay, in this we don't have any task. I'm just going back here to this, open. Okay, let me just refresh this. Now we should see these things, and just clicking on something, we're able to display the read-only component, and with the options that we can edit, delete, and adding it to favorite and all those things. Okay, fine. Just let's try to make a little more responsive, and that is to look better for smaller screens. And then just few refactoring. After that we'll move on to mind maps, which is again one more important feature of this application. Before moving on to the refactoring and the responsiveness, let's do a quick change of storing this emoji as a hexacode rather than the image that we were storing. So let's just do a quick change in our schema. So let me just the emoji in our, so let me just search. Yep, so here instead of assigning this icon, so let's change this one to hexacode 1F9E0. okay, so let's just migrate this one. Okay, changed emoji to hexcode. Okay, fine. So now we need to just adjust this one accordingly in the places where we are referring this one. Let's go to the emoji selector. Yep, so here when we are setting this e.native, let me change this one to e.unified value, and also let's have the simple helper function which helps me convert the code to the X emoji. Okay, so I'm going to create a simple helper function inside this library folder. Let's name this one as change code to emoji .ts. Okay, so this should be a simple function const change code to emoji, and here this input, it's going to be the code, and let's validate that is valid X, and we are just going to check that it should be of 0 to 9, A to F, and capital A to F. Okay, just the normal check that we are assessing the code that we are receiving, and fine. So after this we are going to check let's just check if this valid X code that we received, if it is so, let's use this from code point and parse this the X code. Okay, if not, if it's not valid, so the default one F9E0 which we just created as a default value, so that is what we are going to use. So this is the helper function to change the code to emoji, and let's have this one as the hook. So here I'm just going to name this one to use change code to emoji so that we can consume in the components. Okay, so let's make this one as a client-side component, and here export const use change code to emoji, and here we are going to receive the list of the codes. Here that's going to be a string array, and let's try to get the emojis here. So I'm going to wrap inside this use memo hook, and here this it's going to depend upon this code's input, and here let's iterate through this codes. Okay, and I'm just going to use this helper function now, this change code. So result change code to emoji, and here I'm going to pass in this code. Okay, this one, let's get this code, and I'm going to return here this result. Okay, and here we are going to return this emojis length is 0. Let's just return this default value, else this emojis. Now we have this hook, and now all we need to do is just change this one in the components. So first in this read only instead of this selected emoji. Now I'm going to use this change, so let's change code to emoji and pass in the selected emoji, else so the selected emoji or else the default value 1F9E0. okay, okay, let me just fine. So this is a small change here inside this one. So the same thing inside our containers in the editable folder, the task container. So while we are setting the default values, here instead of this emoji, so let me just use this change code to emoji, and here we are going to pass in this one, and here as well, and pass in here the code as 1F9E0, the default the brain code. And also here this emoji content here as well, let's change this one to code. Okay, and in this emoji component, here let's use the hook which we just created, and let's name this one as rendered emoji. And here I'm just going to use change code to emoji, the selected emoji, and this is what I'm just going to render instead of this selected image, so rendered emoji. Okay, fine. So just a small change that we are trying to show the store the Unicode in our DB rather than the image thing. And even in this workspace option, this one also needs to be changed. So let's just remove in here and pass on this to change code to emoji, and here on the field dot emoji it's going to be the thing. Fine. And also now in the user permission file as well, so just open this workspace members, this user permissions, and let me just get n get this user emoji, so I can just add this function, and by default let me for now, and this one it's going to be user role emojis, and here let me just pass in this default extra codes for now, 1F432 and 1F60E and 1F920, and this one more example, let me add in 913. Okay, these are like user role emojis. Now instead of here hard coding this one, I can remove this and refactor this a bit and use this the first value in this list, and here also let me change this one to the second value in the list, and this one as well, the user role images of 2 and the user role images of 3. Okay, fine. That's the change, and here as well let me change this one to of 1, and this one to 2, and here the read only thing, user role images of 3. Okay, fine. So just the refactoring rather than hard coding and all those things. The same thing in our invite content component as well. So here let me just change whatever we added in this user things, the user emojis. Let me just have this one, and the invite content, and let me add in this one, and remove this thing, so because we don't want the owner thing here. And I'm just importing this one, and wherever we have this, let me change to user role images to 0, user role images of 1, and here as well let me just change this to R2. Okay, and below as well let me change this one to user role images of 0th index, and here the first index value, and finally the viewer thing. Okay, fine. And also yeah, I think that's the pretty much the change in our components where we are referring, and even in this task ID in this task ID page here instead of adding in this one also needs to be changed. So let me change this one, add in the emoji icon here, the change code to emoji, and I'm going to pass in here this task.emoji for this. Okay, and we can pass in the additional things here as well. So the use translate, I'm going to add in here this task.title if we have false, else it's going to be true. Okay, just a small correction in here. I think now we should be good. So when we are trying to so if I just refresh this one and try to go to edit page of this, so I'm just going to now this one let me change it to a thing. And now if you just go to here the task table, the emoji thing should be hexa code. Okay, fine, now it's looking good. So let me just go back. This read only content, we did change this one, but still I'm saying this as the exact code in here. Okay, let me just go to this read only content component. Inside the emoji component where we are rendering this. Okay, I understood here the issue. So if we have this selected emoji, else this code, this is the mistake, and let me just fix this one, and now we should see, yep, fine. So just a small refactoring of changing the emoji to core and saving in our DB. And now the little bit responsiveness of this read-only content. So now if I just try to check this one, in this the card component. So let me just make a small changes in the div where we are wrapping in this one. The here let me make this one as a column. If it's less than the smaller thing, else it's going to be a row. Okay, that's the just small change. Yeah, and this is what now it's looking at least better. And also this one, let's make this to relative. And the task options that we have, I'm going to add in this as absolute, and the position of it, it's going to be a top of 5 and right of 5, and if it's a smaller thing, it's going to be a static. Okay, so if I just add in check this one now, so this is what it's going to be, and other things it should be fine. Just this small way of refactoring so that looks better. And the tools container inside our editor thing, even on this one, the div where we have, let me add in this maximum width restriction to 13 rems. Okay, and the flex, let's make this one as a wrap, and if it's a smaller, let's have this from smaller onwards, this it's going to be maximum width LG thing. Okay, I'm not going to show because I just showed for one thing. And the same thing for our floating container as well. This div, let's add in the maximum width, it's going to be 13 rems, and the flex wrap, and smaller this one maximum width larger. Okay, fine. And the task container as well, let's make this one small, less than the smaller screens flex call, else it's going to be whatever the default that we are using, the flex row. Okay, and last the few more changes in the new component which we added, the saving status. I'm just going to hide these things in our smaller screens, and if it's the normal screens, we'll have this the inline block. So I'm just going to add it for below these 2 paragraphs as well. Fine. And also now this saving button, the back button also, so this span that we have, let me just change this. Okay, so this is just the responsiveness, and I think for now this should be good for whatever we just added for this the task section. Fine. And now let's shift our focus on our mind maps, which it's going to be very important feature of our application. So let me just install the React flow for us to have this nodes and edges to create and help us visualize our mind maps. And for this, let's create a new component inside the components folder. Let's name this one as mind maps, and whatever the components related to this, I'm just going to create inside this. So let's for now name this one as mindmap.tsx, and in here let's just create a skeleton component, name this one as the client component, and this name of this, it's going to be the mind map. And for now I'm just going to return here this empty fragment, and this one to just check it out in UI, let me add in as part of our workspace page in this ID page. Okay, here I'm just going to the whatever the we have. Let me below this use this mind map component. Okay, so if I just so this one, so this is the thing, the workspace ID. Now let's have something in this component and see if we can see something on the screen. For me to see something on the screen, let me open here this div and wrap in this dialog component, and here we'll have the options in the component, like kind of the edge options that we need. And after this, I'm going to add in a button which is going to help us add a node. So for now, let's say the text of this, it's going to be add. So let me just refresh this one. Okay, why am I not seeing anything in here? The mind map. Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to work on this, and let's see this one. And for this main div, let's make this height and width as full and direction to be a flex column. I mean display to be flex and direction to be column. This button, why aren't we able to see the place where we are trying to? Okay, my bad. So I just added in this settings page and trying to see that. So let me add in here the mind map. Okay, and now we should see this button. Yep, fine. And here let me just create a few components just for the hedge options. Again, that's going to be just the placeholder for now, like we'll have some title and a description in that. So inside this folder itself, I'm just going to create a new component. Let's name this as edge options.tsx. This also, it's going to be the client side component. Let's this is the place, these are all placeholders for now to just have in the basic layout for us to get started with mind maps. Okay, I'm going to wrap this one inside this dialog content, and here let's add in this header, and I'm going to ask for just this some text. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. Something like this. We'll change this later just to test this out. And the dialog description, and inside this let's add in something blah blah blah. Okay, fine. I'm just adding some content. We'll just change this one. And for this, the interface, let's name for now it is going to be a clicked edge, and this it's going to be of type edge from the React flow. So I'm just going to import this one edge from this React flow. Okay, so here let me just destructure this one. We are going to use all of this inside this component eventually. For now, this is going to be the placeholder component. And now this one I'm going to add in this the dialog thing. Let's pass in this edge options, and the clicked edge I need to pass in the param, the clicked edge. So let's just maintain here one state variable, local state, name this one as a clicked edge, and here this is going to be a clicked edge. The type of this, it is going to be edge from this React flow, or it can be null as well. So let me set this one by default null, and we are going to pass in here this click edge for this component, and we'll have a state variable to either whether to open this dialog or not. So like we normally maintain in other components, set open dialog. So use state, this it's again going to be the default value false, and now I'm just going to assign this one here for this open, pass in this open dialog value on open change. Let me pass in here this set open dialog, the edge options thing. Okay, fine. So let me just refresh this one. Okay, what happened? Let's make this one the true. Okay, fine. That's the dialog section, and then we have, and let's try to include, so I'm just going to make it false, the React flow component, that one below this div. Let me add in the height, let's it occupy the full height. Let me create this React flow and pass in the fit view for this, and okay, so this is the React flow thing, and I need to add in the nodes, node types, edges, and the callback functions to update nodes, edges, and on connect and edge click and all those things for this one. So let's again maintain the state variables. The for nodes, set nodes, this one by default, this it's going to be of type node array, and here let's create simple the placeholders constants for now as an example to see how this is going to help us visualize. So this it's going to be node array, and this is going to be array of objects. The ID, let's add in this one, the data label, let me add this one to be node 1, and this position, the x coordinate 5, y coordinate 5. Okay, like this. I'm just going to add in 2 more examples. Let's change here this to 2, and the label of this I'm changing it to 2, position xy, y 100, and here as well let's change something to and I'm going to change this one type to be of text node. Okay, and the position, let's make this one x and y coordinate 0, and this data thing, instead of this label, since this is a text node, let's pass in this value 1 2 3. Okay, fine. This is like examples for the nodes, and let's have the examples for the edges as well, the default values. Later we are going to change this one, and this it's going to be the edge, okay, which we have the h from this id 1 to 2, the source, let me add in the id, the target, it's going to be 2, the label, let me add into the here I'm just going to add in this type, it's going to be step, and animated, let's pass in here this value as true. Okay, this needs to be of type edge array, and now I'm just going to assign here this default values here, this initial nodes and the edges as well. Let's just create the local state variable and assign this is going to be a list of edges and pass in initial edges. Okay, fine, and let's maintain here this node types. This one I'm going to wrap inside this use memo, and here for now the text node, here I'm going to use this text node from this React flow. So let me just create a simple helper, the component for us for this. So inside this mind maps, let me just create a node, new file, and here I'm going to have in this text node component, make this one as the client side component, and the simple component placeholder for now. Let's just return here this empty fragment, and now here I can just import this text node. Okay, and the error for this, let me just pass in this on mounting, and we are going to work on this component. Okay, eventually okay, let me just add in few things inside this component text node. So just the I'm going to add in simple some random text inside this, and the props for this, let me add in the node data, which it's going to be of type value number, and let me get this data, and this is going to be of node props of this node or data, and I'm just going to get this data, and here let's wrap this one inside this node wrapper. So this one again, I'm just going to create a new component, naming this as node wrapper dot tsx, and here make this one as a client side component. Let's just have the placeholder for this again. So for this we are wrapping the children, so the props for this, it's going to be the children, which it's going to be of type React node, and the additional styling for this, which it's going to be a string, and the color of these things, for colors, now let's just create an enum list. Okay, so let's for now keep this as any. Let's quickly create inside this types folder the new file called enums.ts, the export enum. I'm just going to name this one as the node colors, and here the red, and let's quickly add in few colors, green, purple, blue, cyan, and so basically whatever we have for our tags, I'm just going to add in this those colors. Indigo, okay, lime, orange, and pink, yellow, and let me add in here this default, and finally this fuchsia color. Okay, and this one I'm just going to use inside this the node wrapper component. So I'm just going to import this one, the node colors from this enum. Okay, and fine, so let me just destructure this props, the children, class name, and color. And color, let me add in this default values, node colors dot default as the value. Okay, and here this node wrapper, let's have here this div, and inside this I'm going to add in the children whatever we receive. For now let me just import this one into this component so that we don't see an issue. And now here I need to add in the div, or else we are going to see this error. The p, for now let's use some text. Fine, okay. We'll work on this components, and now we have this text node and also just the placeholders, though it's not actually working. And once we have this here, let's add in the callback function to handle node change, edges change, and all those things. So first thing, on adding this node, let's wrap here in this callback function whatever the nodes we have the previous, let's get those values, and we are just going to append the new object to this nodes list. The id, let's randomly generate this one, so I'm just going to convert this to string, and this type, it's going to be of text node. The position, let's make this x and y to be 0, and this data label, let's name this one as something test. Okay, and here I just need to add in this empty array. So this is to handle update our nodes thing. And now on nodes change, so here again let's try to wrap inside this use callback, and here I'm just going to update this node, whatever this nodes that we have, and I'm going to call in the apply node changes function from this React flow, and we need to pass in the changes and the NDS thing for this, and we have this type. For now let's just ignore, I'm just making this as any. So same way for edges as well, so I'm just going to copy this one, change this one on edges change, and this one I can just mention it's going to be on nodes change, and here on edges change type, and instead of this setting the node, we need to change this one to edges. So I'm just having this shortcut EDS for edges, and apply edge changes and pass in here this changes along with this CDS. Okay, and finally the function, what should we do on edge click? Again, let's wrap this one in this callback. For now I'm just not going to do much of the things here. Let's just update this local state values, the edge, so this one, the params, the event which it's going to be of the mouse event, the edge, this is going to be of type edge, and also I'm just going to open this dialog. Okay, so just the simple thing, nothing we're doing. We are allowed to handle all of this logic eventually. And on connect function, so again this one, it's going to be from this of type on connect from React flow. This one also let's wrap inside this use callback, set edges, I'm going to call in the add edge function and pass in this params along with this the edges. Okay, fine. And now all of these functions which we just created, I need to pass on to this the nodes, the whatever the local we are maintaining. So node types, again this one, the node types, the edges, let me pass in the edges. On nodes change, the callback function, so passing in this on nodes change. On edge change, let's pass in this on edges change. On connect and on edge click, I'm passing in this on edge click. And in here the background, let's use this background component from this React flow itself, and I'm going to add in here, this is the background, and to okay, so the clicked edge, okay, let me just refresh this one, so you can see here this background bit. Okay, why isn't we did assign the height to be full, the mind map component. Okay, let's just try to make a better styling these components where we are trying to wrap the text node. That's fine. Okay, this node wrapper, let's style this one. So here let me add in the dynamic styling for this, and in here we are going to add in the handling the source and target, and after that I'm going to have a drop down list like more option, and we'll have the items like color changing and all those things. So this component is going to be that, and let me make this one maximum width medium, So this styling, I think it's not significant for us. Let me focus on what needs to be added here. After this one, okay, inside this one, let's use this handle from this React flow and this type of target, the position, use this position dot left, and the styling I'm going to add this one eventually, and this is going to be for target, and this one for source. The position, it's going to be the position dot right. Again, for this, let's worry about the styling eventually. Okay, yep. And after this div, let's use this drop down menu component, and the trigger one, it's going to be the button as a child of this one. So let me add in this button component. The variant, let's make this one to be ghost. Size of this should be of icon, and here I'm just going to add in this more horizontal icon of size 16. Okay, fine. And after this one, even for this one, the styling, we'll just worry about it later. This drop down menu content, the side offset, it's going to be -10. Align, let me add in this start. The drop down menu group, drop down menu sub thing, and the trigger or text and all here, it is going to be the color text. For now I'm just adding that one. The sub trigger, let's just make this one to be a cursor pointer. The text of this, I'm going to add this one, this color thing. Okay, after this trigger, then this portal drop down menu portal, and in this we are going to add in this content. So content, it should be a list of the colors thing. So let's wrap this one inside this drop down menu sub content, and the side offset, let me pass in here this 10, and we'll have the each drop down menu item. Okay, let's worry about this styling later. And we need to have a list of the colors where I can iterate and show that one. So let me just maintain here the list of the colors. So this should be the node colors, whatever the colors we have. I'm just going to add in those values, all of these colors here. Default on this emerald, fuchsia, green, indigo. So let's just quickly add in the all of the colors. Indigo, lime, orange, pink, purple and red, so I'm just going to add those things. Pink, and finally this red color. Okay, so this is the list, and now I'm just going to use this list and try to iterate using that list. The colors, try to get this each color alongside the index of it, and this one we are going to add in the button component, and the key, let me pass in this index thing, and on click and all. What we need to do, we are going to handle that eventually, and let's maintain the local state variable for the current color. So here I can just add in this current color, set current color. This is going to be of type the node colors or undefined. So let me pass in here this, the color as the value for this one, and in here in this button, so I'm just going to check if this is equals to the current color. If that is so, we are just going to show this check icon of the size, let's say 16. The color on those of this icon we are going to change eventually. Okay, so this is the component, and after this menu group, let me just add in a simple separator. And here we can add in more items. I'm just going to for now add in the text as more. Okay, this styling and all needs to be handled, and now we are wrapping the text node inside this one thing, and then we are using this as part of the mind map component. So for us to see this one proper styling, all we need to do is import the styling from this React flow. So this one, React flow / dest style.css. Let me just refresh this one. Okay, so this triggering point, this React flow, I just imported this stylings React flow test style.css, and we added in the background component as well. From here, and just to check, let me inspect this div once. Inspect this one. Let me just check in here. Okay, I do have it here, but I'm not able to properly see it. So let me just because we don't have any component inside this, though we have this background, at least we should see this background. Let me add in this. Okay, and let's say I just wanted to check the controls and try to add it here. Okay, that's fine. There is something it's not happening the way I wanted it to be. Let me just double check this one. So here so I think the issue is the mean that we have here, we are not assigning the height to be full. So let's just check this one inside this page. In here, let me make this height to be full. Now okay, fine. Yep, so we are able to see it on the screen. So let me just change this one. So here let me just go back to this mind map. At least now it's clear and we are seeing something on the screen. And let me first focus on, so basically this is the node, the thing, the color and all that thing we try to add in. This needs to be changed, and this is a drop down, and this is the node. I just wanted to focus first on that component, adding some styling for that. This node wrapper, the main thing that I am adding. First, let's make the text to be very smaller, extra small. Okay, and padding in the x direction and y direction, let's make this to be 1.5, rounded to be smaller, and add in some shadow effect, make this one as a flex. Items, have this one the start, and justify to be between, and add in this transition, colors, duration of 200 and a gap of 2. And the node color, let's maintain the variable for node color. So let's add in this use callback. The color, it's going to be of type node colors, and inside this we are just going to switch based on color. And this one, it's going to change based upon this value. And here all we need to do for now, let me just add in for one color and then we'll check. Let's say for purple, I'm just going to add in here the background should be of the purple color, 600. However, let's change this one to 500, and text of this should be white. Okay, same way we are going to add in for other colors. Let me just copy this thing and add in for other things. Okay, now this one, let's change this to green, and the text of it, I'm going to change this one to green, and this, let's add in the other color, red. Okay, same likewise, just a change for other things. Okay, so here this is going to be blue color, and this one, the whatever, all of that we have, CYAN, and the emerald color. And here let me just change this one, and here let's add in the other colors. Now it's indigo. I'm just changing this one to be the indigo color, and this one also, let's just change this one. Lime color. Lime color. Okay, fine. I think after this we still have few more colors. The orange, change this one to orange color. Let me just copy these things, and we are to add a few more colors. So after this one, the fuchsia color, so I'm just going to change here. Even this one, let me just change. Okay, and here the pink color, now changing this orange from to pink color. Okay, I think this should be the last color, the yellow. And here let me change this one to yellow, and here default, let's have this, the background to be secondary, and here also I'm just going to change this from orange to secondary, and text, let's remove this one. Okay, that's the node color, and for now let's remove this color dependency as well. And now this I can use this this styling for this also. So node color, and pass in here this current color that we have, and additionally the class stylings that we receive from the node, I'm just passing on for that. And after this div that we have, let's make this one width to be full. Yep, so it's starting to look better. Okay, and for this handle, the styling, okay, we already have in here. Let's add in this transition colors, and this border to be of popover duration of, let's say 200, and padding of 1. Okay, yep, this is the source hover handle, and this same way for this target, I'm just going to add in the same thing, the other side that we're seeing here. Okay, fine. Then this drop down styling, the button that we have first, let's make this width and height to be 6, and on hover I want this background to be transparent. Okay, this is the thing, and if this current color, it's equals to node colors dot default, I'm not going to have any text color. Else let's make this text color to be white, and on hover also I'm going to add in this text to be white color. Okay, fine. So that is the thing. So now inside this one, this colors things and all needs to be styled. The content that we have, this one, let's add in the hover effect for now. So background, let me add in this popover, and this menu item, let's make this one as a grid, and the columns I'm going to add in this 4 and gap of 2, and focus will add in this background to be pop over. So if I just select this, yep, so it's changed to grid. And now the button where we have this each color needs to be changed. So first of all, this button on click, what are we supposed to do? It's basically change this color. So I'm going to create a simple function which is going to update this current color value. So let's name this one as the on color select, and again wrap this one inside this use callback. We are going to receive in here this new color that the user is selecting, and I'm just going to update the value, the new color for this one. Okay, and this one, the dependency, I'm just leaving this as it is. Now we can just use this and provide in the value of the color. Okay, so just this is what we'll be doing. And the styling of this one, let's add in this width and height to be of size 5 and padding of 1, rounded to be full, and I'm going to add in this node color for this one. So let's just check this one. Okay, this is what we have, and you can see now the background we are just changing based upon the user selection. And this check okay, fine. And also now this check styling, let's just do change here. If this color it's not equals to the node colors.default, so again we are just going to set this text to be white, else nothing of this thing. So okay, so just the icon of that we are making this color, and this one to be of background secondary, and this one purple. That's this just the styling of this one. Okay, and this more for this one, let's just add in the cursor also to be of a pointer, and some gap. So even if I just hover on this, we should have this one. Okay, fine. That's the small styling for this. And here also let's add in some padding for this text just to see to look better. Okay, yep, so we just added some padding for that. And this node wrapper, I think it's looking good for now, so I can just drag to wherever I want. So this is our node which we are trying to create for this one. Okay, so now if I try to zoom in, that's what we have. And this is what the examples that we just added. So on edge click, this is the toggle which we added. So this is what we are triggering. So you can just see in this mind map. So basically on edge click, what are we doing? It's just setting this as edge clicked, and we are opening this the dialog, which we have a lot of things to do. Okay, so here, even if I want, I can just add in this one, and again all of this, it's going to be, so from here on this edge change, this we already have, so that's the thing. Okay, fine. And now the thing that we are going to do is add in the custom edges, and let's try to create the component kind of like label for it, and all of the things that we need to create the custom edge. So for that, what I'm going to do is, let's create a new folder inside this mind maps and name this as a labels. The first that I want is for the label of this edge, the edge label.tsx. So let's just have the placeholder for this one, export const edge label, and all of the props and all I'm going to add eventually. And this one we are going to wrap inside this edge label or renderer, and we are going to have some children so that it doesn't throw this error. So this on all, where are we supposed to do is basically in the edge options and all. Let me completely create this component, whatever the placeholder that we have in this dialog content. So basically here it's going to be a form where we are trying to add in the options for us to create an edge and all those things. So eventually you'll understand what and all it's going to be. So for this to just create the form inputs for and all, let's create the schema inside this schema folder. So let's name this one as edge options schema.ts. okay, and here edge options schema. So here this one, it's going to be an object with the properties, the edge id, this should be of type string, and the label of this one, again it's going to be of type string, and let's set the some constraint, minimum or should be of 2, or else for now I'm just going to add in the same error on the placeholder message, workspace short. Okay, and here this type it's going to be, so let me add in, this is going to be enum of let's say since these are like custom components, let me name this as custom straight, sharp, and also the rounded thing. So I can just add in custom. You'll understand just once we have this rendered and used in our components and see that UI, what does this names and all this signifies. Okay, the step sharp, custom step rounded, and this one custom bezier. Okay, this is the values of the type, and whether this is animated or not, this is going to be a boolean. So this is our the edge options schema. And now here let me export this edge options schema. So this one, it's going to be this type of edge options schema. So now we have this one. So this edge options component, let me change this component completely, and the props for this that we expect for this component apart from this clicked edge thing, is this open or not, which it's going to be of type boolean, and the callback functions to save kind of the data schema that we are taking as an input from this component, and the callback function to delete this label and all those things. Okay, so here on save, the data, it's going to be of type edge options schema, and the callback function to delete this label, which it's going to be edge id that we are going to send the id to delete. We are going to receive error, of course, in the mind map, because we are changing this component. So let's destructure this clicked edge is open on delete label and on save. So these are the things. And let's add this form object, this form, use form, and the schema we are going to pass in this use edge options schema, and this resolver, let's attach in the job resolver edge options schema. Default values, all I'm going to set this one to empty strings, label empty string, type let's set this one as the default value, animated false. Okay, that's the form. And let's just remove all of this component, the dialog content which we added, and I'm going to wrap this one inside our sheet component. So that one, let me just okay, let me fix this thing. So return this. So I'm going to add in a sheet component. So this one will wrap inside the sheet content. So let me remove this empty fragment, use this sheet content, and here the sheet header, the title, it's going to be the edge settings. Okay, and for this the sheet content, let's add in the width of this, let's say 26 REMs, and if it's from medium maximum width, I'm going to restrict this one to medium. And let's just correct this options, the props that we are passing for this, so that we don't receive an error. Let me prepare, like we prepared the nodes and edges, the edge types as well, the edge types. So this one, the edge types from this React flow, and we are attaching the custom types completely. So for the custom bezier, so let me just attach in this this component. So this components, we do not have any of those things. So for now, let me add in this empty fragment. This one, it's going to throw us an error. So let's just design one component so that it will be clear what is it going to look like. So here I'm just going to create this one custom bezier component, and here this custom component. Okay, so here this one, it's going to be, again, let's wrap this one as an empty fragment for now. The props for this, I'm just going to extend the edge props from this React flow. So let's import this one, the edge props, and here let me just destructure from this whatever I need, the ID and this source x coordinate, source y coordinate, the target x and target y, the source position and the target position, and this data. Fine. Okay, now this one here, let me use this get bezier path function from the React flow, and let me destructure here this edge path, the label of this x and label of this y, and in here we are supposed to pass in this source x, source y, whatever the props that we have, the source position, the target x, target y. And so you need, if you need more info about how to consume or what are the components and how the React flow works, you can just go for the React flow docs here. So it's again a very huge library. There are like how this works and the core concepts and how it's going to work and all, it's clearly explained. It's you can just check out this docs. Okay, fine. Now I'm just getting these details, and now inside this thing, let's use this base edge component, the ID. Let's pass in this ID thing, and path, it's going to be the edge path. So this one, it's going to be base edge, and now this edge label renderer, we are going to add in this edge label, attach in this a label y. This one, we don't have anything here in the props, so that's why we are receiving this issue. So let me just add in the props for this component. So interface props label, this, it's going to be of type string, and label x, this it's again going to be of type number, label y, this it's going to be of type number. And here let me just get this props label x, label y, label, and this, the styling of this position, let's make this one to be absolute, and the transform thing, we are going to add in this translate -50%. So let me just add in here and pass in this label x pixel alongside the label y pixel. Okay, fine. And this background, let me the styling, add in this red color 400, and inside this div we are going to show this label text. This is a simple edge label component where we are trying to wrap in inside this edge label renderer and translating by -50 percentage, and here passing in this pixels. So now just going back here, I can pass in the props for this label x, attach in this label x, label y, attach in this label y, and the label here, this is going to be data dot label. Okay, fine. So this is the edge label component, and now the custom bezier component. So that's what it is. So if I just go back to this mind maps, I can import this component, this custom bezier, and now we shouldn't see any issues. So like this, we are supposed to prepare for a step rounded, step sharp, and straight. So let me just create those components quickly. I'm creating the other custom components. So like we did create this custom bezier. So let me just add in custom straight component, and whatever the components that we are supposed to create. So I'm just adding here step rounded component, and custom step sharp component, and finally and I think for now rounded sharp and straight. Okay, let me add in for now, yeah, let's copy whatever I have inside this and just copy this one. Let's rename this one to custom step rounded, and the params for this, it's going to be source x, source y, the same. Additionally, let me add in the style and the marker end. Okay, and this is going to be edge props extending. That's going to be pretty much the same. And for this, let me set the border radius to 0, and instead of this bezier path, it's going to be get smooth step path. So the other params, it's going to be pretty much the same. And now here let's pass in the mark end. Here I'm going to pass in the marker end and the style that we added. So these are the two things, and this one is going to be pretty much the same. So let's just remove whichever we don't want. So that's for rounded, and now for step sharp. So again, I'm just copying this one, the component name. Let me change this to step sharp, and the props alongside this one, the whatever we added, this style and the marker, and I'm just adding this as the destructuring this props, and now instead of this one it's going to be get smooth step path. Okay, and here let's pass in marker and the style. I'm passing in here the style. Okay, fine. So this is the custom step sharp component, and I'm just removing this one, and afterwards the custom straight. So again, let me just copy this one, the props that we want, just add in. So remove this source position and this one style. By default, let's add in this empty object, the marker end. Okay, and here instead of the bezier path, it's going to be get a straight path, and let's remove this bezier path from here, and also this one, let's just remove and pass in source and target values. And here I'm just going to attach in this marker end, the style of this is going to be style. Okay, fine. These are the components now, and now I can just go to this mind map and add in this custom components that we just created. So let me add all of this, the custom straight. So I'm just going to import the custom straight. Did we not rename? Okay, so let me rename this one to custom straight, and now we are just going to import this custom straight component, and likewise let's just add in the other thing, the custom sharp component. So here let's just import this custom step sharp, and here, okay, let's change this one to small case so that we don't get confused with the import one and this name one. So this custom step rounded, and I'm going to import this custom step rounded. So now we have this edge types, and alongside the, so let me just collapse this one, initial edges, initial nodes, and also let me just add in here this node types, which in our case it's the text node. I'm just going to attach in here. So once we have this one, let's pass on to this edge options thing, to this React flow component, not to edge options. So attaching in here this edge types, and I'm just passing in this edge types. Okay, and rather than having this as a dialog, let me just rename this to sheet. So this one also set open sheet. So by default I'm setting this one to false. Okay, that's going to be pretty much the same, and let's just change wherever we are using this one. So in the on edge click, so this one, let me change this one to sheet. Okay, and also all of the places wherever we are referring this dialog, I'm just renaming this one. Okay, fine. And this instead of wrapping in this dialog, I'm going to wrap inside this sheet component. Okay, fine. And this thing I'm going to show only if clicked edge it's true, and in here let's move this one inside this one sheet component. Okay, and here the edge options, I need to pass in the other things. So is open this one open sheet, and on save. Let me quickly create a simple callback function as a placeholder. For now we are not going to do anything inside this. On save change, again I'm going to wrap this one inside this use callback. This data, it's going to be of edge options schema, and here let's for now console this data and empty array as a thing. And same thing, I'm just going to create in here this function on delete label edge. This is again going to be a callback function. So here we are going to receive in the edge id, so which it's of type string, and here also let me just console the edge id. Okay, and this is also going to be empty array. Now here I can just pass in this on save change callback function so that we don't receive error, and on delete label also let me pass in this on delete label edge. So now we are not seeing any issue, and also we passed in here. So if I just refresh this one, so let me just click on this one. Now this is what the sheet that we are opening rather than this dialog. So that's the small change that we made. So in all of these components, the custom label components is what we prepared, and now passing in for this edge options component the additional props, and these things needs to be handled in here. So for us to handle inside this sheet, let me create in a form, and whatever the schema and all on that we created. So here anyhow we just opened in here the sheet. So let me add in the sheet description. So description, let me just pass in some random text. Okay, so that's the text that we are seeing. After this header, I'm going to use this form component and attach in this the above form object that we have. And now inside this, let's try to wrap inside this form component the div section, and again inside this let me use this form field, the attach in this control form dot control, and the name of this it's going to be the label. And let's render this one, the field. Okay, and add in the form item component. So now inside this, okay, let me just close this form field so that we don't see an issue. So let me add in the label so that we see this on a screen. So the label, it's going to be a label text, fine. And after this we are going to wrap inside this form control, normally like the other places where we just added in this components input component. So let's make this background to be muted, placeholder, let me just add in this label and just pass in the other field properties. I'm just going to close this. Okay, that's the thing. And after this form control, let me just add in the form or description, and here let's add in something like this is your public display name, something like this. We are going to change it afterwards, and this the form message if there is any error. Okay, that's the one form field, and here like we normally added some space in the y direction, so I'm just adding in. So now let me just copy this thing, and below this add in the form field for type. So this I'm changing this one to the type, and the label, we are going to change it to edge type. Okay, and now in the form control, we need to have select component. So the select, what is the issue? So let me just remove this one. So use this select component. Okay, so this select component, I'm just going to add in this one. So let's just add in this component Shotzi, and let's just add select. Okay, fine. And once we just let's install this one. Yep, and now here I can just import this component, and here the on value change. Let's pass in here this field dot on change and default value. We are going to pass in this field dot value. Okay, now inside this let's use this, so let me just minimize this thing. So here now we are going to wrap everything inside this form control. Let's have in here the select trigger, and I'm going to have in here this select value placeholder. Let's say this is going to be select a something. For now I'm just adding some text. Okay, fine. This is the placeholder thing. Okay, and after this we need to have a content. So I'm just going to add in here the placeholders for now. The select item, the value, let me add in this custom bezier. Okay, fine. So like this, let me add in the other three values. This one, let's change it to step sharp, and this one custom straight, and finally this one to be step rounded. And also I'm just going to change this text, the step one, and this, it's going to be straight as the value, and here this is going to be a smooth step. Okay, so these are the values now. So after this select, I'm just going to add in few the form description, same for now, the placeholder. Okay, and also let's just add in this message component. Okay, so that's the second field, and next we are going to have for the animated thing. So in here first, the form whatever we have, let me just add in the space between each of them. This here, make this one to have width full, and space in the y direction have some margin thing. Okay, yep. And we need to attach in the on submit callback function for this. So let me add in a placeholder for that, on submit. So here this data we are going to receive, it's going to be edge options schema, and inside this all we are going to do is pass on this as a data to our callback function on save. That is the thing. And so basically we should update the values of based upon the props that we are receiving, that we can handle inside this use effect. So that one, this code whatever we are writing in this use effect block will be triggered based upon these values. Clicked edge form and is open, fine. And now here if is open, so form dot reset, all I'm going to do is I'm just going to set this to whatever the values that we are receiving, and the here the label clicked edge data dot label to just converting this to string. If we don't have, so I'm just going to pass in the empty string and the type. So we are going to check this clicked edge dot type as let's, this is going to be custom bezier, okay, and custom straight, custom step sharp thing, and finally the custom step rounded. Okay, fine. So if we don't have, so default, I'm just going to set this as the value, and finally I need to pass in the animated thing, and then so clicked edge dot animated. If not, we are going to pass in this default as the false. This type we are receiving an error. Why is this? Custom straight, step sharp, step rounded. Okay, there is this spelling inside our edge options schema, so this one needs to be zi, not iz. Okay, fine. Now there's no issue. Given this one, let me change this to zi. Okay, and now we have this thing, the way of handling the props that we are receiving. Now let's add in the one more prop. So I'm just going to copy this thing, and let me just minimize this one. So here this is going to be for animated thing, and the label, let's remove in here this label. I don't think it makes sense here, fine. And after this, instead of this input component, we are going to use this checkbox component. So let's add in the checkbox component as well. Okay, fine. Let's so here I'm just going to use this checkbox component from the thing which we just imported. Okay, and here the values that needs to be passed, instead of this one background to be muted, let's pass in this text to be white, and we need to add in this checked. This one will depend upon the value that we have in field dot value, and on check to change. I'm just going to pass in field dot on change, and let's just remove this other fields that we have. And after this thing, form control, let's just remove all of this. So if we want, we can just add in here inside this div the form label only if needed. I'm just showcasing. So here, this is how you can just add in here this animated edge. So we can just check this one, how it's looking. This data dot label, let's handle this thing. Okay, fine. So this is how it is now. So what we can do, this form item, let's make this flex, and the direction to be row, and items, let's apply this start in space, in the x direction 3, and in y direction let's say a 0, and have this rounded a medium, and I'm going to add in here this border and padding of 4. Yep, so it's looking better now, and here I can just add in leading to be none. Okay, so it's looking decent. And after this, all we need is a buttons. So just to save on all those things normally. So this one, let's make this text color to be white. Width, I want it to be full. This type of this, it's going to be a submit. And inside this, the text of this, it's going to be a save. Yep, so that is the thing. And here the button to delete it. So the text of this, I'm going to add in this one, it's going to be delete label. And on click, all we need to do is the function that we have, the callback function on delete label, and pass in the values that we have in our the edge id. So this is what we're going to pass on to our callback function. And this variant, let's set this one to secondary. The class styling, again, it's going to be pretty much the same, text to be white, and width, I'm going to make this one also full. This type, it's going to be a button, not a submit thing. Okay, fine. For secondary, let's just remove this text white. Okay, fine. So this is the our sheet content that we are wrapping in, and this is the edge option. So this is how it's going to look like. So once we so let me just move this one up. So click on this and on save. So if I just select this one, so the edge type, let's say I want here this straight, and don't want this animated, and on save. We are not doing anything because you can see in this thing on submit, I need to trigger in here this on submit form dot handle submit, and pass in this on submit thing. Okay, so if you just test this again, edge type to be straight, no animation. Okay, this label, okay, let me just add in here, pass in. Okay, in this save we are, so this edge options a schema. So opening and selecting something, just try. So this we will worry about its functionality eventually. Just I wanted to focus on the layout just the where the thing should go and how it should look and all. So that's the main focus of ours. So yep, now in this edge component we almost are opening an on save edge. Ideally we should perform the option. So what is this error? On submit in this edge options, that's fine. So basically the component where we are consuming this in the mind map, on saving here we are just receiving this data and trying to console it. So we can just see that's what we are doing, and closing and then updating all those properties we can see. So this is what the things that we are consoling. That's fine. So now what I wanted to do is, let's try to handle this functionality, what are we supposed to do on saving and all those things inside that, rather than consoling here. So what we are supposed to do in this on save, once we receive that data, let me just destructure this, the animated, the edge id, and the label, this type. Okay, so I destructure and get these values, the set edges, collect whatever the previous edges that we have, and this edges, let's try to iterate to this and get this edge and find this one using the edge id. So if we found this, all we need to do is set in the properties that we got, the label, it's going to be label, or else I'm going to pass in this undefined, this type, and the animated, and for rest of the things let's just pass in the edge. Okay, fine. And after this I'm just going to return in here this edges, and we can set our sheet back to closing state. So this is what we are going to do in here. So now if we just test this one, the edge, so you can see it became straight and no animations. So again, now if I wanted to make this one as animation, so you can see it as straight and the animated. So that's the custom edge types that we created, the components. So same way, if I just select this step, this is what it's going to be, and the smooth step. So this is the thing, and if we just set this one back, custom, okay, where is this component edge options, this one should be, yep, I think now we shouldn't see an issue. So let me just select this one. Okay, fine. So just that's what we are doing, and on saving the same thing we will handle the other functions as well on delete. So basically wherever I just added the console or the placeholders, now let's use this set edges and get this previous edges, and using the id that we get, find out that, and leaving that alone, we will create a new list. Okay, that's the only that's how we do delete it. So edge.id, if it's not equals to the edge id that we receive, and I'm just going to return in here this edges. So here the open sheet, let me set this one back to false. So this is what we do on delete, and On saving, that's what we do. Okay, and the on adding also this one, let's just create this as new object, new node, and I'm just moving in here the text node, the coordinates and the text of it. And after this, so I'm just going to pass on to the node, so we can just concat this new node. Okay, what is the issue? Okay, fine. So I'm just going to remove this bracket and here as well, so now we shouldn't see an issue. So on adding node also, we just added in these functions, and this deleting, let's just rename this to delete edge. So I'm just going to change this one as well, so that it makes sense. We are deleting edge, not the label. So I'm passing in here this thing, and in edge options also, I'm just going to change this prop. Instead, what we had here is this label. So let me just change this to, for better naming convention, this also to edge. Okay, and the label, uh, we changed to edge, and that's what exactly we have. And here the button also, I'm just going to change this one to edge, and here the text, it's going to be delete edge. Fine, that's just refactoring. So if I just refresh this and try to here delete this one, so there's no thing. And on change, we are assigning. Okay, and now if I just click on add, where, okay, this add button needs, we are going to attach in this the function which we prepared. So going to this mind map here, let me just add in the on click functionality, so that we'll see the new nodes. Okay, so here the on add node, and also let me just add in the background for this, the red color, and the width and height, I'm going to set this to 12. Z index, let's set this to 50. Okay, fine. So if I just add it, this is the node that we are adding, and that's what we are seeing. This color also needs to be able to fine. Okay, so that's just checking if the adding nodes is working. Now we are just adding in here, so I can just these things we are going to handle, and also deleting this one, it's working, we just saw, and also adding, it's happening. So That's how we are just handling the things in the mind map section. And also this step rounded by the border radius. Let me set this one to 10. So let me just zoom this one in. Okay, fine. So adding in this edge now for this. Okay, fine. The label renderer in here, let's do one thing. So if we don't have any label, so here I'm just going to return this as null. Else what we are going to do, let's remove this one red color. I'm going to add in this indigo color and text to be white, and let's make this one to be smaller, and padding in the x direction, padding in the y direction, let's make this one 1.5, the rounded to be smaller, and max width let's have this one to 13 rems. So this is the change. The thing, the label. Okay, and this one I'm just going to keep this as it is. The label for this one, why is it so here this labels and all, it can be optional, so let's just handle that thing. The edge label, ideally we should be able to see, but I'm not able to showcase this one. And here as well, let's add in this as optional, even to the other components where we are adding, so basically all our custom components. And here as well we will check out the all issues that we have eventually, but let's just have the layout that we want, the thing. And okay, fine. The next thing, we will try to add a color choice to the edge that we added. So for that one, so here this, for this React flow component, let's try to create in the color options to all our edges that we are creating, so that a user can select that color. So for that, what we wanted to do is, let's try to add in the options. So basically inside our edge options component, where we have here and this label for this. So okay, in this form I'm just going to add in the colors as well in our schema. So let's update first in our schema that we wanted to add the color as well. The edge options schema. Okay, after this animator, let's add in this color. So this is going to be of type enum. So here the values that I want are this one. So let's the colors that we added, let me just copy all of these values that we have and just go back in here, and we are going to add in this the colors, and additionally I'm just going to add in this default value as well. So this is our the additional schema. So now just going back to the edge options component, and we are going to use this color property and try to first set in this default value. So the default value, that's going to be the edge color. So again this one, let's go to our enums in our types folder. Let's create the new list for us to get the color values. So that what I can do is basically let's create the new enum, export enum edge color, and whatever we have in here, let me add it here, but this time we are going to add in this values: red, green, purple, blue, and the other values. So let me just quickly add all of this. Emerald color, and then this indigo, the lime color, and the orange, the pink, yellow color default, and so here I'm just going to add this one in the double quotes, this the default value if there is no color, and finally the fuchsia color. Okay, and also now we have this edge color. This one, let's just rename this to mind map item colors. Okay, so that so it's related to this mind map alone. So here I'm going to change this to mind map item colors, and the place wherever we have the node colors, I'm just going to replace this one with mind map item colors. Okay, so let's just replace this one, so we shouldn't see any issues. Fine. Okay, and here inside this the edge options component where we are currently, let's again create in here this colors list, which it's going to be of edge color array, and I'm going to add in the all of this the colors that we have. So for now let's just add in these two colors. So assuming this are the list of the colors that we have, and this one I'm going to assign this edge color dot default as the value for this. Okay, and here in this thing color, let me pass in this clicked edge dot data, and this color, if we don't have this one, so I'm just going to pass in this default value for this, and like we normally prepare in other components. So for this workspace color. So this is going to be for the edge color, so I'm just going to change that, and the provided color, which it's going to be of type edge color. And in here normally, so I'm just going to copy the colors that we have from the other components. You can just refer that. Okay, so for all of these colors, just the background and border color, and the on hovering also. Okay, and so let me just add in this empty array so that we don't see an issue. Okay, fine. And now we need to add in the option for the colors. So basically wherever I just use this in here, let me first clear this one. Okay, so let me just copy not this one. So let's use this colors list on the component where we just added. Yeah, so I'm just going to copy this div, and we are going to use it in our the edge options component here. So I'm going to add in just above the animated thing. So here let me just add in this div. Let me now, okay, I need to close this. Let's fix this one. So the form field that we just added, I'm just going to the label for now. Let's hard code this one. It's going to be the colors, and the text muted and all, let's just remove. We will add in eventually. And I'm just going to import this radio group component, and this one, let's make the display as a grid, and columns, or let's say 10, and the rows 2 rows. Okay, fine. And now we are just iterating through these colors, get the color, and pretty much whatever we have this thing, the form control and this radio group item. Let's import this one here, this radio group item. Okay, so now here, why is this error? Okay, fine. In this radio group item, so value, we're just passing in the workspace color, and also basically whatever we had things. So now let's just see this one inside our form, the here. So these are the things, since we just added the two colors, that's why we are seeing that. So if I just add in all of the colors, so let me just add all of the colors into this list. So I'm just copying all of the values here. Okay, fine. So that is the thing, and there needs to be some space. So just going to this div where we just added the form item. Let me add in make this as the Okay, that's fine. So this things needs to be so now basically on saving, the edge color needs to be 100. Now we are trying to send via our the form, and this one we need to handle inside our mind map component. So we are receiving the color, so the data that I'm setting in here, this new node, let me add in the color which it's going to be of edge color or dot default by thing, and on saving this thing, so I'm going to get this color as well. Okay, so once I get this color alongside this one, let me pass on the color of this. So this is how we are going to save this. And now the other components where we are using the thing, let me pass on. So first we need to update the props inside this edge label so that we can pass on for this. So here let me add in this edge color, and I'm going to destructure here this color, and this label that we have, let me, so this edge color, how we are supposed to handle again, let's just create in here this edge color list. So use memo, I'm just wrapping in here the list, so you can just take from here. So let me just add in here this edge color list. So basically I just showcased in other sections, so I'm not adding in here this typing in here. Okay, fine. So this edge color, so now the styling of our things needs to be dynamic. So all we need to do is add in so here let me make this one as a dynamic thing, so we can just wrap inside this backticks. Okay, and I'm just going to add in this one the floor brackets, and we are importing this one. So the background which I just added indigo before, so now this, let's add in this edge color. Okay, and remaining the let's make the font type to be semi bold, and the text color also I'm just removing this one, and whatever we had before, let's just leave that as it is. So the component wherever we are using this one, so all this needs to be changed. So the color, let me pass in this color thing, and here as well, so this data dot color. Okay, and even this all of the components, so let me just quickly add in inside this also. So here this color I'm adding in this data dot color. Okay, fine. Now there's no issues in all of these components, so we are passing in these colors to this. So let's just check this one. So let's say this is the green, so I'm just leaving this as it is. And this label, I'm still doubtful why is it so on saving uh, okay, it's weird now. So if I, by default, let me add in the mind maps here, the initial nodes. Let me add in one more node. So let's name this one to be node 3, and x, let's change this to 10. So just refreshing this one. Okay, so we have in here, so if I just add it here, the now let me select this, add in this label name, and edge type, let's set this to, and it should be animated. Okay, I'm just changing this to this color. Let's save this. Okay, it's here. This needs to be properly styled, so I'm just going to check this one, but we are able to color the label name and all that thing. Yeah, label styling, it's not proper, so just going to this. Okay, so here instead of this transition, this should be of transform. Yep, now it is proper. So if we just click on this and change this one to something and add in the other color and save. Yep, so that's the label color and all those things. So now we can just link or the custom component whichever we have, the target to whatever we want. So even I can just add in here the custom label edge type. Let's just keep that one, and I want this one to be animated, and save this. Okay, fine. And now what we will do is try to focus on the text node that we have in here, where we just added the normal text here, the text node. So in place of this text, the p tag whatever I just added, let me remove this completely and wrap the node wrapper component that we have, and accordingly I'm just going to develop this component so that we can edit the text inside this node and all. To edit the text inside this node, so to just keep track of the state of that, so let's create one the local state variable set is editing, and here by default let me set the value of this to be a false, and also the node text I just wanted to use the reference, attach the reference for that. This it's going to be of type text area element, and by default let's set this one to null. And to add a new text and all, it's kind of again a form that needs to be collected and updated. For this let's have the schema like we normally create for other things. So inside this I'm just creating a new schema called nodes schema dot ts. Okay, and inside that it's going to be a simple one. Let's name this as a text node or schema. This it's going to be jod object. So here this a text which it's going to be of type string, and let's just specify here the minimum length of that should be a 4. If not, let's just throw in some error message here, schema dot username. Just for now I'm just adding this as a thing, and let's export this type, export type text node schema, and jet.infer the type of text node schema. Okay, so just going back to this text node, now I can just use that schema. So creating here this form object, use form from this react hook form, and this one it's going to be text node schema by default, and attach in here this resolver, jot resolver, text node schema. The default values, let me pass in like add a new text. This is the form. Okay, fine. And now let's focus on this UI part, and here whether are we editing or not. So I'm going to pass in here is editing and all those props for this wrapper component. So to let this component know, let me add in some props for this node wrapper alongside the children class name or the color that we have. I'm going to add in here this is editing, and on edit what are we doing in the callback function. So let me just add in here is editing, which is of type boolean. On edit, this is the callback function, so which it's of type void. Now once I get this as a props here, let me use that to display whatever the UI in the drop down that we have, the drop down menu. So this one I'm going to check if it's editing, only then let me show this drop down section that we have. So the more horizontal thing alongside the whatever we have for colors and more text and all. Okay, that's the change. And also the children where we are trying to wrap in here, let me make her text size to be a little bigger so that it looks better. And also for this one, let me add in the minimum width I want it to take is 10 rem so that it looks better. Fine, that's the small change. And on edit, this one we need to include in this drop down item click. So basically after this inside this drop down menu content, let me add in the new drop down menu item, and here and on click I'm going to attach in this on edit the callback function that we have. And for this okay, first let me close this one, and inside this, okay, the styling for this, let's just make this cursor to be a pointer and the gap of 2. And now inside this I'm just going to add in this pencil icon size, let's keep this as a 16. And after this thing, the text, I'm going to say it's going to be something like edit. So this is what I just added, so the on edit thing, and below it's going to be just the color thing that we have, which we are sending this color and all. Okay, so now just going here, we need to pass in his editing, whatever the thing that we have. And now in the on edit callback function, we need to I'm just going to create a simple function for that. Let's name this as onEdit. It's going to be just updating that variable. Set is editing whatever the previous that we have. I'm just going to toggle that value. Okay, and let's just pass here the onEdit for this thing. Now whatever the p tag that I have, we are going to completely change this and give this width full and padding in the y direction to be 1.5, not just the top y direction. And here if this editing is true, then the form that the text area auto size and to save the changes we are going to display. If not, just the text inside this p tag. Let me just add in the whatever the data that we get, this data dot value, and I'm just going to close this one. The error is because let me just have in the fragment here, and I'm just going to remove this thing. So let's just refresh this. Okay, this is the data that 1 2 3 that we have, and now let's focus on this if it's the editing case. So if it's the editing case, let me just wrap everything inside this form component, the id. Okay, let me close this or else. Okay, now we shouldn't have any problem. So id for this one, it's going to be a node or text form. Okay, this one should be previous. Fine. And on submit, what are we going to do? We are just going to create a simple placeholder on submit callback function. So I'm just going to console this one for now, the data that we have, and what we need to do, where we need to save and all this, we are going to worry about this later. So for now, let's just console this data, console log data, and here let me just pass in this on submit function so that we don't see any issues. Okay, and also in the use effect, so based upon the data value that is changing and is editing thing, I'm going to reset the value of the form that thing. So here I can just handle inside this use effect, so depending upon the values of this data dot value, the form and is editing. Now inside this one, let's just reset the text value, which if we have this data dot value, so I'm just going to have those values. So let's just convert this one to string. If not, the text one, it's going to be a new text. So that's the resetting of the form. Now inside this, let's use this text area auto size from the React text area auto size component. So library, so here I'm just going to import text area auto size from React text area auto size. So here let me just use this the component, and let me just close this. And for this whatever the props, so let me just close this, let me just pass in. Okay, and the reference for this one, here I'm going to set the node text to whatever the value that we have. So let me just create the reference for that. I can use the form dot register of this text, and here the reference of this let's name this one to be node text, and rest I'm just going to add in. Now we shouldn't see any issues. And now here let me set this to whatever the event that we have, and the node text dot current I'm just going to set this to. And to ignore this error, let me just add in this ts ignore. Yep, fine. And just the styling, like normally the thing that we did, I'm just going to give the width 96 and the minimum height let's say 4 rems. This is the normal styling, so I'm just going to quickly add in resize none, appearance to be none, overflow let's hide it, the background let's make this one to be transparent, the placeholder styling let's have this text to be muted foreground, and font to be a semi-bold, and focus let's have this as the outline none. Okay, and after this I'm just going to have in a button to save this or cancel this thing. So here let me just add in a simple button component. This is going to be of type button, and on click I'm going to use this on edit callback function, and variant it's going to be of outline. The text color let's keep this as a white color, and padding in the y direction let's be 1.5, and if it's a smaller also let's just have this 1.5, and height to be fit, and size let's say it's going to be small size. The text of this it's going to be cancel. Okay, now it's not editing, that's why we are not seeing that icon. That's fine, I'm just going to pass on that. And we'll have one more button inside this to save it, and this type it's going to be a submit, and same text which going to be white, padding 1.5. Okay, and let me just have this height to be fit, size to be smaller, and the text of this button it's going to be save changes. And to look better, let's make the parent div to occupy width full, and flex have this justify end, margin top 4, and a gap of 2. Okay, fine. I think this component should be good. So that's the thing that we just added in here, rather than this p tag which we hard coded. Now the text node that we are having inside this mind map, I need to change this thing. Okay, let's also remove the examples which we just added for initial nodes and all those things, which for our testing purposes we just created. So I'm just removing these things, and the default let's have this one as the empty array, and even here let's change this one to empty array. And after this one should be the value. Okay, and now in the div part where we have this add, I'm just going to remove this one, and let's add in here. I'm just going to wrap this one inside this panel component, and position it's going to be top left, and class name let's have this same background red color, and width of width, and z index let's be 50 or not 50. Okay, fine. And inside this I'm going to add in a button component, and here we are going to call in add node thing. Okay, so I can just add in here add, and Okay, this thing, just for my thing, we are going to testing purpose, I'm just adding background red color. We are going to remove that eventually. So here if I just click, that's what we have, and we don't have anything. So if I just add in now here what I can attach to this source thing, and this is what we have. And let's say the text node that we have when we are trying to add the node, for now, for editing which we added, let's just keep it that way. So if I wanted to check this one, this editing, let me set this one to true. Now we have this things icons, and here we can just edit and okay, let me just refresh, add it here, the edit thing. I can just type in the thing and all, which isn't looking that great, but that's fine for now. Whatever we have, I'm just going to change that eventually. Okay, but we are able to edit. And this text, let's remove this text to be white. Okay, so, and also this hard-coded value, let me just change this one to is editing. Okay, fine. So after this one, so we are going to handle the editing part in a better way. So let me just create in a hook which helps me to handle the editing of the node text and all those things. So the folder where we have these hooks, so let me just create a new folder for React flow. So I'm just creating this React flow, and here use on edit node, like a hook that we'll be using. Let's make this one as a client-side component, and the hook name, it's going to be use on edit node, and inside this I'm just going to use this React flow hook, and here let's just call in destructure this set nodes, and here it's going to be on edit callback function. Let's wrap inside this use callback, and the param, it's going to be node id string, and the node text that we wanted to edit, which it's going to be a string. And here whatever the nodes that we have, let's get this previous nodes and identify the specific node that we wanted to edit its name or the content or the text on that. So previous nodes dot map, and have this node and a node dot id. If it's matching to the node id, then for this node we are just going to update the text part inside this data. It's going to be node text, else it's whatever the existing node. I'm just going to keep it that way. Fine, and now I need to set in here the dependency set nodes, and let's just ignore here this types to be any, and here as well I'm just going to specify here any, and let's return the on edit function. Now we have this one, and we are going to use what is this, Okay, the type things, I think that's fine. And now inside this text node component, I'm going to import this one, use on edit node, and let me just get this on edit function, and let's rename this one to on edit node. Okay, and also here alongside the data, let me also get this id, and let's just rename this one to better node data text, which is going to be of a type string. Okay, so the callback function where we have this on edit, so let me just change on I'm just renaming so that we don't get confused with the thing that we are importing. On is edit, and also in the on submit, now not just consoling, so I'm going to pass on this the id alongside this data.text, and trigger this on edit the function which is editing. I mean, we are just going to toggle that, and here instead of this value it's going to be a text. We just changed the prop, so here also it's going to be a text. Let me change here as well to text, and this one it's also should be changed to on is edit, and I'm going to change this one in the node wrapper also, just to be consistent with all the names that we have. And this text area, to just look better, I'm just going to wrap inside this div. Let's add in some space, so, and I'm just going to move this one inside this text area auto size, whatever we have the text, and this is going to be pretty much the same. And even this on click, it should be on is edit, and a variant, let me change this one to ghost. Okay, and also let me just add in some border so that it looks better. And finally the save changes thing, let's just also add in here this variant, which it's going to be a ghost size. I'm just going to keep that as a smaller. In text, let's remove this one also white color, and add in the border for this one. Okay, fine, and let's just change here. If we have this text, I'm going to show this text, else this is going to be add new text. Okay, fine, so this is the change inside this one, and let's just update the prop inside this node wrapper also. It's just the renaming of the function, so instead of on edit, it's going to be on is edit. So I'm just going to change this the place wherever we are just referring this one. Okay, fine, and now we can just go to the mind map as well, and where we have this value, this should be changed back to text. Let's test this one, so I'm just refreshing it here. Let me, for one thing, let me change this one to true. Okay, so if I just edit, this is what we have, and if I just click on the save changes, set nodes, Okay, I'm receiving an error. Text node on edit, we are calling here. Alongside, I'm just passing in this ID and the text. Let me just console this data once. Let me just inspect here. Okay, I'm just clearing this. Let me just try. Okay, we are getting this text, but when we are trying to send in or to this on edit node, which here it is this on edit node, all we are doing is trying to go through this previous nodes, iterate through this, get this node and check this. Okay, here I forgot to return this nodes, and now we should be good. Yep. Okay, same thing. This editing value should be dynamic, but for now, just for testing purposes, I just added the true. So I'm going to change that one. So let me just refresh this, add this more nodes. Here we are. So if I just wanted to edit, let me again change this to some text, save these changes. This button is what it's disappearing, so that needs to be taken care, which we will eventually take care. So that's not a priority for me. I'm just going to take care. So fine. So at least the bare minimum, again I'm just going to refresh. So the bare minimum layout that we want, it's in place. Now let's focus on how to store whatever we are creating, the nodes, the text on it, and all the editing functionality and everything we are going to handle now. So for us to keep track of all of this that user is entering, to persist that data, we need to maintain that data in our DB. So I'm just going to change our schema. Here let me create the new model for mind map. So let me just create here this mind map. Let me just add in quickly the fields, the ID default. Let me set in this current ID created at, which it's going to be datetime, and default let me set this one to now and updated at. So this the standard values. Let me just add these things, updated at and the updated by. We are going to create a relation to the user table relation. The name of this, it's going to be a mind map, updated by user, and the fields we are going to reference the updated user ID. So I'm just going to create that inside this thing, and we'll reference the ID of that table. And the creator of this, again this one, it's going to be the user relation. So I'm going to name this one as mind map created by user. The fields, let's again reference the creator ID which we are going to create, and it references the ID let me create in here this creator ID, which it's going to be of type string. The updated user ID, which it's going to be again string, and this is going to be an optional. The to which workspace this belongs to, so this is a mapping again. The relation, the fields, the workspace ID, which I'm just going to create and reference as the ID. On delete, we are going to delete this one as well, so the workspace ID, pass in here, this is going to be a string. The content we are going to store in JSON format. The title of this, it's going to be string. And let's just create an index on the workspace ID and index on the updated user ID, index on the creator ID. Okay, and now we need to just create this relationship. So going to this one, and also let's just change this one to smaller case. And in the workspace, we are going to add in, this can have many mind maps. So this is the relation many mind maps. Now we shouldn't see any issues inside the mind map table related to workspace. And now going to this user table, let's have in the created mind maps. So this is going to be again list of the mind maps. The relation, we are going to attach it to the name which we added inside our mind map table, and this one, the updated mind maps, mind map array. And let me add in here this relation name, mind map updated by user. Okay, fine. So this is the schema. So let's just migrate this schema. So I'm just migrating it, and let's say added mind map table. Okay, the schema, it's created now, and we will try to create the endpoints related to that. So basically to create a new mind map, and to update the existing one, and also to get the details of the particular mind map like we did for task and all those things. So for us to handle that, a way to have a schema. So let me just so first we'll focus on the routes and then the UI part. And here this mind map schema.ts. So this is again going to be a simple one. Let's name this one as this mind map schema. The job object, mind map ID, this is going to be of type string. And then this workspace ID, this is again going to be a string. And then this content, which is a JSON, so I'm just going to set this one to any. Let's export this type, the mind map schema. So this is going to be your for mind map schema. So we have this schema. So just let's go to the API routes. The APIs, let's first create for new one. So inside this API folder, let me create a new folder for mind maps. Let's create this mind maps folder, and here to create a new one, I'm just creating the route.ts file. So whatever we have here, the thing, I'm just going to copy this one, and let's update this endpoint. So session is going to be pretty much common, and this new mind map schema. For this one, let me just have in here itself this new mind map schema, the object or the workspace ID. This it's going to be of type string, and here I'm just going to use this new mind map schema to parse this. And if it's not, so here let's just get this workspace ID, and we will just do this getting the user details, checking, and the role and all those things. I'm just going to keep that as it is. And after this one, let's remove all of this whatever we have, and all we need to do is create here this new mind map. So I'm just going to mind map dot create this data, pass in here this workspace ID, the creator ID. It's going to be session dot user dot ID, and this title, let me just set this one to empty string, and here I'm going to return this mind map. So this is the endpoint to create the new mind map, which is this simple and straightforward. And now inside this, let's just create for updating the same. And here I'm just going to create the route, and let's just copy this one, and we are going to update this one accordingly. So for update, now let's remove this one, the schema whatever we created, the mind map schema. I'm just going to use this and parse this body, and here alongside this workspace ID, let's get this content and the mind map ID, and the user validation role and all is going to be pretty much the same. And instead of creating, let's find the mind map using the ID. So this data, the where ID, let's just pass in this mind map ID, and here if we don't find this mind map ID, we are just going to return saying that we did not find the mind map that we were looking for. So the errors dot no mind map found. Okay, and the status code, let me set here it as a 404. Okay, and now here let's just update this mind map, updated mind map db.mindmap.update, and this ID, let's use this mindmap.id, and this data the updated user ID, it's going to be session.user.id, and the whatever the content that we have. So this is how we are going to update, and here I'm just going to return the updated mind map. Okay, fine. And finally, to just get the details of specific mind map ID, let's create inside this mind maps the get folder, and inside this get folder the details folder again, and we'll have this dynamic ID, which it's going to be mind map ID, and inside this I'm just going to create in here this route, and whatever we have for this one, let me just collect this. It should be a straightforward thing. The params interface, so here we are sending the mind map ID, which is mind map ID. It's going to be of string alongside this request. Let's attach in the params. So this one, the params and the mind map ID. Okay, and here instead of this workspace ID, let's get this user ID, and even here if you don't have this user ID, I'm just going to send in the message as no user API something the thing. And in the try catch block, now all we need to do is query on our mind map and find the unique, and let's just change this one to mind map, where we are going to use this ID, the mind map ID, and we are going to get those details. And if we don't have the mind map details, I'm going to return here this mind map not found for now, or else we can just add in that error as part of our messages text. And if we found, so we are going to return this mind map. So these are the endpoints for now that we wanted to regarding this mind maps creations, update, and getting these details. And for this mind map related things, let's create a new page in the Workspace ID section, because it belongs to Workspace ID. Here let me create a new folder like we created for task, the mind maps, and creating here this new mind map folder, and the dynamic value, which it's going to be mind map ID. And now inside this I'm creating here this page, and whatever we have here, let me just copy, and we are going to edit this accordingly. So here the Workspace ID, instead of this task ID, this is going to be the mind map ID. And let's change this one to mind map for now. Okay, and let me change this one to mind map ID. Okay, so here let's first just comment all of that. I'm just going to comment all of this. Let's just render the empty fragment for now, and we will eventually create here this mind map related components and all. So now we have this the endpoints. So first what we need to do is create the functions where we can talk to endpoints and save whatever we are creating into our DB and all those things. So for us to do inside this mind map component, where we have inside this mind maps here, okay, let me just create a mutation functions, which it's going to help me update and just to save the content of all of those things and all. Okay, and the main thing when we are trying to click on add button and all, that's when we need to create a new mind map. So for us to create the new mind map, let me just create like a button like we did in our actions folder in our workspace options. So basically the sidebar components. So if I just open here the sidebar components, the options sidebar workspace options, and inside this, like, we have a new task. I'm going to create in the same way. Let me just copy this one for the creating a new mind map. Okay, so this is going to be a new mind map component, and let's just tweak this accordingly. And this props, it's going to be workspace id, and the component name, let me change this to new mind map. Messages, the workspace options, the tools, or everything is going to be same. So just the API calls needs to be changed. The new mind map, and this one, it's going to be mind map / new. Pass in this workspace id data, and this one needs to be of type mind map. This I'm going to change, and the redirecting should be to mind maps which we just created, though we don't have anything inside that. And the data dot id on error, it's going to be pretty much the same. Let's change this one to new mind map. And here on click, we are supposed to call this new mind map function, and the text of this, it should be will be localized this eventually. So this one, it's going to be new mind map, and this needs to be so let's remove whichever we're not using. Okay, and this needs to be included as part of our option. So this needs to be added inside this workspace options. In here, just below this, let me add in this new mind map component and pass in here this workspace id. And now here we should see, yep, new mind map button. Okay, and same here, where like we have here the task, we are going to add in for the mind maps the workspace id, and this should take us to the whatever the mind maps that we have as part of this workspace id we are going to show in here. And let's change this one to mind maps, and we need to change this one, which I will. And instead of this pencil router, this is going to be map icon, and this one, let me change it to mind maps. Okay, fine. And now the shortcuts that we are collecting, this endpoint and all, we need to change that. Okay, so for now, let's just ignore the errors of this. But now we added as part of the workspace option alongside the component to create the new mind map. So ideally, if I just click on this thing, okay, it should create, but we received an error. Let's check it out. What is that? 405 API mind maps new. Okay, so let me just restart this application, and then let me refresh the browser, and also this Prisma Studio. Let me just start this again. Okay, so I'm just refreshing this and just to see if we have this the mind map thing. Yep. And now let's try to create and see if we are still receiving the same error. So let me just cancel this new mind map. Okay, yep, it is created, and now we should have one entry inside this mind map. So let me just refresh. Yep, so we have here this mind map and we don't have anything in here, that's why we're not seeing anything. So the creating, it's working, but now once we create, we should update and all those things, components needs to be there. So for updating and all those things, so what we need to do is, let's go to our mind map component. Here, this one. For this, we need to, this is the component where we need to make a call to the update endpoint, and accordingly whatever the content that we are adding as part of this mind map should be saved in our DB. And for this, the props that will be sending for this component, it's going to be, so I'm just going to add in the initial info, which it's going to be of the mind map definition. So here again, I'm just going to rename this one, the mind map, as mind map type, and let's just pass in, this is going to be of a mind map type. And then the workspace ID, this is going to be a string. And now let's just get this props into this component, the initial info and the workspace ID. And this initial info, we are going to use this, and also let's create, like we normally checked, whether this is mounted or not, and accordingly updating, like auto saving and all. So just to test, I'm just going to create in here, this is this component mounted or not. Set is mounted, use state by default false. And here I'm just going to have this debounced thing where we are going to update our the mind map and all those things. So this is going to be for now the placeholder thing. Let's just log here this okay, and eventually we are going to call the actual function inside this one. Okay, and we need to create this mutation to update our mind map. So here let's use this mutation, and here let me just get this mutate and name this one as the update mind map component. The mutation function asynchronous, and this is going to be of type of flow, which it should be a React Flow JSON object. And here we are going to call the endpoint where we created to update the content of a particular mind map, API slash mind map slash update, and the content, it's I'm going to pass in the flow that we are receiving as input param, and then this mind map id, which it's going to be initial info.id, and then the workspace id. So this is the data that we need to pass on to this endpoint for us to update the content of it, and the other the on success and all callback functions. For now, let's just keep this as a placeholder. Eventually we will just show the toast messages and all the error messages and all those things. Okay, and also now a lot of things needs to be handled, and on initially let me have one react flow instance attached to the component of it, so that I can accordingly call this update function. So let's create in here this as rf, which is for react flow instance set rf instance, and this it's going to be of type null or react flow instance, and this is going to be of type null. Okay, and now where are we going to use this is in the onSave callback function and all. So let me just add in all of the functionalities that we need to update the content and all of these things, and then I'll come back to rendering UI components and calling these functions and all. Okay, so the onSave thing, again I'm going to wrap inside this use callback, and if we have this rf instance, so this rf instance I'm going to attach in to this react flow component here, this on init. This is how we are going to get this whether we have this instance or not. So if that is the case, let me get this flow which we are going to get and convert this one to object, and this one I'm going to pass on to this update mind map function, the flow thing, and yeah, and this one will be called on this rf instance change, and then this update mind map thing. Okay, and to just maintain this is mounted or not, so all we need to do is we need to set this one to true. So on this mounting of this component, so I'm just doing this. Okay, and also the content the updating nodes and edges needs to be updated. So this one also let's try to handle inside this use effect. So the initial info, let me get this the content from here. So if we have the any content inside this, so I'm going to get, so this one unknown as, so let me just add in here, this is going to be react flow json object, and from here I'm going to get this nodes, if not the empty array, and also the edges. This also I'm just going to set this to empty array. Once we have this, all we need to do is set the values to whatever the variables that we are maintaining as a local state to keep track of the nodes and edges as part of this mind map. Okay, and this one on change of this initial info, we need to trigger this and accordingly update those values. Okay, fine, and now let's focus on the UI part. So if it's not mounted, so let's just render this loading screen which we have. Okay, else we are going to focus on this thing. Okay, this should be not this instance, the rf set rf instance, which is going to update that value. Fine. Now in this panel section where we just added this as the placeholder and all of those things, we are going to change this one. So to just see whatever the changes that we are making in this component in the page that we have, let me import this component inside others. Let me just uncomment whatever we have. Let those be whatever the values that we have, and here instead of getting the mind map task, I'm going to get this mind map. And for this, let's just prepare like we prepared here, getting the task inside our API file of this library. Let we see the error for a while. That's fine. This get task like we have, I'm just going to create a similar way for getting the mind map. Let's change this one to get this mind map, and here it's going to be the mind map ID, user ID, and the endpoint domain API. This should be changed to mind maps, and get details, and change this one to mind map ID, and pass in here this user ID get. And this is going to be pretty much the same, and this is going to be of type the mind map from Prisma client. Okay, fine. So now we have this function. Let's go to our page, and now instead of this one, I'm going to use get mind map function and pass in here this mind map ID, and okay, fine. And the task ID, we are seeing that issue, so let me just pass in here this mind map ID for now. So this we are going to change and is saved by user. Let me remove this completely, and everything I'm going to wrap inside for now. Whatever for saved task, whatever it was, the edit page, this thing, I'm just going to copy this thing and replace this with completely. So this save task provider, I'm just importing, and the dashboard header, it's going to be pretty much the same. And in this main section, let's remove this, and the mind map component which we are this one, let me change this to mind map page. And now I need to import this component, mind map component, and for this we need to pass in this mind map values and the workspace ID, so which it's going to be workspace dot ID. Okay, and whichever we are not using, let's just remove this one, and even this get task, the change go to emoji. That's fine. Okay, workspace ID, the user ID is the problem. For now, let me just send in the hard-coded values. So I'm just going to send here the hard-coded ID, and let's see here. and let's make this one the height full, and now we should be able to see this one. Yeah, fine. So now just going to this mind map component, let's continue building this component. So here inside this, whatever we were just adding, the panel section, I'm just going to focus on this. The panel, whatever this styling we just added for background and all, let's change this one to bg background, and z-index, let's just have that, and shadow effect, I'm going to add in this border, rounded to be small, and padding in the y direction 0.5, and in the x direction we'll have this 3. Okay, fine. And here I'm going to wrap everything inside this div. Let me remove this button. We will wrap inside this hover card component. Open delay, let's add in this 250, close delay 250. Now inside this, and also this the div where we are trying to wrap all of this thing, let's make this one as a flex, gap of 2, and width it's going to be full. And now inside this hover card, the trigger point, it's going to be the button, the add node component. So here it's going to be child, let's add in this button component variant, this is going to be a ghost, and size of this, let's make this one to be icon, and on click I'm going to trigger this on add node, and this here will have this plus a square icon size, let's say 22, it's going to be size of this. Okay, now we should see this one here. So let me just refresh this one. Okay, the plus square. Okay, this should be the trigger, not a content. That is why we are seeing this error. Now we should see this plus square icon. Yep, fine. Now we have this plus square icon, and after this the hover card content, and align, let's just add in here. I'm going to add in for now the placeholder, the card content. So basically add node, we can just change this one, the add node, and after this thing, let me add in one more the hover card to save the thing. So here I'm just going to change the plus square icon to the save icon, and here instead of on add node, we should call this on save function, and the text of this, let me change this to save. Okay, yep, so those are the two things, and after this one I'm going to add in a component which is going to help us to delete all of the nodes that are part of this mind map. So for that I'm just going to create a new component inside this. Let's name this as delete all nodes.tsx, and make this one as a client side component. So this should be for now the simple component, export const delete all nodes. I'm just going to add in this as a placeholder for now, so I'm going to wrap this one inside this dialog. So this is the state variable to just open or close this dialog. And let's initially set this one to false. Return. Let's import this dialog component. Open. Let's pass in here this open value. On open change, let's pass in this set open, and here this our card. Open delay, I'm going to pass in here this 250. Close delay, let's pass in here this 250. The dialog or trigger thing, it's going to be just the button that we are wrapping inside this. On click, let's just set this dialog to be open, and variant, this is going to be of type ghost. Size, it should be of icon. Inside this I'm going to have this trash icon. Size, let's set this one to 22. Okay, that's the trigger point. And now here in the content, our card content, the align, let me set this one to start. I'm going to say delete for now, like delete all nodes. And after this, our card content, let's have here this dialog content, and for that the header, the dialog header, the title. For now I'm just going to add in simple placeholders, delete or something like this, and some description. Later we will change that one to proper thing. So let me just add in some text. Okay, and after this one, like normally we did, we use this warning component, and here I'm just going to add in some this text. So that's the delete all nodes, just the placeholder for now. So we are just going to import this one just below here, the delete all nodes component. So now we can see this one here. Yep. So if I just click on this, and this is what the dialog we are going to see. Okay, fine. And the other things, let me just remove. We'll just have this background, the controls I'm just removing. So we need to test this one. So basically so if I just click on this add node and save this one, API mind maps update not found. So what is the endpoint? Mind maps update. We do have the endpoint API. Mind maps update. Okay, okay, it's unauthorized, I guess. 401. Okay, and the data that we want, we're not sending it properly. That's because I need to update the data, proper data flow, then it should work. So let me just update the data sending to the endpoint.